made history today. By the power conferred on me as the Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic Government in Exile. And after you have voted for the open gate for the Biafra freedom, which is 100% vote, this charter has become a law, and therefore shall be called the Biafra Helsinki Declaration 2023.
Hello, welcome. Yesterday in Finland, Biafran activists who support Simon Ekpa gathered for a conference on Biafran referendum. It is 4:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 11:30 a.m. in New York City, 6:30 p.m. in Uganda, Kampala, Uganda, and 7:30 p.m. in Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo. Wherever in the world you're watching us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. He just published First is Last, a new novel set in the old Biafra, even as the quest for a new Biafra rages from Finland to Okigwe. Dr. Cyril Orji is joining us on 90 Minutes Africa to talk about his book and the challenges of Nigeria for the component units that make up the country. Also joining us on the show is Pa Ikhide, the great Pa Ikhide. He's a critic and a writer, and he has read Orji's novel, First is Last, and has much to tell us about it. Pa Ikhide, on his part, just returned from Nigeria, and we want to know what he experienced and what he saw in Nigeria. So please join us as we welcome Dr. Cyril Orji to the show. Dr. Orji, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Pa Ikhide, the great Pa Ikhide. Welcome to the show.
Yeah. Good morning from my side of America.
Yeah.
How are you?
Good morning. Very good. Nice to have you. So let's start. Orji, let's start with you. Normally we start with looking at the picture of what's going on across Africa. But today we want to look at what happened yesterday and the day before, Friday, Saturday. There was a conference in Finland by Biafran activists led by Simon Ekpa. They had a conference and it's around the issue of having a referendum for Biafra. What do you think about the new quest for Biafra, considering that you saw the war and as a kid and what do you think about this new quest by young people who probably did not see Biafra, the old Biafran war?
Thank you so much, Rudolph. Let me say categorically, look, I saw the war. I lived the war. So I'm talking out of experience. It is my belief that Mr. Ekpa is really misguided. Okay. I don't think many of us, they say that hindsight is 20/20. Many of us really believe that. I keep asking myself, what I know today, okay, at the age I am today, if I was one of those advising Odumegwu Ojukwu, would I have advised him to declare Biafra? Clearly, the answer is no. Not that I didn't see what happened to us. Not that I am blaming Ojukwu. No, I'm not here playing Monday morning quarterback. Ojukwu was only 31, 32. He did the best he could. He is one of the greatest leaders the world will ever have. I give that to him. But with the maturity, the understanding of international politics, world orders, as I understand them today, I think it is really wrong for anybody to start just thinking Biafra in that sense. I've always thought, maybe I'm wrong, that somebody is actually paying off Mr. Ekpa to cause all the problems. So in my opinion, I think it's misguided.
All right, Ikhide, I know. Let me bring you in. And what do you think about this quest for a new Biafra, considering what we've gone through in Nigeria in the last 60-something years, 3 years?
Well, I align myself with everything Dr. Orji has said, but I just want to I just want to give it another perspective. I think that in the spectrum of governance, in the spectrum of the fate of the people that live within that space called Nigeria, there are a lot of anxieties. You know, there's the extreme one that we just witnessed, and then there are folks who think one Nigeria is the way to go. I also think that it's been a failure of leadership. When I say leadership, I'm not just talking about political leadership. I'm talking about intellectual leadership. Clearly, if you visit Nigeria, as I've visited several times in the past several years, you begin to find that there has to be a way to move governance and resources away from the center to regions, perhaps to more manageable situations. So people see what's going on in Nigeria, and they look at it from an ethnic lens. And there's nothing wrong with that. And they say, well, this is just not right. We need our own government. We need our own system. And that's what we hear out on the streets. And it's not just Igbo leaders, by the way. I think that the majority groups, the Yoruba intellectuals, in their own way, play the same game, where they, in a sense, they are clearly interested in a regional setup or a devolution to the satellites. So I don't think we should focus so much on the extremes, but we should think about what they are trying to communicate to us, which is the system as we have it right now is not working. And I agree with that sentiment.
All right. Thank you so much. Orji, let's go to your book. First is last. You made I found it very interesting that you started the story by talking about people who lived on 34 Chuanie Street, Coal Camp, Enugu. I also understand that you lived in Coal Camp. So is that true?
Hey, I want to give a shout out to Eddie Kokam guy. You know, we are the greatest. I grew up a street away from Chris Ngige, you know. So, yeah, he was a bag and I was Chukwa and I was beating their own Olaga. So give a shout out. We are the greatest, yes.
All right. So what is it like to grow up in Coal Camp?
But
I don't know. Yeah, so I don't know.
Yeah, again, my wife says that whenever I talk about Coal Camp, I'm so passionate. So why not? This is, a middle class. I will probably call it a little bit lower middle class society, but highly structured. If you look at the book, you will see how I described Coal Camp. I said it's, it reminds me of Manhattan, New York. You have the avenues and you have the streets. It was very well structured. We had everything. We had the public pump where we would go and fight anyway and still fetch water. We had the churches to go to. We had the schools. We had the markets. So again, my wife warned me, don't talk about Coal Camp and forget yourself. It is my life. I love the place. I give a shout out to anybody in Coal Camp. Yeah, just tell Chris you saw. If you start telling Chris you saw Dr. CY, no, he won't understand you. Tell him you saw CY, and then he will say, so yeah, yes, Coal Camp was really one of the we used to look at one and the others as the elite, but we were the real people. And I haven't even gone to talk about Tinka, Igbo, and all those. We get to them.
Wow. Now, in 34 Chukwani streets, you had civil servants, you had Dibia, you had different Obanje. It's unbelievable the kind of how many people lived in that room, in that building.
I'm still looking at the yard. There were 13 units.
13
You know, yeah, there were 7 in the main yard, and out of those 7, one was a 2-room, okay, where the DBA lived. He used the inner one as his living unit and the outer one to attend to, you know, his clients. And the others were 1-room units we used to call 10 by 10, just as a measure of 10 feet by 10 feet. So there were really 12 families in the 13 units.
All right. So they were living in peace, relative peace, until the war started, and the book started. That's where their life turned upside down. How close is that to what happened to you?
Sorry, said how close was?
Is the story in the book close to what happened to you as a kid growing up in poor camp?
Let me make sure I understand the question. You're saying
No, the story in the book, how close is that to?
Oh, now don't ask me who was me in the book.
No, because I saw somebody I suspected is your dad.
Okay, Look, I mean, again, if you look at the copyright, you know, everything is fiction, you know, sort of fiction also. Yeah, but to get to the point, yes, it was very close to me. Yeah, so it, you know, one of the things, and Pa Ikhide, when we did the book launching, he did ask me, why did you prefer to do fiction instead of the way Achebe did his own? You know, and my answer then is my answer now. You know, I was a teenager. I wasn't keeping notes. Achebe was already the director, you know, at the distant. And Achebe is Achebe. It's wrong to mention my name and his name in the same sentences. He's a legend. So how is the book close to me? 100%.
Okay. So you decided to now write it now. Why now? When did you start thinking about the book, and why did you decide to write now?
Yes, this is my second novel. The first one, Lamentation, I released in 1999, which was, you know, we can talk about that later. But now, after that, we spent time, my wife and I, you know, raising a family. I have 4 adult kids. They're all men now. So COVID, so with working and bringing up a family, you know, it was completely time consuming. I was initially an assistant professor, computer science, before I came to industry. And in industry, when you work for a company like Lucent, you actually carry the work home. You work for 26 or 27 hours a day. So it wasn't until COVID forced us into retirement then that I said, okay, you know, again, you know, when COVID came, my company had to shrink. Some of us were already getting there in age. So, you know, things happened, and then it was a good retirement. We moved, and I said, okay, let me start doing what I love to do. I'll tell you the truth, Dr. Damages, I have a PhD in computer science, but that is just to pay the bills. I'm just a social scientist. So that's what I enjoy doing. And that's when I started to write the book. And I can go, as you ask me more questions, let me stop this one.
All right, we'll get to that. And for the viewers, in another maybe 30 minutes, we'll get you in and you can ask questions. So Ikhide, where did you meet Dr. Orji before we continue the conversation?
Do you have all day? So I think that the history of Nigeria will not be complete if we don't talk about NigerNet. NigerNet was really the first social media space that brought Nigerians, Africans together. Then outside of NigerNet, there were anxieties, and out of those anxieties, we had political social media groups like AnaNet, NFF, and then there was IgboNet. As people felt that they needed something more intimate, they would move away. Dr. Orji and I were basically the early members of NigerNet. NigerNet must have been created out of MIT by the Ekundayos in the early 90s. So we are dating ourselves. And I was very, very pro democracy, to be quite honest. And Dr. Orji, to my frustration, was a lot more sensible. He didn't, and it was quite frustrating because he really, I mean, his heart was in it, but I don't think he trusted a lot of us and a lot of where things were going. So, but between the founders of IgboNet and NigerNet, he was basically in the middle. You could talk to him. So that was one good thing about him. And history has shown, in a sense, that he was prescient, he was correct in terms of, the motivations of those who were in the pro-democracy movement at the time. I was just an idealistic young man. I was in my early 30s. And I thought that regardless of, the players, that MKO Abiola had won fair and square, and we should just push the envelope. And I rallied around people like Wole Soyinka, Tinubu. They all sound very interesting characters today, but then it was easy to romanticize what they were talking about. At the same time, I was beginning to get interested in my writing, you see, and we shared a common love for writing. And I remember his book. I think I helped promote his book. And I was also successful. I was a high-ranking school system official at the time. I was successful in having the book be part of the curriculum of the school system. Montgomery County Public School was the 14th largest in the school district. So, but there was a period of time where we basically, I guess we were raising kids. So we just reconnected about a few months ago. And he was telling me about this book that he wrote, which I thought was interesting. I read the book, and I have to say, Dr. Damages, I call you Rudolph because I don't know you other than Rudolph. I guess familiarity breeds contempt. So I think your opening questions were brilliant, because the first thing I asked Dr. Orji is, why didn't you name it 34 Chuanie? Because it's really the brilliance of the book is it's about the war, but then it's about us. The humanity of it just gets to you when you're reading. I don't remember what he told me when I said, why didn't you name it? But of course, it's his book, but you just taken, just like I was taken, just like you were taken by that building, that facility. It's that the facility is a character in itself.
Exactly.
And you follow the character from place to place. I think that was, I don't want his head to swell up, but that was near genius, to be able to make something that's not a living being to have a soul of its own with people. And you began to see that, like you said, it was a peaceful community. People seemed to like each other, and then boom, it exploded. But the tentacles of relationships, everything, they kept struggling to the very end to be together. Yeah.
Yeah, I really, I was thinking when I was reading, I was thinking about 71 Iweka Road, Onisha, which is in Nollywood.
Yeah,
I was thinking, I hope they preserve that house and So anyway, you took me to somewhere, and I wanted let's touch on a few things happening today that are connected to what is the subject of the book. So let me come to you about the statements. We've seen what has been going on in Nigeria, where there is this election that happened in February, and several characters came out, and it was just a reminder of what Nigeria was like. I wasn't there, but before the war, what led to the war that we're talking about, which was that there is this distrust amongst a component elements. We had someone like Bayo Anonoga during this election made statements like saying that Igbo people should mind their business. They should not be involved in the business of politics in Lagos. I want to get two of you, your take on that before we get back to the story of the book. Let me start with you, Orji, Dr. Orji.
Yeah, I think it's a misguided statement. One of my best friends, and I don't want to start throwing names here if the person is not here to defend himself or herself, is Yoruba. And then again, he kind of sees the Nigerian relationship the way he does. And they kind of turns out to be not the way I see it. When you leave Nigerians on a one-on-one basis, they get along very well. But when you bring that entity called Nigeria, things really start going haywire. So the gentleman, whatever it is he believes, I don't know. But personally, I believe that Nigeria can work. Okay. I just don't happen to think that we should start splintering first. Even if you wanted to splinter, the powers that be will not allow us. They want to keep us as a market, but that's fine. We can still function. Nigeria can actually function very well, if we give it a chance. But then maybe I'm being myopic. I'm not sure if I'm answering the question the way you wanted me to take it, but that is actually what I think about Nigeria today.
Okay. Ikhide, I know you mentioned in one sentence, you mentioned Wole Soyinka, you mentioned Tinubu as part of pro-democratic movements that came up in 1990s, and you were involved. So when you look at Nigeria, start with the question of bio, and then when you look at Nigeria and these actors, the role they are playing now, what does that tell you?
Well, it's very interesting. I think that we have the wrong people in power. Clearly, they believe in a binary, and they believe in fixed boundaries. And they're old people. They're just old. And when I say old, not just biologically old, they're just old in their mindset, and they are not in touch with the reality of the new world order that we live in, of porous boundaries, of technology. Of technology that's redefining relationships, that's telling us that the flesh is the flesh, but the spirit is stronger than the flesh. So when you look at at what led up to the Nigerian Civil War, and you look at those issues, we were really living within fixed boundaries. Nigeria is no longer where it was then. It's a lot more porous, a lot more complicated than it is. That is why, if you go to Nigeria today, individually, if there are 200 million people, there are 200 local governments, 200 million local governments. Yeah, because technology and other advances allow our people to basically live their own lives the way they would like them. What is missing, of course, is a responsible government that takes care of things like roads, electricity, and so on and so forth, and good health care. People are just paying their way through life. I don't really see and I'm talking from professional experience, us going back to a situation where there's Biafra or there's Oduduwa land and so on and so forth. I think that we need to now hand over the reins of power to younger people who now live a certain lifestyle different from the lifestyle that we lived growing up. I was a kid in Biafra, and I can understand the whole physical structure, but not anymore. So, but when you have people like Tinubu in power, when you have people like Onanuga in power, and you have thinkers like Soyinka. I mean, Soyinka is almost literally 90. He has tried. I think we need new thinkers. We need new people who are familiar with the paradigm. We have writers in power who don't know anything beyond email, who don't understand what Twitter is, who don't understand what TikTok is, and so on and so forth. So there is a huge disconnect between amongst generations. You see, the younger folks do not say the kinds of things that we hear this other person saying about Biafra. They're really thinking about self-actualization within a particular space. And I think our job as elders is to not only support them, but to really hand over the keys to the trucks for them to do as they please, for good or for bad. Tinubu, Tinubu, Soyinka, Beko, Kuti, Professor Adeyeye, Professor Aluko. These were brilliant people that Dr. Orji knows about. They were characters on Nigernet in those days. I don't know if you remember Ganiyu Jayola.
He's still there.
He's still there.
Yeah.
And so, but they were very, I found out that they were really not interested in one Nigeria. They were really interested in Oduduwa land, but they were not being honest about it, you see. And that realization came to me really late. There is nothing wrong with ethnic affiliations. What is wrong is to be pursuing your own ethnic agenda and and gaslighting other people into staying in an arrangement that is clearly inappropriate for the times that we live in. And that's why I've been hard on the Yoruba intellectuals. I've said to them that they're basically dishonest. They know that this arrangement is not working, but they are in it for personal purposes and for ethnic purposes. And I've been very consistent about that, by the way, on social media. I've called them out. I've called out Nigerian writers. I've called out African writers, and I've told them, there is no purpose to your writing. There is no purpose to your writing. And the result, of course, Dr. Damages is, as you know, I was thrown out of the great community of writers that I used to be in. I missed all the cheese and the red wine and the stuff that white folks used to give to us. I would like to apologize to them so that they can let me back in so I can start eating. I can start eating cheese for free and drinking wine for free. But you go to social media and you see what young Nigerians are doing individually. You just know that there is hope for our people. Then you look at Bayo Onanuga, you look at all of these folks, and you go, these are dinosaurs. They should leave. They should just leave. I mean, I'll give you an example. Mr. Tinubu, I don't know if it's Mrs. Tinubu. Mr. Tinubu does not know. Mr. or Mrs. Tinubu never, ever anticipated that he will be held accountable to the extent that he's been held accountable by young people like David Hundeyin. I mean, the kinds of mistakes he's making just show the kinds of arrogance his generation had. Like, just put anything you like there. We're going to go to Aso Rock anyways. Accountability is a new term for our people. And these young people are pushing it. And we must support them to help to hold all of us accountable.
Thank you, Kide. Someone said that if Tinubu knew when he survived in 1999 that he would have registered at Lagos State University and get a degree before running for president, he would have gotten a PhD by now.
But do you know what is interesting? He didn't really need to tell all these lies, though. I mean, he's still qualified, technically to be, whatever he wants to be. But he had to lie. Everything about him is a lie. Everything about him is a lie. But he's not the only one. Everything about our leaders is a lie because they don't respect the system. I mean, it's garbage in, garbage out, like they taught us in computer science in the 90s. They don't respect systems because it's a patriarchy that supports old men, and that's what's changing. I think the culture is changing where people are going to be more careful next time. For that, we just need to give people like David Hundeyin props. For holding our feet to the fire to say, look, we are human beings and we are going to hold you accountable.
Now, Dr. Orji, we had this last week, what's his name, Sheikh Gumi, make a statement saying basically that Christians are not going to be trusted to run the security of the country. He also mentioned the issue of what happened during the coup of 1966. So I'll come back to you and I say, the issues and the world of 1966, are we close to that? Are we going back to a similar situation environment where there is this widespread distrust and where anything could trigger an event that might not be controllable?
Well, Unfortunately, yes, in a sense. I don't really necessarily want to sound as an optimist. Yeah, Nigeria has lots of problems ahead, but Nigeria can actually be one country. Though you can tell me I'm trying to be platonic, the essential thing is, do we really respect, each other or one another, or are we still looking at a war that was fought over 50, 60 years ago? Can we all come to the table as equals? But maybe I'm kind of sounding, I'm really being naive. So when somebody says Christians cannot be trusted, what can I really don't know what to tell him. I frankly believe that Nigeria can be won. Okay, Nigeria can be won if such people can be marginalized, but it is easier said than done. Hey, look, I have Yoruba friends who, Pa Ikhide probably knows some of them, but it's unfair to mention anybody's name when the person is not here to defend him or herself, who still, one of them asked me, you think Peter Obi will be president? Seriously? Like, am I out of my mind? So they still look at us Igbo as second-class citizens. You guys can be here, but really don't think about, being in the forefront. And that's why people like Dr. or Mr. Ekpa, this question you started with, that's why they still have relevance. Mr. Ekpa is not going anywhere, in my opinion. He has an extremist view. But again, when people treat you and make statements like, oh, these are Christians, they cannot be trusted, you really don't know what to say. Unfortunately, it is likely that we may go back to 1966. It is possible, rather, but not likely. Why is it not likely? Well, all the security apparatus, everything is in the north. So anybody who really tries to fight will be destroyed. And I don't really support the fighting, but I kind of believe in persistence. We will have to persist, hopefully. And each time I think about it and say it, I ask myself, what are you talking about? You just believe that something will happen from heaven and all these things. So I really don't know how I look at people like this, Mr. Gumi or whatever he calls himself. It's unfortunate. Such people should be marginalized, okay? And even in the East, if we have such people who hold such extremist views, they should be marginalized. Look, Nigeria can work. I believe that, but do I see it in my lifetime? I don't know. That's the way I will answer it.
All right, thank you. Ikhide, what about you? What do you think?
Well, I hate to break it out to you guys. Sheikh Gumi has not said anything that certain Nigerian intellectuals have not said. It's a failure of leadership. You were around 2014, 2015. There were certain things that some Nigerian intellectuals, and I named names, said that I just found shocking, just totally shocking in the year 2014, 2015. So we cannot now say, Sheikh Gumi said this thing, and this is a horrible thing. There's enough blame to go around, in my view. It's just not right that these people who really should be sidelined have such a strong hold over the fate of that country. The treatment of Mr. Obi is an example of how disconnected these old people, these old folks, are from the reality. I think that the young people who rallied around Peter Obi know that he's Igbo. They know. You don't need to remind them. That was secondary to their decision to rally behind him. We are being disrespectful to the aspirations of millions of young people who said we are better than this. We can do better than this. This man is not perfect, but he is miles better than any of the options that are out there. And they, they've done things that have shown me that it is not in us to project ourselves as we are inferior to other countries. If we push this envelope hard enough, Nigeria will change in our lifetime. But I'm just afraid that the physical power and the money is centered in the hands of a few people, and until there is some kind of trauma, I don't see much progress being made peacefully, to be quite honest. And I don't know what the nature of that trauma will be. But the way Nigeria is going, to be quite honest, things will not end well.
All right, Dr. Orji, let me come back to the book. On 34th Chuanie Street, like I said before, people were living their lives, and something is happening in Lagos. There were military officers who planned a coup, and they decided who to kill and who not to kill. And one thing led to another, as we say, and we know today, and it led to a civil war. Now, the interpretation given to that coup has been something that is a source of problem in Nigeria. So, what do you think about what happened that period, where an action of a group of people, some soldiers, became an action of an ethnic group or a region? How did that come about?
So remember that, look at me, how old I was then and whatever. So I'm actually, again, looking at this backwards. When I say this, it becomes sort of the challenges I have with my Igbo friends. When I tell them, hey, the war was bad, they killed us, but we, the Igbo, we're actually no sense. There's enough blame to go around. I encourage everybody to pick my book and read it. Those who know me will tell you, I try to, one characteristic is I'm always trying to, if I'm exchanging views, arguing with you, Rudolph, I'm always telling myself, suppose I was Rudolph, put yourself in Rudolph's position so you can see where it's coming from. So then let's go to the coup. You wake up one morning, Sardauna was killed, Ahmadu Bello was killed. Let me leave those two, Festus Sokotiebo and others, but let me look. These two were the gods in the north, Sardauna in particular. And now you come to the east, you tell me, oh, by the way, Opara was Zeke and Ibiam. None of them was killed. Put yourself in the position of the Hausa. You wouldn't be happy. So whether it was designed that way or the people who executed the coup messed up and they turned out that way, it is what it is. They killed the northern leaders, the easterners, the Igbo, they were not killed. They had a right to be annoyed. But my question, and it was, I think it must have been Mami Ifi, a character in the book, who asked it, how many Igbo do you then need to kill to avenge these two? Haven't you killed enough? So where I'm coming from is that, look, I suspect, now I'm trying to tell you what I believe, in hindsight, Major Nzogu had excellent intentions to rid Nigeria of the corruption and everything, but then he couldn't be in Kaduna, be in Enugu, be in Benin, be in Lagos. So he sent those he sent, and what happened. So from the point of view of the Hausa, I think they had a right to be offended. They had a right to revenge.
Orji, what people who are listening to you will be asking is, and I have the same question. If they were offended by what some military officers did, is that the reason to kill people who had nothing to do with that decision? Is that just like we are seeing in the Middle East now, where you find Israel killing people in Gaza who had nothing to do with what Hamas did?
That's actually why I said, I asked the question, how many of us will they kill to be satisfied? But then, Rudolph, if you are asking me that, hey, they've killed Saduana and Abubakar, so they must go and find Zeke and Ibiam because there are people comparative, at the same level to kill them. Well, that becomes a little bit theoretical. It's not really practical. So again, don't get me wrong. I am not trying to defend the genocide on the people, on the Igbo people, not in the least sense of it. I lived through it. I saw it. All I'm just trying to say is I'm trying to put myself in their position. There is enough blame to go around, okay? But I think they have gone beyond extracting revenge. So I don't know whether I am answering the question, in a way, but this is really what I have always felt, that the way the coup came out was wrong. Okay, the optics. I don't think I wasn't there when they were planning it, but what did we have? Northerners killed, no Igbo man killed. That doesn't look good. But does that defend what has befallen the Igbos since then? Of course not.
All right, Ikhide, what do you think?
Yes. Well, clearly, if you're a historian, of Nigeria's anxieties, it is easy to make 2 points. One, it was, from my perspective, it was at best a southern coup, not just an Igbo coup. Secondly, even if it was, the trauma inflicted on Igbo land is umpteen million times over and beyond the crime that was committed. You have to remember that there was a counter coup, right? That basically tried to avenge what the northern soldiers felt happened earlier in the year in 1966. So all of this, to be honest, is now quite academic. If you go on the streets of Nigeria today, you will see how disconnected we are from the reality of people's daily lives. There are some people, sadly, who don't even. I met a 35-year-old several years ago who had not heard of the Nigerian Civil War. There are, if you were to take your microphone to the streets and ask people about the Nigerian Civil War, you'll be shocked and saddened by how ahistorical we have become. Which is to say, again, that we have to somehow connect our thinking and our actions to where people are. I came back really almost embarrassed at how my activism on social media was just disconnected from what was on the streets. People don't want to hear it. They just want to say, they just want to do certain things, and it's just not politics. They see Tinubu as at best a comic actor in Aso Rock. They really don't take the government of the day seriously. That's a very expensive way to enjoy comedy. And so we are not going back to the 60s. That was at a time and a place that's totally different from the world that we live in now. And the young people keep telling us this. We're just not listening to them. We're just not listening to them. We are just stuck in this binary of Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba versus the rest of us. It's just not the way it works now. I tell people that everyday tribes are formed, and they're not really necessarily along bloodlines. Just look at the three of us. We probably have. I have met Dr. Orji once. I don't remember if I've ever met you.
No, I don't.
Yeah, but we are probably closer than blood relatives. You understand? Yeah. It's just the way, the mysterious way life works, and so we have to now begin to change our thinking. I worked for 31 years in a school system that got all of his revenue, all of his expenditures funding from property taxes from the local government. The local government had its own government, had several police forces within within that local government. And as you know, whatever happens at the federal level is almost irrelevant to us. You know, I can say horrible things to Mr. Biden, I won't, but it won't affect my income because he doesn't pay me. I don't, you know, those kinds of things. So we need to begin to think about models that work. If you leave Lagos and you leave Abuja and you begin to go into the hinterland, you just see spaces that it looks like time has forgotten. If you go to Ewo, my hometown, it still looks almost exactly the way it looked when we fled Benin City during the Civil War. Those are the kinds of things we should be thinking about, you know.
Thank you. Before we leave this topic and go back to the book, I just want to say that if you look at what's happening in Eastern Nigeria, like what happened yesterday. So there are some people meeting in Finland and having their conversation about Biafra. And some people in most parts of Eastern Nigeria, they're not aware of what's going on there.
Yeah.
But again, when whatever happened in Finland, when soldiers are killed in the east, and when the military go in there and they bomb. Now they use fighter jets to bomb houses, and sometimes people who are not aware of what's going on wherever they are victims of what's going on. So you see that even though we can extract ourselves from what some other people are doing somewhere, it doesn't mean that we are going to be excused and we are going to be free from the consequences. You understand what I'm saying, Orji?
Yes, I do. You know, and I said it before, and let me say it one more time. I look at this clown called Dr. I don't take him seriously. In fact, one of the things that happened that I started rethinking whether I was a little bit too harsh on him, I never thought the last election that people were going to vote in the East, I thought he was going to create problems. I've always seen him as somebody being paid off to create problem in Igbo land. Okay, I could be wrong. I don't know. Because I said, look, I mean, I don't understand, you know, this and I'm just trying to stay focused on the book also, but I am somebody who I'm a strong believer in Nigeria. When COVID hit and I retired, I sold my house. I moved all my things. I have houses in Owerri. I moved all my things to where I was returning to Nigeria. I didn't stay 2-3 days and they declared 10 days sitting. My wife and I rushed out, said, look, we're not going to have this thing. You know, so I don't understand what the guy is doing. I don't know what he has in mind. It is a failure of leadership in Igbo land that guy has the freedom. I'm not calling for anybody to kill anybody, so I want to be very clear about that. But somehow he should have been told in a language that he will understand that he is destroying lives. And again, Dr. Damages, I'm trying to, you know, my wife always wants me, you talk too much, I've been a teacher, so I become so conscious that sometimes I don't completely make my point. In one of our last visits, I'm a yearly visitor to Nigeria, at least for the past 10, 11 years. I go every Christmas. So Dr. Ikhide, they are celebrating him. They should be celebrating me. I'm a more frequent visitor. So, but on a more serious note, my wife bought this bundle of chewing stick from an old woman. So this woman said, how much? And my wife said, how much? The woman said 500 naira. My wife said, no, it's too much. I'll pay you 200 naira. The woman hadn't seen 200 naira. He said, okay, madam, give me 300. My wife gave her 500 naira and told her to keep the change. The prayer that lady prayed for my wife is, you know, what is the point here? When this guy locks people in the house for a week, that mistake could actually be the woman's income for the week. But so that's really the point I'm trying to make, that I don't take Dr. Epa seriously. He's a saboteur, to use the word, you know, the cliche in during the war.
All right, thank you. Ikhide, also you just came back from Nigeria. What's your general feeling about how things are?
So I was there for 3 weeks. And I traveled, I got into Lagos, then I traveled to Abuja. Then from Abuja, I traveled to Edo State. Then from Edo State, traveled back to Lagos, this time by road. And then I flew into Bayelsa and then came back out into Lagos after about a night or two. Now, Nigeria is an enigma. There is, in all of my 3 weeks, I did the extremes, of people extremely wealthy, and then you go to places where people are extremely in need. So my sense is that there's a lot of money in Nigeria, but it is concentrated in a few hands. I love the food. The food literally is just coming fresh out of the farms. There is nothing in Nigeria that you won't find. It's just money that's just not available. People, as we were going into Edo State, people were on social media complaining about bread, the cost of bread. Bread was like 1,000 naira, 1,200 naira. In the 3 nights I was in Ewu, my hometown, we didn't eat bread once. we just sat out on the porch, and people would just be bringing food, and we would be paying, and it was very cheap. The dollar is very powerful, and it's powerful every day. So when I got in there, it was selling for a little under $1,000. It was selling for like $9.50. In 3 weeks, it was now selling for over $1,000. So if you have, I have joked that I could have married 3 other women on top of it's a terrible joke. I hope my wife is not listening. I could have built a home in my village with $2,000 and so on and so forth. I think that I was inspired enough that I would encourage people to visit our home. For some reason, I didn't feel as unsafe as I used to when I was. There was not a whole lot of talk about kidnapping and things. It's a very apolitical space, meaning that people don't really want to talk about how to change politics. They just want to survive, and it's amazing how much abuse they can take. Now, if you fill somebody's tank, that's a very valuable gift to them, because you could really fill a tank with like 30,000 naira, 40,000 naira, and there was a lot of demand for those kinds of things. But I was taken by how apolitical most Nigerians are compared to all of the intensity of the conversations we have on social media. People just don't want to have in Lagos and in Abuja, things are built around what are called estates. You're just driving around broken roads, and you are going from one estate to the other. Within the estate, it's like a local government, and they're trying to build cobbled roads. They're trying to do things, beautiful homes, and you come out, everything is broken. So we've got to come up with a system, I think, that acknowledges the rugged individualism of Nigerians, but then also acknowledges the fact that there's got to be municipal governance, good roads and things. I enjoyed the air travel. It just seemed like very clean airlines, local hubs. You go up in the air, within 30 minutes you're down, and so. But the roads, man, I would not, I would not encourage anybody to use the roads. I think that I want to be like Dr. Orji. Every year I want to be going home. Every year, and then when I finally retire, maybe get a nice little place in the suburb somewhere, stay there for 6 months, and when it is warm in America, come visit the kids. But I had a great time. And that's the other thing. Before leaving, I checked the American the State Department's website about travel advisories. You are required to register and all that. If you read the U.S. travel advisory about Nigeria, you will not leave this country. it's just like, oh my God, what are you doing? Don't go. If you absolutely have to go, these are things you have to do. Blah 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 blah. But the food is beyond organic. It just the food is delicious. Don't drink the cognac; it's all fake. The beer is good.
All right, Dr. Toji, let me. You had so many interesting characters in the book, and one of them is Professor Eric Mwampa, who was a Biafran Research and Production Directorate staff. And I was fascinated at his view about Nigeria at the end of the war, as he was thinking about what to do next. And he said things like, I don't know if they will want us back. He was talking to a friend. I'm worried that they still think that all of us as a threat. But any smart government won't disband the directorate, but will allow us to continue researching as Nigerians. Did you base that character on anybody?
Yes and no. Yes, in the sense that yes, that there was somebody I know who had those thoughts. But then, in fiction, you kind of, I couldn't have written that as a memoir of any particular person. But yes, it was actually based on people. But think about it, Rudolph. After the war, they disbanded, the Biafran Research Organization. Any good government couldn't have done that or shouldn't have done that. So in the book, again, it is fiction where you use characters and then you expand on a little bit things here and there. What any good government could have done is keep those guys and watch over them, so to say. That's actually what you have in America today. We are all here. I haven't discovered anything, but almost all the scientists, all the top people here are immigrants. So what America does is America welcomes everybody, but America has spies all over you watching your steps. So that's actually what Dr. Mwakpa in the book, the character Dr. Mwakpa was trying to say, because they disbanded them, they threw them out. Okay, these Igbo people will go away. And then everything they had in their head. Look, think about what Biafra achieved during the war. I mean, if they had maintained those, if they had kept those guys, we could have gone to the, Nigeria could have gone to the space. But then it is just the way the black man looks at himself. So yes, to strictly answer your question, was it based on somebody? Yes, but then with a little bit of enhancements here and there. That's why it is fiction.
All right. Why I said that is that I know someone who worked in that department. He died in North Carolina a few years ago. And but there's also one common thing I saw across the book. This kind of feeling. One of the characters, I think it was Ama Aziago, was talking to. He was saying that we will never recover from the consequences of the coup, and also in another place where I think the same professor was talking about, with the death of Biafra, there is no more hope for the black man in our lifetime. So is it really the final thing, that conclusion that there is no hope, or that it will take a long time to fix things?
Yeah, I would like to believe that it is not the last, that it is not the last hope, but based on what we see at this point in time, unfortunately, that's what it is. There is really, look at Biafra. If there had been a Biafra, Africa could have been proud. Okay, so people don't, if I keep asking you, oh, Rudolph, you have to respect me, you have to respect, I'm really wasting time. Respect is like money. You have to earn it. So I have to go and earn that respect. So Biafra could have helped Black Africa earn the respect of the world. Today, I'm not sure that we have that respect. Look at what is happening in Asarok and all over the place. So unfortunately, it is where we are, but is it where we are going to end? I hope not.
All right. Ikhide, I know you schooled here, and I'm sure, Dr. Orji, you went to University of Illinois. So let me ask you guys about this issue of certificates and diploma of America, which is at the heart of what we are going to hear at the Supreme Court tomorrow. Is the American diploma useless? Is it, what is it? Is it, do you use it for anything?
I mean, I just find the whole thing amusing. My sense is that these guys are formerly close allies and friends who know each other's secrets, and there's a lot more behind the scenes that will come out that we don't know about Mr. or Mrs. Tinubu's academic prowess or lack thereof. I think that Mr. Atiku knows something that will probably come out eventually. But you and I know that the certificate, the university diploma is really ceremonial. It's I don't even know where mine is, to be quite honest. If somebody wants to prove that I went to school, they would ask for transcripts. That's so I don't know. I just really don't understand what the issue is. I think given the anyhowness in Nigeria, I can just see Tinubu saying, "Yeah, just go online and download something and give it to them. Let me rest." I don't know if I went to graduate school. I went to university in Nigeria, by the way. Then went to graduate school, the University of Mississippi, and I think I was given a diploma. I couldn't find it if you asked me to, but it's the transcripts. It is transcripts that are important, and so they are trying to prove something, and I think time will tell us what they are trying to prove. But even before all of this, clearly it reflects very poorly on us that somebody like Mr. Tinubu is president of Nigeria. It's really awful.
Thank you. Orji, you were in Chicago area. I don't know if it's the same period when Tinubu was there. What was it like that time?
No, I came in after Tinubu, had left. I entered the United States on 30th December 1979. He just left. But when it comes to Chicago State University, I know it, in my fingers. Just across the street, across the Ryan Expressway, is a community college called Olive Harvey College. So when I was a grad student, I was also teaching at Olive Harvey College. So I will pass, so we had lots of students from Chicago State. It's a black school. So I want to be very, very careful that I'm not denigrating the school. So, I mean, yeah. So I know the school very well. So let me leave it like that. But one of your guests, I think the last 2 weeks or so, did make a point that Atiku may not actually be after Tinubu's diploma. One of the things that came out, at least from my perspective, is that we're not even sure the high school he went to. So he may have forged the documents that gained him admission to Chicago State. So putting aside the gender, male or female, today I have a PhD from University of Illinois, Chicago. If it can be proven that the documents I used to enter the university, that I lied, the university can easily withdraw the diploma. So my suspicion, I didn't talk to Atiku or his people, my suspicion is that it is not essentially the diploma. Nobody knows what diploma is. It is transcript. But it is other things surrounding the man. He graduated in 1970 from a school that opened in 1974. And I mean, look, even when they were talking about the BBC, here is a country, BBC, where the prime minister resigned because he held a party in the basement during COVID. That was enough to resign. But here in Nigeria, a president is forging all these things, and the BBC is allowing a bunch of guys to use their name to, I mean, it is what it is, but it's unfortunate. So yeah, I know Chicago State University. Let's leave it at that, and yeah, it is just what it is. Tinubu is just an interesting character. And I challenge my Yoruba friends. Wole Soyinka is not my friend anyway. I don't know him, so don't get me wrong. But my friends that I know personally, and Pa Ikhide know some of them, I challenge them directly. Look at a person like Wole Soyinka, who had the audacity to come out and say, hey, Obi lost the election, and he knows, and he's just deceiving his supporters. Does he have the audacity to come out and say, hey, Tinubu, you know you are lying. You're dragging this country to naught. That's why ethnicity has just, it's killed us.
All right. First is Last is the name of the novel by Dr. Orji. Orji, where can people get it other than Amazon, which is what I'm showing? Is there any other place they can get it? Like people in Nigeria, can they get the book?
Well, Amazon is actually worldwide. I know a couple of friends have bought it in Great Britain. I have not heard of anybody who bought it successfully in Nigeria. But let's look at it. I don't know how it is going to go in Nigeria. Look, this book sells for about $25 or whatever. So, I mean, convert it to Naira in a country where people are unemployed. I mean, last week or last 2 weeks in your show, somebody told an author, hey, I would like to buy this book, but make sure you don't sell it more than 500 Naira in Nigeria. It kind of struck me. So the book is strictly on Amazon. If you wanted it from me, I'm not, just in case you wanted me to autograph it and you want to buy from me, yes, I can give you from my, I can do it from my autograph. I can autograph from some of my auto copies that I bought from Amazon. Everything here, Amazon controls. Even this copy that I have, if you look, there is a band here which says not for resale. This was the copy I bought to proofread the book. Amazon controls everything. So strictly, the book is on Amazon.
All right. Thank you. Ikhide, one last word before we let our audience in. So this is something you brought up last time you were on this show. This is a book that I feel that for those who are talking about history, being able to know what happened in Nigeria, especially the young ones, they should be able to read this book. But of course, at $25, we know they can't afford it in Nigeria. How do we get the books like this to get to Nigerian readers?
Well, you are trying to make me sound like a broken record. I on record as being on Facebook and berating people who sell books because my generation grew up on books, on reading. It turns out, and in those days, your parents could subscribe to magazines like Reader's Digest, True Romance, True Detective, Drum, Boom, Fearless Fang. I don't know if you all. Dr. Damages is not old enough to remember the elephant and Fearless Fang on the elephant running around, and so we really loved reading. You could be if your parents told you they were not going to allow you to read a book, it was punishment, and because they could afford those things. But now, if I give my nephew 25,000 Naira to buy a book, they're not going to buy that book. They will lie to me that they bought the book, but they will find a way to not buy the book because it's been priced out of, there are people who don't even make 25,000 Naira a month in Nigeria now. So, but we need to figure out how to make people read. And I've said that the internet and social media and the proliferation of phones in Nigeria provide an opportunity for people to read. It is not true that Africans don't read. We actually are reading nonstop these days, but we're not reading books, we're just reading our phones. And so it's a failure of leadership. How do we move good content, into the hands of folks, and how do we engage people? And I think in my lifetime there will be people like Dr. Orji. You subscribe to their it's already happening. You subscribe to their thing on social media, and then you read their content. That's where we are headed. Just think about the music industry today. Fela is richer than he ever was when he was alive because of streaming and all of those things. If they insisted on the cassette, we wouldn't be where we are today. But our writers keep thinking about books all the time. Ain't gonna happen. We have moved beyond that, and in the absence of leadership, people are on Linda Ikeji's blog having a great time. They're on WhatsApp, passing out broadcast messages that are clearly inappropriate. Whereas we can push good reading into a medium like ours that's affordable. But the other day, Professor Chuanie wrote a book, and it was like 35,000 naira. Ain't going to happen. It's just going to be amongst a few elite people. So we need to think about these things.
All right, thank you. So let's get to our viewers who are joining us. We will call you, just ask a question so that we can get other people in and get into us. Afam, you're first. We are here with Dr. Cyril Orji Pa Ikhide.
Yes, thank you, Rudolph. I was wondering, Dr. Orji, do you have plans for a second version? Probably elaborate more on the dynamics of Nigeria, and probably Biafra could be, a little bit in the past. Do you have perspectives on the greater Nigeria?
Yeah, thank you, Afam. Yeah, you never say no. Let's get this one out. Yes, I have some materials that I keep updating. So I won't be surprised if I start, kind of working on that. And I'm not exactly sure, but let others come in before I want to, maybe while answering them, I would kind of like to expand or expatiate on the reasons that I actually wrote the book in the first place. But what about the second one? Well, let's stay tuned. I have nothing to announce at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Afam. Cyril, let me just ask you, what do you consider success for this book? Because sometimes we don't, what do you consider success? Is it that it's been published, or is it that if you sell 1 million copies, or if people read it and review it? What do you consider success before we go?
It is actually the latter, okay? It is actually the latter before the former. It's not that I hate money. It's not that I'm just, my wife and I, we go, month to month. So we are still managing. So let me put it this way. If somebody gave me $1 million to burn this book, it will never be seen on earth again, or leave my book, let 500 people to 1 million people read it. I will take the former, because look, right now my kids are grown, okay? Not that I need money. Well, I don't know if need is the correct word. Maybe 20, 30 years ago, the temptation would have been different. But with all the kids grown also, it is more like letting people, when I see your audience, younger ones, we really haven't gotten into telling some of the stories in the book. I will appreciate more people really reading the book. If I'm able to make it home this Christmas, I hope I do, yes, I intend to go home with some. I'm not expecting to sell it. Nobody's going to come and give me 25,000 naira, so I don't know if I answered the question.
Yeah, that's good. And then let's go to Mazi over here so that come back.
Thank you very much. Good morning from here to Cyril and Pa Ikhide. My question is around leadership or generation, because just this week alone, I overheard different people saying, "Oh, leadership is a problem." The president himself said it. Said leadership is a problem. Senate president said it. Leadership is a problem. Pa Ikhide said everybody is saying leadership is a problem. I would say is generation. I would say, with due respect to my headers here, I'm not pointing at you directly, but I will use you as a point of contact, as our religious leader will always say. Your generation failed us. People who are in their 60s above failed Nigeria. If I should use Donald Trump's phrase, "Make America great again," if there's any time in Nigerian history we say that, oh, Nigeria was great, was during the time that you guys are growing up. You had the best of education, the free, best of everything. But today, as we speak, you guys will look to us, the young people, and say, "Oh, leadership is the problem." And I'm confused. Who is the leaders? The whole generation of leaders have failed us because nothing is working in Nigeria. It's not just the government that are not working. The banks are nothing to run them about. The journalism, everything is not working. And your generation had the best of it. Why? Why are you guys pointing to the leader instead of saying, me, my generation, we failed? That's my question. Why pointing at the leader instead of the whole generation, group of generation, 60 years above?
Ikhide, let me go, then you take it because I know you probably have a better perspective. So, Mr. Obi, everything you said is perfectly, you are right on the money. If it is the president of our group, yeah, or say Opu with the Igbo, you know, what you said is right on the money. But let me give you another perspective to it, or why it happened. I always blame everything on the war. Okay? When the war ended, okay, the people just look at the character that Rudolph mentioned in my book, Dr. Wampa. Professors, PhDs, well-educated people, they were forced out of the system. Everybody ran abroad. I was sent here by the P&T. I was working when I graduated, in 1972 or 71 rather. I had a grade 1. I worked for P&T. They sent me here to study. But every day things kept getting worse and worse and worse. In fact, it is your people that will keep telling you, don't come back. And if you decided and you insisted and you went back, you will be frustrated. So, again, let me leave it at that so that I'm always time conscious. It is this question of the war flushing out what I will call the elite, if you will, include me in that elite class, people who could actually think. And that created space for people who may not, I'm not talking down to anybody, please, but I know when I went home, specifically in 2014, that was when they finished building my house. I went to open the house and I was talking. One guy called me, Mazibiko, come. I'm from Arochukwu, by the way. The governors, Abia governors will go through Akwa to enter Arochukwu. My house is 10 minutes to Akwa to Akwa boundary. But they told me, hey, close your mouth. They will kill you. If they hear this thing you are talking about now, and yes, they did kill. I'm not calling anybody a killer, but the point was that the war forced people out. There was a vacuum, and people who took up the space have left us where we are. Thank you.
All right, Ikhide.
Yeah, there's nothing to quibble about. I am on record as saying over and over and over again that my generation and above has failed Nigeria, period. And I think we have to be careful about how we define leadership. Leadership is not really political from my perspective. It's more than that. I think that when you are a writer, and 1,000 Nigerians are slaughtered because one of them dared to touch a general's car, and then somebody else buries them in unmarked graves, you have a moral responsibility to do what a normal human being of moral courage would do, which is, go to the rooftops and yell about this. But what do? You go to the person that buried them, and you take money from them so that you can write more poetry on the graves of children, women, and the poor. You take General Buratai and make him the sponsor or whatever it is of Anna Abuja. So those are the kinds of things I call a failure of leadership. We all have to accept some responsibility. And by the way, some of the worst leaders today in Nigeria are young people. They are the ones writing talking points for old people like myself to justify the incompetence and the thuggery and the stealing and so on and so forth. They're the ones chasing after me and people like David Hundain, looking for dirt so that they can stop us from talking about these things. So we all have, there's enough blame to go around. I have told people that African literature is currently trash because there is no moral core to the bulk of the writers. And I've gotten flack for it. I don't care. I'm just telling you the truth. But, you know, there is hope, actually. It's not as bad as I make it sound sometimes. I was just home. The banks work. The banks work. And the banks are struggling because now I don't even know why I have a bank account in Nigeria, because I can simply send it the $100 that I have straight up, and you go pick it up somewhere from an aboki. Technology is just redefining the paradigms that we know of all the time. And if I can do one thing, if I can just take the power from these ancient people, not just biologically ancient, just ancient in every way. And when I say power, I'm talking of political power, I'm talking about intellectual power, and just retire folks and just take the power and give to young people. I will do it in a heartbeat, because I just think that time is running and that we need young people to run their affairs. And it's not, by the way, it's not just in Africa, it's a global issue. Up until, I'm embarrassed to say this, up until COVID, I had no idea what Zoom meant. I had no idea what Teams was. Turns out my children had been using Zoom and Teams and things and humoring us, making us to go to work 9 to 5. I worked for a $7 billion operating budget, local government. We moved all of our stuff online overnight in the United States. And what occurs to me is that young people are living lives away from us because they know we have the power, but we have no clue what to do with the power. So they just ignore us. It's a very toxic way of living, but that's what it is. We just have to find an alignment where we respect each other and where we say, look, you know, we are in our 60s, our 70s. We no longer understand these things, you know. But people, even young people, when I tell young writers, why are you writing books? Nobody's reading this stuff. They think I'm saying they shouldn't be writing. No, I'm not saying that. People are not used to thinking out of the box. They just are not used to thinking out of the box. I just said, Fela is wealthier today than he was when he was alive because of technology. Nobody is putting music in cassettes or even CDs anymore. You know, they're streaming it. But we are still insisting on writing our best ideas and trapping them in books. Finally, talking about failure of leadership, all of our scholars, all of our writers, all of our thinkers, where are they? They're in the West or looking towards the West. They are behind paywalls. They are writing expensive books that nobody can afford. So we are losing our best minds to something insidious, but we're not looking at those. So it's when I talk about a failure of leadership, I'm not really talking about political leadership. And in fact, when Chuanie Achebe, I suspect when Chuanie Achebe was talking about failure of leadership, he was probably thinking about intellectual leadership also.
All right, thank you, Ovie. Let's go to Pansat. Pansat, you're next.
Yeah, Rudolph, thank you very much, and welcome, Dr. Cyril Orji Pa Ikhide, and hello to fellow panelists and those listening to us on the chat session and other ways. Now, some of my comments are going to be primarily directed to Cyril Orji. You put a lot of big topics on the table. For example, the Civil War. I believe you even said everything leads to that war. So to you, that war is very important, and it is important, right? But it's nothing to be toying around with. You wrote a book. The subject of what we're here to talk about, first is last. And it's not like a historical book, some kind of metaphor, a fable, a combination of all that, a tale, a myth, right? But we don't know where the lines crossover. The war is important. The history of that war is important. Now, biblically, first is last, the way we understand it in Matthew 20, chapter 20, verse 16. The last will be first, and the first will be last. You turn that around. Now, your most caustic, your most absolute discussion is on Simon Ekpa. You condemn him with the most ridiculous of adjectives. If I had time with you to go one-on-one, I'll be asking you, how old is Simon Ekpa? First, let me just find out from you on that. Can you answer that directly? How old is Simon Ekpa? Rudolph, please, it's my time. Let me use it a little bit. I want to get a little bit. Let me get some.
Pansat, we've said this. We are not here to query. You are not cross-examining the guest.
Okay, well, what I wanted to know is I want to know how much you know Simon Ekpa.
No, yeah, you can say that. If that is your question, say how much do you know about Simon Ekpa?
Okay, I wasn't waiting here an hour to ask that kind of question. I have a question from at the end.
Okay, question. Yeah, just assume that he knows.
All right, so, sir, you are an Igbo man. I respect you. You wear the face of our people, right? And that war affected many people in many ways. Some of it put fear in some people. And I believe that you're suffering from some of that. That it manifests itself in many ways. Fear is not just fearfulness, right? In some people, it puts agitation, some anxiety, some distress, apprehension, all sorts of things. But I'm here. One thing I want you to take away from here, because when you come as a guest, we learn a lot from you, like we've been doing this morning here where I am. We learn a lot from you, but I want you to take something away from me today when you go. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. When we went to that war, who were the allies against us? There were many allies against us that are not against us today. We fought the entire country. And our cause was just, sir. I want you to know that today. Nigeria is fighting that same. If they had any sense in Nigeria, they would be apologizing to us, praising us for trying to stand for what is right and to stop these people. So when you come as a guest here and you bring the most pedestrian discussions that's all over the internet, try to make it like it's the real thing.
Okay, Pansat, can you get to your question? Because
I'm sorry. I really, this is very serious. Now, if you want me to go last, because I really wanted to talk to him on this. This is very important. Let me ask unanimous consent that I reverse and extend my remarks a little bit. Could you see if anybody is against that? Then I would cut it short. Because there's a couple of more things I want to talk about here. I want to treat this properly, please. Is that okay? Can I use like say 4 minutes, 5 minutes to deal with this?
No. Mr. Pansa, just as the guest, decency requires me to kind of shut up. Everybody finishes, but just in the interest of everybody, I'll be very happy to talk with you offline or later on, or depending on the moderator, whichever way he wants to do it. I'm all game, but I'm also looking at other people so that they can have a shot. I can give you my number or whatever.
Okay, that's fair. The only reason why I want to do it publicly, our people in the proverb, if you come to the market and you see somebody's stole something in the market, and then you privately go and consider he didn't steal it, right? What I'm saying is that your vitriol against Simon Ekpa, I want you to put that aside for right now. That Simon Ekpa is not our problem. The problem we have in Nigeria is not unique to the Igbos. If you go to the thieves, they're going to tell you that they're suffering the same thing we're suffering. You go to Southern Kaduna, they have the same issues. Maybe they're not big enough like we were to fight, to go to war. So let me conclude by saying to you, I believe Mr. Ikhide said that we shouldn't be having vacuous conversations, right? He didn't use that word, but that summarized what he was saying. I don't want you to be having discussions in abstract terms or things that would require vector quantity, magnitude and direction. You reduce it to a scalar. Don't be afraid. The Germans went to war, post-World War, and they lost. But they did not get the respect they deserved. They went back the second time. If you go to Israel, Hamas is fighting Israel. This is probably going to be the 4th or 5th or 6th episode. We have a problem in Nigeria. The thing, let me conclude by saying this to you, and I am going to talk to you. Rudolph has my number. I authorize him to give it to you. Don't be afraid. Don't disrespect our people. We don't have in Nigeria. We all hope to build a new Nigeria. The allies that are arrayed against us have tasted a little bit of why we went to war today. So if there's a war today, most of people in the South, Christians, are going to fight their brothers. We have a Sunni Islamic problem in the country. We were the first victims. That's the only way I could put it to you. And that war is coming, right? Unless miraculously you could change it, but you can't change it. So when you said, and I say this finally, you said you're looking at the arsenal that's already, you say they have all the guns in the north. So if we do anything, we're going to, it's like committing suicide. Well, that's bull. In the Iraq model, people from here in the United States talked to neocons here and they escorted them home. And they went and took their country back and put Saddam Hussein on trial. Nobody in Nigeria is as strong as Saddam Hussein. These northern Muslims and their foolishness, it's about time we stop that nonsense.
All right, Pansat, thank you.
All right, so you shouldn't be afraid of anything. I applaud you for writing the book. I'm not condemning the book. I'm gonna pick it up and read it. But I say going forward, if you don't know Simon Ekpa, take your eyes off of him. I don't know him, but you shouldn't go condemning him. And then when you're asked about Gumi, you say you don't know what to say to somebody like that. You don't know what to say to somebody like that, but Simon Ekpa does. Nobody has all the answers. Now, if I ask you a direct question, do you know everything right now? Okay, let me ask you. Do you know everything? Dr. Orji, do you know everything?
All right, Pansat, thank you so much. Let's move on to somebody else. Orji, you want to answer Pansat?
Yeah, no, Pansat, I really appreciate, the passion with which you approach this. I have been, I've watched, Dr. Damages. I was here also last week or the week before. So I know you are passionate in this, but one thing I can tell you is that you are no more Igbo than I am. I don't know how old you are, but I lived through that war. Okay, so what I was just trying to say is my perspective. I'm not saying that this is the absolute true and nothing but the truth. Simon Ekpa, I said, I respect him, but I disagree with him. So finally, if you pick my book, and I hope you do, one of the last chapters, the two female characters, the Mama Ifi, Mama Chinelo, they actually use this Matthew, to end. One of them said, hey, remember, in Matthew, blah, 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 he said, the first shall be the last, and one of them, they kind of use it. So yeah, there was a sense of first is last. That we, the Igbo, I'm not trying to say that we were the best in Nigeria, but I used, even though that I'm kind of using this to say where to explain one thing, how the title of the book came. I never thought in mind that the Igbo were the best. That I don't believe that. We are good, but we respect others. So, but I try to say, but the war has made us the last. So I thought myself, what would be the most provocative way? I will say it, and given the reaction I've gotten from some of my friends, I think it is achieving the purpose. That's how that first is last came, that the Igbo, we were there, and now we become last. But so, in conclusion, Pansat, I really appreciate your passion. I share them, but we may have some differences of opinion on how we approach it.
Please, let me say this and I'll give somebody else a chance. And by the way, let me just say to you, you're my brother, right? And everything you just said right now is in tandem, right? But we did not. We're not last, right? I want you to understand that. We are not last. We ended up winning, right? How do you measure a society? How do you measure a community? We are first. We're doing very well, right? We may not have the infrastructure, but you don't measure people by infrastructure. All right. So please walk with your head very high. I'm gonna pick up your book. I'm on your side, but because you have the gummies, you have the airpads. Like you said, I believe it was actually you who said, what gives credence to people like Simon Ekpa are people like Gumi. And that's right. You cannot have a Nigeria that you wish to have. You have to have the Nigeria that you have. And we're going to have to deal with it. And to me, the only way I want this thing resolved is by war. The way they've made it is the only way we can do it and get it done properly. And maybe go up and drain the swamp further north. So we can have a country that we can be proud of. Thank you very much. I will exit and let somebody else have it. All right.
Thank you,
Thank
Francis.
you. Yes, sir.
Infotech Africa, you're next. Femi, unmute yourself. All right, your connection is not good, so you have to fix that. You can come back again. Let's go to Dan. Dan, you're next.
Yeah, good evening to good morning to everybody in America. Good evening here in Europe, Sweden. Anyway, I was listening from the beginning actually, and I was enjoying how you were explaining the situation. But for me, I'm not concerned about the book, to be honestly, because the book for me, many people have written a lot of versions of Biafra, a lot of films about Biafra, and I think the Biafra war was fought in a way that I did not like. But eventually they say no winner, no vanquish, or no loser, no vanquish, how they ended it. But up to today, I know that the Igbos, which I'm one of them, we lost that war. You understand? Because after the war, up to today, the Igbos are still fighting, very difficult. Finding it very difficult to stand. Politically, leadership-wise, we are nowhere to be found. And sometimes if you're a real Igbo man like me, it hurts us. Because we won that war, but we were overpowered. But anyway, my own point is the Nigerian problem. So I'm talking more, my question goes more to the Pa Ikhide or something like that. You just came back from Nigeria and you were telling us how Nigeria is going. Please expatiate more on the situation of the Nigeria, the poor people where I belong to. What is our hope in that country? Thank you.
All right, Pa Ikhide, Dan is a poor man. He wants you to explain how.
If Dan is a poor man, I want to be poor.
He's a poor man in Sweden. Look at his teeth.
The man has just confused me. This is how they are poor in whatever he is. Okay. Well, I all my life I've been a student of people, just of society and of things. And you look when you go to Nigeria and stay 3 weeks like I did. I was literally, I was on the streets. I love the streets. I love theater. I love street food. I was just on the streets. I didn't like the island. I loved mainland Lagos. And you could see me, if you were on social media, you could see me just dancing on the streets, eating the local food, just doing. It's a beautiful place, Nigeria, of beautiful people. Really, really some of the best people on earth as individuals. The problem is the collective. And one of the things that occurred to me is that perhaps Nigeria, as it is a peek into, for good or for bad, communities of the future, where technology allows people to be municipalities of one. Does that make sense? You have your own borehole, you have your own electricity, You have your own.
But you are talking from the perspective of the big boys. I'm talking on
No.
A poor man cannot have a borehole now.
They do. In Ewu, you will have you have to get water from somewhere. Is my point. My point is that they have ignored the government of the day, because they have no hope, no expectations that the government of the day is. So I tell people, if there are 200 million Nigerians, there are 200 million local governments. It's a new model, for good or for bad, that we have to figure out how to work within it. You understand? And there's a sad thing happening. If you don't have money, is the infrastructure. Money is the infrastructure. If you don't have money to make it through the day, you are screwed. So we have to come up with a system, I think, that takes all of this into effect. And it's not new necessarily to Africa. In the United States, for instance, where I have lived for over 40 years, they say all politics is local. You know, I live in a local government area, Montgomery County, and everything there is almost like what you would call an enterprise fund, meaning that everything we need to take care of that county comes from within. We pay, we get we charge people property taxes, and in return, we use it to fund schools, the police, roads, and so on and so forth. So if you leave Lagos, if you leave Abuja, and you begin to go to the hinterlands, you begin to see neglect, total neglect. There is no government in Ewu, where I come from. There is zero government. If armed robbers come to you, you are screwed. Nobody's going to come for you. Nothing. So that's a problem, and we just have to find ways to force the conversation. I think personally, there's a coming trauma. I don't see Nigeria ending well. Nigeria is currently. I think I see trauma coming up. It could be war. It could be. It could just be chaos. Let me just put it this way: the day Nigerians figure out they can simply sack a police station and nothing will happen, it's over. So those are the kinds of things that I worry about. Technology. I mean, literally every Nigerian has a cell phone. You may not like the quality of the cell phone, but
so from your view, there's no hope. That's my last. There
will be and I've said this publicly. There is a coming trauma that will reset Nigeria culturally, materially, and so on and so forth. What the nature of that trauma will be, I have no idea. But people are quietly angry. And let me put it in perspective. The politicians of the First Republic, Okotiebo and them, they were shot. They were shot for one thousandth of this. They were shot for. These people are just literally getting away with murder. They're killing in a democracy. They're killing Nigerians. They're doing all sorts of things, and they are still called statesmen all over the world. So we can't continue like this. It's my point. At some point, there will be some major violence wreaked on that country, and things will just have to be reset. It's not going to be peaceful unless a transformational leader comes and says, "Hey, guys, we can do this." And that was the whole idea of the pro-democracy movement, by the way, of which I was part in the 90s. In 1999, beginning with Obasanjo, they just came, just like the ANC in South Africa, they came and they became the oppressors. Today, Obasanjo is a statesman. He's an idiot. Nobody talks about him because compared to all these other folks, he looks like a statesman, but he's an idiot. He started us on this path, post Abacha, downhill. So there are a lot of conversations we need to have, but you can't, people are just not interested. They just want their little 20K, 10K, so they can move on to the next. And I don't blame them. They live there. They know what they have to put up with. But the bar is very low in Nigeria. I just don't understand why.
All right, thank you, Pa Ikhide. And thank you, Dan. Let's go to Igbo basics.
Dr. Cyril Orji, I'm sure you remember this face.
Igbo basics.
Thank you, sir. Pa Ikhide.
Yeah.
It's good to see you here.
Thank you.
I have listened carefully to our conversations here, and the last statement Pa Ikhide made, I will jump right on that. There's a trauma coming in Nigeria. What shape it would be, we don't know. We are here for different reasons, but the same reason.
Yeah.
Somebody says, Dr. Cyril Orji said that we are forced out of Nigeria. I like to think it the other way, that we were dispersed like Oba, which when it shoots out, bah, it goes all over. But what Nigeria did not know was where the Easterners would be. So cut through it when we talk about living through Biafra. And I experienced it. From 1965, 34 Tafawa Balewa Street, Jos, that's where I lived when I went to St. Teresa's Boys School, Jos. From there to Umuahia. From Umuahia to Ibere, and from Ibere to the bush. And through the...
Doctor, please take me out. I'm going to walk. Thank you. I'll be listening. Thanks a lot, brothers.
Okay.
So when it comes to issue of Biafra, I feel it in my bones. And that is why I came up to have this conversation today. Dr. Orji, I very much commend you for the effort. I have not read the book yet, but I will buy it. I will read it. And I will also put it in the shelf where the rest of the books are. Having said the brief thing I just said, I had Pansak talking emotionally, which is great. I'm talking about people like Simon Ekpa, because our topic today is Tales Out of Biafra and the human situation in today's Nigeria, based on your book. The book I'm currently reading is this, and I encourage everybody to go pick up that book and read it. That is This American Life Safe, by none other than our own Rudolph Okonkwo. When you read that book, you will find yourself in that book, if you're a true Nigerian, in one way or the other. And it also prescribes the solutions of where we are going to land. This is after Biafra, Samania, 1999. Dr. Orji, I'm quite sure that you know about that book. This book is Afia Became Home by engineer N.D. Uche, and this is a case of the displaced people of Biafra, how we ended up in the bush. Without all that said, I'm going to try to deal with it from the perspective of the few things that I've listened to here. And if you will oblige me, Dr. Rudolph, first of all, thank you for the great job you're doing. The reason why we do what we do here is a labor of love. Let me be very blunt. Even the book Dr. Orji has written is a labor of love, to leave something behind. Somebody will say Igbo Basics is coming from a different perspective. No, I'm not, but I'm coming from, again, I looked yesterday, I found another book, National Geographic, 1964. The other one was 1965. I hope I'll be able to find a National Geographic of 1967 through 1970s to see what they did and what they presented as far as that is concerned. We have a problem. That problem we have is called Nigeria. And I'm not going to delve into the certificate or no certificate. I want to go at it from Nigeria has lost or is losing big time. Why is Nigeria losing big time? You find a set of people with all their talents, and because they are who they are, you refuse to use what came out of that war. War should have been something that would have been beneficial to everybody. Nigeria should be supplying arms.
Igbo Basic, sorry. I want to just let you know that we have about 10 minutes. We agreed on 2 hours, so we have to go quickly so we can get other people to ask their questions. So
all right.
I guess
so,
I have to leave it.
So with that said, And this changes the equation because of that. Wear this to the airport in Nigeria, you'll be looked at differently. And that is the fact. I just want to commend Dr. Orji for what he has done, but the issue of sit at home, I'm going to dive right into it, and that's the question I'm going to ask Dr. Orji Pa Ikhide and the rest of us here. During the last election, I remember on this particular panel, and I'm repeating it again, I threw a challenge to the man named Simon Ekpa, and I said to him, if you are man enough on this sit at home, meet me anywhere in Igbo land for a wrestling match. That's the way we settle things in honor. I don't think he's going to take that up. I don't know the last time he went to Nigeria. But last week I went to the embassy in New York to get a death certificate for somebody through the National Commission. And I was told you have to get one from Nigeria. It turns out to be for us to do that. We have to wait till Tuesday. Where do you do that? Why? Because there was sit at home. What is happening is that this sit at home thing has gradually done our people in to the extent that somebody who normally would get up and go about their business on a Monday is sitting down, waiting till Tuesday. Do you know how much we're losing out of that? So my question is this. I applaud the things that have been done and how we are looking at things in the Eastern Zone. And I also hear Pa Ikhide saying 1 million boreholes and things like that. What can we do, Dr. Orji? I know you went, you experienced it, you came back, you told the story about how you made efforts. We cannot run away for good. We're going to be there. What can we do to support the efforts of Akuluno? What can we do to support the last? And I always go regional. The reason why I go regional is that when you strengthen your region, then you can bargain in the front. And let me say this, if anybody wants to fight a war, it's not going to be the war, the kind of war that we fought before. It's not going to be the cha-cha-cha-cha war. No, it's a different war. But let me sound a note of warning of what we've discovered. Go and try to get some yam in your village now. You can't get it, joke, and things like that. Where is our yam coming from? From the north. Where is our food coming from? From the middle belt. And what do we have? You can't drink oil. So I'm sounding a note of warning that the villages are being deserted because everybody wants a fast money.
Yeah.
What can we do to engineer the young kids? Everybody's coming out to the town because for me, when I retire, I'm going back into the bush. What can we do,
We're going far.
Dr. Orji,
Yeah.
to see to it that that sanity returns back where everybody is not in the town, that we can be able to cultivate and feed ourselves and then do our industry as we're known? What can we do? Based on your writing.
Yeah, thank you so much, Igbo Basics. We go way back, so I know. So the point is that if I told you I had a silver bullet, I'll be lying. So one of the things here, is that we've talked about lots of things, and the situation in Nigeria today. Actually, my book, in a sense, which Rudolph, I'm glad to say again that Pa Ikhide, has read it back and forth. Another person that has read it back and forth is Miss Evangeline Ugoji. So they too, what I tried, in a way, I may not have answered the question directly, but what I tried to do was to take a look at who I was in this 34 Chuanie. And again, I give a shout out to Camp, we're the best in Enugu. So I tried to discuss my life in Camp. I tried to talk a little bit about the politics of Camp in those days. If you lived in Enugu, the Wawa people and the Onitsha people, that's where actually you get the two of the measure. Actually, as Pa Ikhide correctly pointed out, 34 Chuanie is that character in the book. But we now have Mami Ifi, the Onitsha woman, Mama Chinelo, the Wawa woman. So we, you know, I tried to discuss the interaction in the yard, how they went in, how we survived the war, how we all became farmers. And like Pa Ikhide correctly pointed out, thanks to him, my book was actually the only one he has seen, and I have quite read a lot. I haven't seen the one that discussed this idea of Afia attack. Okay, I participated in it. I was too young to go to war. My elder brothers were all in BOF, Biafra Organization of Freedom Fighters. So this Afia attack was where we were people who were sneaking into Enugu. We were into where they call Arago Bowa, behind enemy lines. Those places that Nigeria conquered but couldn't really control every square inch. So I tried to discuss that. And one of the reasons that I wrote this book is sometimes during the war, the Igbo, we were so wonderful to ourselves. Forget about what is going on now. But I really needed a special shout out to the people of Aragobo. If anybody knows Enugu State, that is the Owaimezi area. I'm originally from, not originally, I'm still from Arochukwu, and the Arochukwu people were all over. You will hear of about Aro and Aro this, Aro that, Aro that. That's where we settled, you know. And when you pick up the book, you can see the dedication. My father has started catching kwashiorkor, that deadly disease, due to starvation. So my father, you know, was one of those men who will tell the children, okay, eat, I'm fine, I'm fine. And we are eating, and the man was starving, and before you know it, kwashiorkor had started. So we were lucky eventually to get behind enemy lines, this Arago War, where they picked us up and nursed us, you know, they took care of us, and from there, we melded in. So I became a farmer, you know, I could really make the mounds. And from there, we could go to this Afia attack at all, you know, Orio and all those kind of places. I really encourage you to read, because the book is not about the shooting war. I didn't go to war. You know, I never handled a rifle, but it was how the people of 34 Chuanie survived. This war came upon us. So how we survived, and then towards the end, it also tried to discuss a little bit about how we tried to get our lives together after the war, you know, looking at how in the north and in the west, people got back their properties, but in the riverine areas, people couldn't get back their properties, and it was the northern leader, Yakubu Gowon, and Awolowo, the western leader, whose people gave our properties back to us, that was encouraging the riverine area not to get the properties of the Igbo. So this is actually so the book, in a sense, is just a story of how these people of 34 Chukwani, how they kind of went through the war, and they also touched on how Awolowo with his 25 pounds and all those kind of things. So just to give an overview of the book, I may not have answered certain questions directly, but you know, maybe if you read the book or so, and with time, depending on other questions, we can.
But also, because you talked about Afia attack, if you give me 1 second.
No, we don't have.
What currency? What currency did you use?
Igbo basic.
In Afia attack.
Igbo basic.
Because let him teach us a little bit, if you don't mind. What currency did you use in Afia attack? Because I was also involved in Afia attack.
Yeah. Moderator, should I go ahead?
Go ahead. You already.
Okay, I will just answer it in 10 seconds.
Yeah.
So I discussed Afia attack. I discussed the 4 markets. Oboete Enugu, where the Nigerians were, Owaimezi, you know, and then it came to where we were at Agogo. People in Owaimezi will go to Nigeria with coins. So that, in fact, in the book, there's a chapter that discusses how we prepared for Afia attack. So we took all the coins and wrapped them, and we will wear them. So the single answer, the straightforward answer in what currency was used was, it was Nigerian, you know, the Biafra had their pounds, which was invalid. It wasn't a legal tender, you know. So Afia attack was strictly coins, just to keep the question simple. But because it was something I was involved in, I can discuss it to the minutest details, and I tried to do my best. My daughter kept telling me that they have no idea what you're talking, so I kept rewriting it until somebody in America could understand it. I don't know if if I answer the question.
No, actually, a point of enlightenment there. We use Biafran pounds, okay? And the people who are on the other side, which is 1 mile away, they are the people who use the Biafran pounds to buy with, and they are the people who, as a matter of fact, they were trading by barter. That was also going on. That's a different topic altogether. So,
yeah, so it's a different topic, and I tried to discuss the one I specifically participated in, and in the book, I said that there were various after-attack sectors, as there were what you could call Biafran islands, because as Nigerian conquered people, you had these Biafran islands. But let's not, I completely accept what you said, it's fine, but I described the one that I participated in, and I rushed through it in 30 seconds. It's about 3 chapters in the book. Rudolph.
All right, thank you, Igbo Basic. Thank you, Dr. Orji. Let's go to Evangeline Orji, sorry, you're next.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, so thank you, everybody. I've been listening, much as the last gentleman who spoke had been listening right from the inception of this program. As Dr. Cyril mentioned, I have read this book inside and out, I would say severally, up to and including an amended version. I did not live through the war. However, my interest in the book, from what I would call the invested academic point of view and from the cultural aficionado point of view, was in the fact that besides getting the experience of the war, I was more interested in those cultural structures that were the backbone of the resilience that was demonstrated by the Biafran peoples in all their ramifications, whatever area agreed onto that nomenclature of Biafra. In that regard, I thought Dr. Cyril did a phenomenal job of leaving templates of the culture, folklore, and traditions as of old, and I think futuristically, so for newer generations, perhaps such as myself, who did not live through that war, I think that it tells a lot about how the makeup of a people plays into their response to adversities such as Biafra was to the peoples of Biafra. And so I have listened to different perspectives about the takes on current political turmoils in the country. I am generally in agreement with the fact that Biafra is still an ongoing phenomenon in Nigeria. I subscribe to the view that despite the optimistic takes towards a union, meaning democracy, one Nigeria, as Pa Ikhide said, people were not forthright in their respective agenda for fragmentation of the country known as Nigeria. Nigeria is a product of colonialism and remains so till tomorrow, whether anybody wants to admit that or not. And so my interest in Dr. Cyril's book, again, is one of education, self-edification, to inform about those things that make up a people and that perhaps could instruct on the way forward with all these divides. At the earlier stage of this whole program today, Mr. Anibogo wrote about what he wanted to know about the way forward for the government. And I responded to him in the chat room and I said, currently, I believe, as the two gentlemen, that's Dr. Cyril and Pa Ikhide, substantively said, that despite their respective views about perhaps the fragments of Nigeria might have been stronger on an individualistic basis, that they somehow hold out the hope that maybe there will be some resolution, some salvation of what was to be the model known as Nigeria. I joined them in that hope because as I responded to Mr. Anibogo in his questioning about the way forward, I said, I know of a school system in Nigeria that is called the Command Secondary School. I don't know if any of you on this platform is aware of that. It's a sister school system to the NDA as of old and currently today. The NDA is a school where they train the military people of all the arms in Nigeria. And they went on to get onto different, I would say, leadership roles in the governance of Nigeria. Obasanjo is one of them, as has been mentioned. I don't think NDA lived up to the ideal upon which it was founded, and the command system agrees. When I say the command system is a twin school system and school of thought, and in my mind, reform for the way forward, it embodies what I would call the true demographics of Nigeria. In other words, all ethnic tribes, all religious divides, all over Nigeria. In that school format, it wasn't just for school, it wasn't just for children of military officers, it was also for children of civilians who were affiliated in any way with the military families and or establishments. Currently, I'm aware of deliberations, and progressively so, talking about the way forward. In agreement to the points made earlier by Dr. Cyril and Pa Ikhide and others here about efforts that have been made in the past towards going home and perhaps trying to change our community from that which we have learned and or acquired in the way of any assimilations that we were subjected to in the diaspora. As was said, and accurately so, those schools of thought, those efforts were frustrated by the people, very same peoples in different areas and or regions and or ethnic communities all over Nigeria. There was resistance. People had become complacent. People had bought into what I would call the dysfunction of political leadership in the country. In other words, there is a resistance towards change because there are those who stand to benefit, and I'm talking deeply rooted soul by the status quo as it is today. However, on an optimistic and finishing note, I would like to say there are also more people from that command school system, and we are talking about people in both the military and civilian levels and arenas of life, and all manners of successful levels, who are engaged in the discussion about the fruitlessness of all these ethnic and religious divides that are in the country. And I'm optimistic that pretty soon, hopefully, change will come about in Nigeria. I subscribe to the notion about the fact that there is trauma that will happen and needs to happen. That trauma should be on the level of eradicating that which is in the old governance system, perhaps a few generations back from the current one, in order to actually make for a sustainable change. We have to rid ourselves of the old system in order to move forward. And so I do subscribe strongly to that notion and that idea that a trauma is on its way, and it does need to happen for there to be an appreciable change in what should be or what would be a workable Nigeria. I am, how do I say it, appreciative of all the different facets of what is known today as Nigeria, like Pa Ikhide espouses in his takes. I do hope that that change happens. I am working fervently with those in the command system and would, hopefully, possibly have a platform on which to introduce and promote when those deliberations become more, substantive in the current. So that's what I have to say. But Dr. Cyril, thank you, because as I say, affectionately, culturally, every culture needs to be preserved. If God wanted to make all of us the same, I dare say he would have made one uniform set of people, but we are a different set of people, even within the original African homeland, that is the homeland to all other so-called races, So I am an anthropological cultural aficionado and believe in the preservation of all the differences in God's wisdom as he made it, as he created and made it to be today as we know it in this world. Thank you all kindly. I encourage people, my generation and younger, to pick up Dr. Cyril's book. In fact, having read through all the characters and the prominent character that is 34 Chuanie Street, I am of the opinion that it needs to be made into, how do you say, skits, screen adaptation, skits. There's some of that are out in proliferation on YouTube. I can't wait for the same adaptation to Dr. Cyril's book. And thank you all.
All right, thank you so much. Any comment from you, Dr. Orji?
No, not really. In the interest of time, I just kind of wanted to thank Evangeline again. She's been with this. So when you pick up this book, you will see a blog. She wrote it. So she's been, essentially, this is really a family project, me and my kids. She was the only outsider, she's a family friend. And then, her input has been wonderful. And I thank her for not going into the characters and the parts of the story that did not make this book. We always have that conversation offline. Rudolph, is yours.
All right, thank you. Ikhide.
This has been fun. I'm so glad Ms. Orji was able to show up and titillate us with her intellect. A lot of you don't know, at the luncheon, she and I were the key players, and we greatly appreciated what she brought to the table. And I think she and I should take our show to the road and other books and stuff, because she has a different way of looking at things that's refreshing.
All right, thank you. Janaba, next.
Femi can talk. I think Femi was there and he went out. Femi can go.
Okay, Femi, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks, bros, Janaba. I just want to modify something real quick that Madam Ugoji just alluded to. Nigerian military schools area actually is more in tune with NDA than command secondary schools. I just wanted to modify that a bit because I was closer to getting to NDA, and I know a lot more about how the structure of NMS ties to NDA. I just thought it was important to correct that point. Not that we were wrong totally, but anyway. To our guests, Pa Ikhide and is a professor now, Orji. As a matter of fact, what I typically do when I have PhDs like you from American schools is to go to rate my professor. And I can assure you that you're safe. So the reviews are good. If I had to take my classes now, I'll probably pick you because I hear you people get easy A's. Now, on a serious note though, there was something pointed that you mentioned that I've continuously alluded to. And I keep referring to a book I read as far back as my little sojourn at the Nigerian Defense Academy. And it ties to what is happening even up until this moment, not just in the East, the country as a whole, but in particular the East. And then when you now look at what's happening between the Palestinians and the Israelis, basically just the Arabs, because I mean this thing goes all the way back. You know better. You know better too. Now, that what you said that caught my attention is where I start my thoughts from. How would you explain to someone who is too religious? And of course, this speaks to you, Ms. Pa Ikhide, as well, because of course we know you as a father, fighter, lover, and troublemaker. And that troublemaker is a.
I am not a troublemaker. I'm a lover, man.
You did mention. I think you specifically mentioned it yourself that you're.
Yeah, I'm just messing with it.
Okay, so where do you? How would you explain to Nigerians in this case, in considering how divided we are, that sometimes a lot of times you have to do away with emotions, with religion? Because for me personally, I think religion, if nothing else, is a major problem.
Yeah.
And of course, I know that we can blame the West all we like. After all, in London, we hear that a lot of churches are becoming nightclubs, for example. So they don't really care about the same religion they brought to us. for example, and of course anyway. So how would you explain and try to enlighten a Nigerian, a 6-year-old, a 50-year-old? Because a lot of us, we're too much invested in emotions versus actually looking at what exactly is at stake, like the history, doing away with emotions, basically, to understand the topic. Because it's dangerous when you see people come with this agenda of ethnicity, thinking that, for example, the way some people will look at me and tell me, there's people in my from my part of the country, as you can tell, I'm Yoruba, that would make it sound as if I'm being anti-Yoruba when I say certain things. Because again, I keep pointing to the fact that I am all for fairness. I see, because a day will come, like I often told some people from my tribe that are so invested in tribalism, and it's not limited to one people. A day will come, if the same thing happens to you, some of the things that are saying people will complain about, if it happens to you, do not complain. How do you explain to people to do away with your emotions and look at the bigger picture? Because we are all at fault one way or the other. How would you?
All right, thank you.
Let me just take it quickly, so Pa Ikhide, so that others can come in. Yeah, my answer is kind of straightforward. I don't believe it is religion. I believe it is more like ethnicity. We are different. Maybe it's not only that. In part of the book, again, I discussed, a pre-1959 meeting, the then leaders, Dr. Azikiwe and Saduana Sokoto, plus Chief Awolowo. But this dialogue was essentially between Samadu Bello, the Saduana Sokoto, and Dr. Azikiwe. Saduana, in my opinion, was ahead of his time. Zik, in my opinion, again, I know I'm Igbo, I'm not supposed to say anything critical, I'm not criticizing Zik, but I believe that in that instance, with Samadu Bello was ahead of his time. He told Zik, look, listen, I am Hausa, Fulani, I'm Muslim. You are Christian, whatever. Let us come to the table with our differences so we can understand our differences. Once we understand our differences, we can then see what we can do together. The Zik was of the opinion, we are all together, let's go to Nigeria, let's have a united Nigeria. Actually, one of the characters in my book suggested that if Zik had the foresight that Samadu Bello had then, the entire Aburi Accord, which we haven't had time to mention here, that was the last straw that broke the camel's back after the leaders went to Ghana and then Gowon, on the advice of the British, reneged on implementing the Aburi Accord. One of the characters in the book said, look, what did Ojukwu achieve in Aburi? Confederation. Suppose that Zik had the foresight that Saduana had without trying to force a union. Maybe in 1960, Nigeria could have entered independence as a confederation of regions. So in the summary to your question from my perspective, so we have time to move on, is that I will blame ethnicity more than I will blame religion.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. So I think that it's fascinating to me that we seem, as a people, we seem bent on proving racists right, that perhaps we are not the same human beings that others are. I'll give you an example. When what's his name was murdered by the American police. What's his
George
Floyd?
George Floyd.
Yeah, when he was murdered, the American writers, Black American writers, did not stop until they got some sort of closure. That is, you can say all you want about African Americans. If you touch one of theirs, whether an Agbero, whether a Nobel laureate, they will not stop until. We had 100 African writers who weighed in on the issue. To this day, there are dozens of Nigerian youths who are behind bars from what happened, from what? NSARS, who are behind bars. 3 years they are behind bars. There are writers and critics who disappeared in a democracy. There has been at least 3 genocides since 1999. Writers will not come and write, oh my God, this is what happened to. If it's going to give them clout, yeah, they will show up. We have to accept responsibility for the fact that by our inaction, our behavior, we are compromising our humanity, is my point. And so you can play a part like I do. Whenever one Nigerian is hurt, that Nigerian is a human being. Make all the noise that you can. Hold somebody accountable. Where is Daddy-Yata? I will say it, nothing will happen, nothing. Nobody, they will just walk up past, nothing. So you can't complain you can't complain about all of this when you are treating yourself poorly. Your leaders, your intellectuals are literally getting away with murder. The people that are now talking about Africa rising in South Africa, in the cafes of Europe and North America, are the same people that screwed you. And they're the same people that racist whites listen to, because they don't believe in our humanity. We have to take charge of it's all I can say. The new Christianity, I have nothing but contempt for it. I think that it's a way of dehumanizing our people for the most part. It's a way for keeping them not to address their own issues. Ethnicity, I don't have a problem with ethnicity. I just have a problem with the way they are using it, period. I don't believe in one Nigeria as is currently constituted. We just, like I've said, we need to go back to the basics. So there's so many reasons. The bottom line is we have to accept responsibility for ourselves, for where we see ourselves.
All right, thank you so much. Let's see him. Nice.
I have a hard stop in 3 minutes.
Okay.
So I can leave. You guys can continue.
Yeah. You can. Yeah. When Sim, go ahead.
Yeah. Good evening. Good evening, Rudolph. Dr. Orji, welcome to our roundtable. Pa Ikhide, I know you went to Nigeria what is making the noise? To devour Amala, but so far, I know you left some for us when we come back. Now, my question is this. I have because of what the book Dr. Orji wrote, and then what Rudolph introduced before about Simon Ekpa. Please, I want to read just a very short paragraph. Then I ask you a question based on that. After the First World War, the victors treated Germany with the same contempt Nigeria is treating the Igbos. 2 decades later, there was a Second World War, far costlier than the first. Germany was again defeated, but this time they won a more honorable peace. Our present political leaders have no sense of history. There is a new Igbo man who was not born in 1966 and neither knows nor cares about Nzogu and the Ojukwu. There are Igbo men on the street who were never Biafrans. They were born Nigerians, are Nigerians, but suffer because of actions of earlier generations. They will soon decide that it is better to fight their own war and maybe find an honorable peace than to remain in this contemptible state of Nigeria in perpetuity. The northern bourgeoisie and the Yoruba bourgeoisie have exacted their pound of flesh from the Igbos. For one Saduana, one Tafawa Balewa, one Akintola, and one Okotiebo, hundreds of thousands of Ndi Igbo have died and suffered. If this issue is not addressed immediately, no conference will ever solve Nigeria's problem. If you are wondering who said this, it is a Fulani man. Alhaji Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, the former governor of Central Bank and former lecturer in the Department of Economics, ABU Zaria. He's well educated. Nobody is more Fulani than him. Now, having listened to this, are you still blaming Nnamdi Kanu or Simon Ekpa for what they are doing? Or are you blaming the Nigerian state in view of what Sanusi Lamido Sanusi said about Ndi Igbo? Those that were not born during the war, those that were born as Nigerians, they are Nigerians, but they are being made to suffer because of the activity of people they do not know, what they do not contribute. Because of one Sadwana, one Amadu Bello, one Tafawa Belewa, one Okotiebo, hundreds of thousands of Ndi Igbo are treated like they are slaves in Nigeria. What do you say to that?
Hold on, Orji, hold on. Kide, hold on. Let me just say this. CM, I don't know the source of what you just read, but I can tell you that Sanusi did not say this.
It was this is okay. Yeah, let me tell you the title so that you Google it and see. This was a lecture given by. It is called the title of. Maybe I will write it here. The title of the lecture is "Yorubas are the problem with Nigeria" by Sanusi Lamido Sanusi. He gave his email, but let me see where it was given.
Yeah,
so you can Google yes, Google, you can Google it. You exactly. He said yes. He said bid an excerpt from a paper presented at the National Conference on the 1999 Constitution, jointly organized by the Network for Justice and the Vision Trust Foundation at the Arewa House, Kaduna, from 11th to 12th September 1999. Okay, so these are the particulars.
Send it to me. Let me cross-check because I don't believe Muslims without checking the source.
Okay.
Someone can write all those things without telling you where actually that it happened, that he spoke there.
Okay.
So let's check that.
I saw a few links, but we still have to dig a little bit deep. I've seen these two links. So,
it's too unlike him.
It's too insidious to be something that Lamido.
I don't think Sanusi will say this. I can bet that he didn't say that. But anyway, as Dr. Orji, you can answer.
So the question is whether Lamido said it or not. From my perspective, is not really, the issue. Okay, as somebody who really, saw the war, lived through it, and I like to call myself a student of politics or political science. I didn't study it. I studied computer science. I like to study and see what goes on in the world. How should we do things? I did say in my initial comment that given where I am in life today, if I was one of those advising Ojukwu at the time that war happened, despite everything that happened to the Igbo, and I'm not minimizing it, okay, I would not have gone to war. From my perspective, don't go to a war that you cannot even get a draw. Somebody says, given all the things happening, Dr. Ekpa is saying this, and you go to war and you throw up a white handkerchief again, what did you get? So what we should do, you don't really start fighting in this modern world unless you look at what is happening in Ukraine. If it wasn't for America, the war would have been over. Okay, so if the Igbo, and I don't know why we are such a disliked people, why nobody likes us. Maybe it is the man in the mirror. So if we cannot get a power, a world power that will speak for us, if it is for us again to go to war again like we went in 67, no, can't me. That is lunacy. How do you repeat the same thing over and over and expect? So if we go to war now, how different is it than when we went in 67, when we even had a clear leader, somebody everybody believed in, but we didn't have the arms? There is nothing Nnamdi Kanu is saying that I disagree with. There is really nothing Simon Ekpa is saying in a sense that I disagree with. I know we are being mistreated. Okay, I am living in economic exile. I should have been in Nigeria doing something better. I'm not saying I like how the Igbos are. So we see the same problem, but the issue where we differ is how do we solve it? Is it by going to war unprepared without any world power backing us? we will be destroyed. I rest my case.
All right, thank you so much. CM, so far my two fact checkers came back and said Sanusi denied saying that or being in that conference. So, but I'm still waiting for you to send it to me. I will personally do my
Okay, yeah, don't worry.
All right, Janaba, you're next. After you, then Dr. Dominic.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, Dr. Dominic, and our guest, Dr. Cyril, for coming. I've been listening to you from the other side, and I learned quite from you. The only thing is that you are holding back. I think the warning from your wife is still holding you back. So, which is okay. I understand that. Dr. Dominic may not understand that yet, but I got you. My question goes like this. Do you believe in one Nigeria? And do you regret not standing whatever might have been the outcome of you went home and sit at home, or whatever have pushed you to come back, whether you have done it differently? Thank you.
So let me make sure I understand you. Do I believe in one Nigeria? And the one that I don't quite understand is, do you say, what was you saying about sit at home? Do you mean, what should I have done differently?
You say when you and your wife moved back home,
yes,
if I understand you correctly,
yes,
you sold everything and you want to settle, but when they announced that, make you comfortable to come back. Is that did I understand?
That's correct. That's correct.
Yeah, I said, do you regret coming back, or you can still do it all over, or you could have stayed back and faced the consequence?
Of course, it was the worst mistake of my life. I won't do it again. No. I mean, I was a college professor. I was okay. Then I came back to work in industry. The kids were grown, everything. Then with COVID and everything, we said, hey, let's go back to Nigeria. I'm originally from Aba, but my eldest brother was a teacher at Albany Koku, Owerri. So my family moved to Owerri. So Owerri is actually where I go to anytime I go to Nigeria. So when I go to Owerri, I'm fairly comfortable. So we sold our things, my house, so we started really buying things again. Why should, no. It was a big mistake. Do I believe in one Nigeria? Let me tell you, Nigeria can work. I have a model, and my model is no better than any other person's, but let's not mix it up with my book. What we really want in Nigeria, but maybe asking too much, a simple question. Do we all believe that we are all equal? Maybe it's a difficult question to ask, because I have a very good Yoruba friend. We were professors in the same university. We were so close. I mean, it doesn't even come. He is the person I run to when I have any problem. He comes to me. We were this close. What really, we are still friends. But our people say that whatever falls on the ground has picked up sand. What really put a little strain on us was when he asked me a question that meant, hey, you really think an Igbo man, Peter Obi, can be president? He wasn't telling me that Peter Obi lost the election, but he was telling me, how do you think an Igbo man, after you guys fought the whole country? So from that perspective, it makes one Nigeria difficult. Then I asked him, look, are you looking for a footmat? You want to keep me in Nigeria? You won't treat me as an equal? Doesn't it tell you why the black man was the only enslaved people in the world? Because you won't let me go. You want to keep me as a slave. So from that perspective, there is no idea of one Nigeria. But if you ask me, can one Nigeria work? Which is easier, one Nigeria or Biafra? I will tell you that one Nigeria is a lot will work, because hey, let me tell you, don't think that we all the Igbo, that we are all that together, but we can walk through our differences, however. But just to keep the answer brief, do I believe in one Nigeria? One Nigeria can work, not with the way it is now. So I went to Nigeria and ran back. Was it a mistake? Hell no. I doubt. I wonder why I even tried it in the first place.
Congratulations on your book. Don't read that much, but I'll find a way to read it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Maxi, can you hold on? Let's go to Simile. She has to go to work, so we'll come to you next. Okay? Simile,
okay.
Ahead.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, Dr. Damages.
Hi.
Our honorable guest, Professor Cyril Orji, our wonderful viewers, and our people in the chat making this this session complete. I was listening in the background, but I was disturbed by the kind of aura that I was getting, points of view, as if a lot of Nigerians, including the youths, are confused, maybe myself included. And like I said, I've said many times in this show that I'm learning politics. Maybe we have a few women who are interested in politics, but their voices are not heard. I'm not trying to ignore your book, sir, but do you believe that some sort of therapy counseling be provided to the Igbos and others affected by the trauma from the Nigerian Biafran war? That is one. Secondly, do you, as an Igbo, I find it uncomfortable that every time the camera is on me, when you go to some websites, they're using the Igbo as a baggage to grow their platforms. Igbo has become a kind of trophy. Would you say we are such a special people in Nigeria that other minor tribes are ignored? And you said you believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigeria as well. If Nigeria has to work, why are other tribes not being zoomed at? Why are Igbo? Why is it that any Nigerian cannot finish a single sentence without involving Igbo? Does it mean there are no Kelegs with other tribes? Are they not having problems? I know that there was a Biafran war. My father fought in that war and got shot. But when I spoke with him, he was bitter. I used to be very bitter about the war because of the way it was narrated to me. But going to make researches by myself, I'm trying to kind of help soothe him by saying, I know you experienced the war firsthand. I can feel your pain because I'm from your loin. But I need to pick the baton from you and run this race for the sake of every individual in Nigeria, making it absolutely possible for every Nigerian to become better, not just for you, Dad, but for my neighbors and other tribes in Nigeria. So it pains me when I still hear grown-ups that are young in Nigeria still having the old mentalities of blames, trying to make it as if the Igbos, like myself, feel like victims. So can you please try to answer my first question and possibly educate some people that think they know too much about the Igbos and they are not Igbos themselves? Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Great questions. And, Dr. Damages, I'll give it my best and I will say if anybody in the audience has any views on it, feel free to. Number one, do you think the Igbos need counseling? That was the first question. I will actually say no, that the people who need counseling are no longer alive, those who fought the war. So the generation of Igbo we have now, I'm not exactly sure the kind of counseling that, but maybe I'm missing something there, but that's what immediately sticks out of my mind. And I'm going to try to keep the answers brief. The second one is, why is it that every time it is the Igbo? It's been said severally that the only thing that unites all Nigerians is their hatred for the Igbo.
Yes.
So, what is the problem? Could be the man in the mirror, could be us. I've asked that question to myself. Some of the characters in the book asked it. Why is it that nobody likes us? It's just like a little girl, little kid. crying now in the class. Everybody hates me. So why? So think about it. We don't want to get into what is happening in the Middle East and all those places. But somehow you see you see the Holocaust that happened to the Jews. But the Jews happen to have a big brother who is defending them. But look at what happened to us. Evangeline and I, when we go on our one-on-one, she likes the word Holocaust. She blames me for not using it in my book. I said, just let's keep it at pogrom, okay? Because I said, let's keep it at pogrom. But even that pogrom is a step below Holocaust and genocide. I'm saying, why is it that nobody likes the Igbo man? Even if you bring it to the current time, look at even this P2B election. Everybody in the world is kind of keeping quiet. Okay? So, again, I didn't count the votes and this, but based on what I hear or based on what is in the news, one will suspect that P2B probably won. I don't know this for a fact. But you see that once it is the Igbo man, there is that hatred. So why is that so? I think that Nigerians haven't gotten over the fact that we went to war. Okay? And I will say this is my opinion. There's always this competition between the Igbo and the Yoruba in the South. The British created Nigeria so that the North alone is bigger than the other two. So they keep playing us. And that must have been the part of the reason in 1959, Zik decided to pair with the Hausa instead of pairing, because if just a little bit of history in 3 seconds. During that 1959 election, any two groups, the North, the West, or the East, any two groups could have combined to form the government. Okay? So Zik and Awolowo could have combined, but Zik went and had that alliance with the Hausas, Saduana. The Yoruba have not forgiven us. So I don't want to digress so much, but what I am saying essentially is that everybody hates us. So we probably need to go back and ask ourselves, why does everybody hate us?
Sorry, sir, not that I'm trying to go back and forth with you, but I, for one, from where I am sitting, I don't believe everybody hates us, especially me, because I see myself as a special Igbo person. Wherever I go, I hold my head high, and I want to represent Nigeria. But I believe that other tribes possibly see something special in Igbos that Igbos are not seeing in themselves. So we should stop attacking one another. And I do believe that when it's time for politics, the so-called people in politics use the Igbos as a bargaining chips to get to their personal places that they want to be. I don't really think that most people hate Igbos, to be honest, because that's the way I feel, and it's never going to change. I don't think hatred is the right word for me, but I believe that Igbos can play a better politics.
Okay, yeah,
Doctor,
that's fine.
Please, Dr. Orji, just a minute on what you said. Why do people hate Igbos, or why do they hate us? This year's election, as far as governorship election in Lagos State is concerned, there are 3 front runners. It is either any of those 3. Either Sanwo-Olu Yoruba for APC, or Jandor Adediro for PDP, or Rose Vivor for Labour Party. Do you know, because your sister from Abia State married somebody from Lagos State that gave birth to Rose Vivor, who went to contest for governorship in Lagos State? Ndibo were slaughtered in cold blood. I lost a cousin. I've said it here several times. Igbo businesses were decimated. Of course, you know this. Till today, no compensation. Deliberately, Ndibo was told not to vote unless you are going to vote for APC. Some of them refused and they were killed at Okokomaiko. It was shown everywhere in the TV, on the news. Now, as a result of that election, do you know that Igbo businesses, as an Igbo man, you cannot use less than, in today's dollar equivalent, 100 million naira to set up a motor spare parts business at Ladipo. Some of us funded it. They will all set ablaze. Do you know that today, if Peter Obi has been the person championing Tinubu's case at Chicago State University, Igbo businesses would have been set alight in Lagos. But because it's a Fulani man, nobody is saying anything. People are just discussing it in different TV houses. If it were Igbo, so what you should ask yourself is, forget about 1966. That's the paragraph I read. That's what he's saying. Let's forget about the past. Some of these people that are opening businesses in Lagos, they were not born 1966. Some were born 1970. Some 1980. Some 2000. They all have businesses. What do they know about? But they are being punished when they remember Igbo. The whole of Lagos State, Ijos are living in Lagos. I can tell you businesses and the people that own them in Lagos. There's a place called Tejuosho. If you go behind it, they sell what they call timber. That business is dominated by the people of Ondo State and Kwara State because they have bushes. If you go to My 12, that is where the whole cattle, meat sold in Lagos is being sold. Who sells them? The Fulanis. They were not touched. People changing currency in Lagos. Even if you want to import 20 containers, you must go through a Fulani man to buy your dollar at the street level. So when you do all these things, but they left it. If you go to Lagos Island, there's a place called Jankara. They sell what they call lace. The type of lace you will see costing millions. Yorubas sold it, sell it. If you go to Balog where they sell gold, Yorubas are selling it. These places were left because they know that the people owning that businesses are not Igbos. But they went all the way to Laripo Imushi to go and set it ablaze. Ojo Alaba the same thing. So when people are doing this, you ask yourself, is Rose Vive not Igbo? Because tomorrow somebody may tell you we need to intermarry. Now Rose Vive's mother is from Abia State, your state. It might even be your sister or your cousin if you inquire very well. Moved all the way from Abia to Lagos just because of love. Now they gave birth to who they call Rose Vive. I mean Badebo. Badebo is a Yoruba name. As an Igbo woman, you will like to give your son at least to make the two tribes. You give him the name Chinedu. They said Igbos want to dominate Lagos, and it didn't end there. All Igbo businesses they were set ablaze. Till today, nothing happened. Some of us lost money, millions of naira. That was in January. Now check what dollar is today. If you are using Toyota car in Lagos, which is the Intin, you buy the parts from Japan. For you to buy it, you need the dollar. And for you to get the dollar, you go through the Fulani. After buying it and importing, they set it ablaze. So when you ask, why do people hate Igbo? What did these people do? If you can't allow me to vote for your brother, either a PDP, Jandor, or some Woru in APC, or maybe Rose Vive, then I stay in my home and enjoy my pepper soup, only for me to wake up in the morning, all my businesses are in flames. So I will lose my vote, you disenfranchise me, and then you don't allow me to sell my businesses again. So most Igbo now are stranded in Lagos. Some of them cater to me. So why I'm saying this is that you factor it in answering that question yourself and ask yourself, if after 1966, Igbo are still visited, by the way, Bayo Ononoga, a journalist, bachelor's degree, mass communication, University of Lagos, a fellow of Hubert Humphrey Fellowship, University of Maryland at College Park. He wrote in black and white that Igbo should hands off Lagos. Igbo should hands off the affairs of Yoruba. What is affairs of Yoruba that I want to elect a leader for Lagos? And somebody is telling me that I'm Igbo. But Ijoman in Lagos can vote, Ichekiri can vote, Urobo can vote, Igede can vote, Igala can vote, Fulani can vote, Hausa can vote, Kanuri can vote, Kaje can vote, anybody can vote except Igbo. They should not vote. Oluomo said it, and nothing happened to Oluomo till today. But an Igbo man who saw what happened, because their shop was burned down, they say they're going to bring, if police can't protect them, they want to bring indigenous people of Biafra from the southeast to come and be sleeping in their shops at night so that they can guard their shops. The man is still in detention as we speak. He has not been released. So when you are asking, why do they hate us? These are some of the things that some of us don't like. If you want to embrace one Nigeria, let me tell you, if there was no election this year, my cousin Emeka Moneke would have been alive till today. My cousin would have been alive if not for election. So at every 4 years, Igbo will get slaughtered. For what? For what? Are we the only ethnic group in Lagos? Why? Right. There are businesses there are businesses in Lagos that could be burned down. If they want to say businesses are blazed, there are many of them. They're one dominated by, there's a place they smoke fish in Lagos, in Mwakoko. It's dominated by Yorubas. That one is even close to the fire. Why can't they set it out? Why can't they set it ablaze? But they leave it because it's dominated by Yoruba. Then they now go to the one dominated by the Igbos and set it ablaze. Is that the one Nigeria you are preaching for? Thank you.
Yeah, no. So my, my question is, why do they hate us? It's actually meant to be a rhetorical question. So, everything you said, I know very well. I don't have an answer to it. But then, we have to ask ourselves, just the same question everything you said, I don't need to, just in the interest of time, they didn't burn the job, they didn't do this, it is only the Igbo. Then why? Why? So then we have to think about it ourselves. Is it the way, like Simon, okay, they've locked Nnamdi Kanu up for all these years, and the man who said, I will invite IPOB, they locked him up. So that's why I say that in a sense, we are still defenseless, that we have to figure out a way that it is not by just saying, hey, we can't. I understand everything you said. I completely understand, and I associate myself with you, the sentiments. But maybe where I'm coming from is, so what is the solution? It is not telling the Igbo people to sit at home, don't go out and look for your livelihood, or just unprepared, start a war again that we're not even ready to get a draw. That's actually all I'm saying. I don't want to leave the impression that I don't sympathize or I don't understand what is happening to us. I understand it, all those things very well, but how we go about it is probably what we are all working through.
Right, thank you, Dr. J. Let's hear from Dr. Dominic. He hasn't had a chance to speak, and then we know how much time Orji wants to spend more with us. We can go around for another round of questions. All right, Dominic.
Good afternoon, Dr. Orji. Nice to meet you. It's actually my first time hearing about you. I have not read the book. I will be honest about it, but from what you've said, what you've been saying for the last 2 hours, I'm really interested in reading your book. Just as a disclaimer, there are people who are here on screen who are espousing their opinions, educating others, also humbling themselves and learning as well. And there are people who are part of this show who are in the comment section. Please be as civil as possible. I've seen a few comments that border on ethnic bigotry. I'm not one to, cancel our comments or block people, but those who are doing that know themselves. All right, so to go to the topic at hand. One thing that struck me when CM was talking, and just going back to some of what has been said, is demagoguery. I was thinking of Trump. So let me read just one sentence definition of what I found as the definition of demagoguery, right? It's the political activity or practices that seek support by appealing to the desires and prejudices of ordinary people rather than by using rational argument. So one thing that I would say, I'm Igbo. For me, the one thing I've noticed, especially being in the US and seeing Black people and seeing that Black experience and seeing how certain dominant groups are able to separate Blacks from Africa and Blacks from the US, one thing I've noticed is politicization of identity. When your identity is politicized, there becomes this gag, this unwritten rule where you cannot say certain things, or you cannot proudly espouse your identity without someone feeling like you are trying to suppress them or you are trying to bring up trouble. Why am I saying this? In Nigeria's political arena, right? When certain politicians come out, they can say, I'm Yoruba, I'm this, I'm that. And they can bring up cultural groups and things of that sort. But when an Igbo man comes in, and this is not to be disrespectful to you, Dr. Orji, I noticed you made a disclaimer about, I'm an Igbo. Why is it that everyone who is Igbo feels at the back of the mind? Even a child who was born yesterday always has to say, oh, by the way, I'm Igbo, but. Like, you can say you're Igbo, that's fine. But because of how politicized it's become and how we are training our children, and it's been engraved in the mind of every Nigerian, the Igbo-ness is politicized. And so when you are Igbo, you're born Igbo. There's nothing wrong with being Igbo. It's fine to say you're Igbo, but everyone is always walking on eggshells and doesn't want to mention it. There's nothing wrong with that. Rosvaiba can say he wants to run for an election. He's Yoruba, but he's also Igbo. You can't take that away from him. But we all, because of how Nigeria is and how the Igbo identity has been politicized, everyone who is Igbo or who is Igbo affiliating always has to skirt around the corners to be able to be seen as one Nigeria or to be accepted in the public sphere. And that is something that I think is why every time someone mentions Igbo, it is blown out of proportion. And it seems like all the discourse in Nigeria is all geared towards Igbo. And this I learned just being in the US and seeing how, for example, if I'm a physician, so it's not that common to see a lot of black doctors, especially in very predominantly white institutions. And so I have a lot of white colleagues and people who are non-blacks. And every once in a while, you see people make comments about, "Oh, you're from Africa. Oh, wow, Nigerians are one of the most educated." And they would make these subtle jabs that if you think very well, you see they're making those jabs at the black Americans here because of how politicized the black identity is. And you see certain black individuals or Africans who would revel and enjoy that encouragement and it's sort of like when the white man puts down your fellow brother who's black American and praises you who's Nigerian, who's a physician, it makes you proud. Like, that's not something to be proud of, right? At the end of the day. And so for me, what I've seen in all of this is the reason why every single discourse seems to be centered around Igbo is how our identity has been politicized. And it's something that is hard to take away. The only way you can take this away gradually is by the education of the populace. History is something that is not being taught in Nigeria. I mean, I read history when I was in SS3 back in Nigeria, but it was it wasn't even that in depth. We did a few of, about women's riots, maybe some of the Edo wars, but there was really nothing in depth that covered some of the post-independence. It was all about the pre-independence. It was always like there was this unwritten rule about like never speak of what happened in the Biafra war or the independence time, right? So there's a lot of education that has to happen. And this goes to my question for you. As we have all these African writers series and all these books that we are reading, which I was opportune to read and learn a lot about Nigeria and Africa as a whole. But what are you as writers doing to make sure that stories are being told that can edify the young populace, right? So that the man who's not educated or who is minimally educated still has some sense of the truth, so that when he goes to educate his child, he can be able to teach him something that has to do with the proper story, right? Because then is one saying that I always have in my head is when you give a little bit of information to the ignorant, they blow it out of proportion and they make wrong actions out of it. So what are you as a man of literature doing maybe in your hometown, in your home state, to make sure that the kids who are growing up now are educated about the war and understand that war is a terrible thing? Because if you are removed from history, it's simple for you to say, let us go to war. But if you have it firsthand or someone teaches you and shows you the light, at least you're able to understand that, okay, maybe there are other ways to go about this instead of going in a violent manner.
Thank you so much, Doc. I think it also goes back to the failure of my generation. Pa Ikhide and I, we consider that we are a failing, or if not a failed generation. So maybe there is really nothing I can say, hey, I am doing in that sense, except, when you pick up my book and read the preface, okay, that's where I explain the motivation. And I say, I look at all these things happening. So where I mention, everything about the Igbo is becoming negative, and there is pretty much nothing a person single like me can do. I have kids here who don't know anything about Nigeria, even though they visited Nigeria. And I kind of say, the least I can probably do is write my story my own way and not allow another person to write it for me. But I want to touch on what you said about the caveat. Oh, I'm Igbo. Oh, I'm Igbo. The reason I say it is deliberate. Whenever I need to say anything critical about the Igbo man, say, for example, when I said that when Dr. Azikiwe and Saduana met, that, you know, I felt that Saduana's position, in my opinion, was, you know, better. It is important for me to say, look, I'm an Igbo man, but this is how, you know, I saw this. Also, when I want to...
Could I interject you on that point?
Can
just for a second.
Let him finish, please.
Yeah, and I'll just try to round it up with this sentence. So what I am really trying to say is, whenever I see myself trying to be critical of an Igbo man, I want to tell you that I'm an Igbo man. I understand what he did. In a sense, for example, I said, the last thing you want to do now, from my perspective, is to start to criticize Ojukwu. Oh, why did he go to war? Why did he go to war? He did the best he could at that young age. But at the same time, I'm saying that given my maturity level now, if I had it then and I was in a position to advise him, I would have advised against the war. I don't see anything conflicting about them. I stop by that to give others a chance.
All right, thank you so much. So we've gone round.
But I wanted to interject on that point. You said that you hold on, but I want to interject on the last point. With my turn,
hold on.
Do you allow interjection or you don't?
No, hold on, Spencer, please. So, Dr. J, I don't know how much time you want. You want to stay longer? We can go around again and get people to probably ask you second questions. So, what do you think?
So, yeah, I'll be happy to. The only appeal I will make is...
You want to take a break?
No, I'm fine. I have my cup of water. The only suggestion I will make is if we can just go to the question. Okay. You know, everybody, Dr. Damages, that was one of the reasons I told you, please, to help me. I want Pa Ikhide here. I want Evangeline here. I want Afam. These are the people that have read my book. I want something about my book. Now, people can come here, we talk everything about Nigeria, which is quite fine, but I will still want to go back to the reason we are here. So my plea is, as we go one more round, if we can just, you know, if you see your question lasting more than 30 seconds to 1 minute, you are making it too long. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me start so that maybe I will give an example of So in the book, you talked about one of your characters talked about Marshall Plan for Europe after the war, and kind of suggested that what the Nigerian government under Gowon and Awolowo did with the big 3 R's, reconstruction, rehabilitation, and reconciliation, that it was not the same. And incidentally, what's his name? The president of Nigeria went to the UN and talked about Marshall Plan for Africa, that was what they expected after colonization. So what were you, I wasn't there when they implemented the big R's. What did they do? Did they actually reconstruct the Southeast? What was it?
No, it was all fake. They did absolutely nothing. So you know, like I said, all these things happened, but then there was the concept of is fiction, imaginary, and the other things here and there. So think about the Marshall Plan, you know, when Western Europe was defeated, see how America poured money into Europe to rebuild Europe. So what did Awolowo do? It took away all the money we had, okay, and gave everybody 25 pounds. I lived it. It's not like I'm thinking. I remember it very well. But that wasn't all. There was this idea of all the soldiers in Igbo land. They were the ones that had money. I could have become a dry cleaner or whatever for them. People could have opened mom and pop shop and they inject buy things, service them. What did Awolowo do? He told Gowon he withdrew all the soldiers from Igbo land. Many people didn't understand it. They thought, oh, they don't want to rape our girls or anything. No. So he took away the people who had the ability to inject money into the economy. Moreover, he went further, and maybe many of you may have heard this, but you're hearing it from somebody who lived it. So Awolowo knew the Igbo very well. Okay, there was maybe this in his mind. These guys, I got them where I wanted them. All those things that the Igbo wanted, for example, okrika. Okay, so he withdrew. He said, no more, you can no longer import okrika. If you went to Kingsway store or Chanrai in those days, Terelin shirt will cost £3. Was it what he wanted the Igbo to buy? So I'm not sure if Dr. I'm not sure if I'm answering your question.
You're right, but I wanted to make sure that people know what okrika. You said you should say.
Okrika is second-hand clothing. Okay, so it's important. Okrika is second-hand clothing. Some of these things you go in the Salvation Army, they distribute and they send them to Africa, to third world countries. So it used to be, what people could afford. Sometimes they give it to you free. Sometimes you could buy it to 1 shilling, 2 shillings, whatever. So okrika is nothing but used clothes, second-hand clothing. Awolowo banned it. Therefore, if you needed to buy any clothes, you had to go to Kingsway store. And the shirt then, Terelin, was £3. Now, tell me somebody out of the war, you will go and take £3 out of £25 to buy a shirt for you. How many people in your family? So, talking about Marshall Plan, all I'm saying that everything they were doing was against what the what America did in the Marshall Plan. Okay, injecting funds into the economy. I don't know if I don't know if you wanted me to talk about that, but that's essentially, if you understand what Marshall Plan means, it was a plan that America instituted to rebuild Western Europe. Okay, injected funds, they rebuilt cities, they did all those things. Now, what Nigerians did, instead of doing something like that, they were doing the opposite. They were withdrawing cash from the Igbo. They were withdrawing people who had the resources to get the economy going.
All right, let's go around again, and let's start with Afam. Afam, just a question. So we'll go from Afam, go right.
All right, thank you, Rudolph. So the question is for Dr. Orji. I appreciate your book, but let's think about 2023, 2024 moving on. Think about digital transformation, and let's bring back 34 Chuanie. What would you, Chuanie, what would you do? Coincidentally, you also are a professor of computer science. What would you do for Enugu Coal Camp, Nigeria in general, and to help digital transformation so that we can now begin to, let's say, recast your book, recast the scenario, pre or post Biafra war, recast it in digital transformation. What can we, and do you plan, what can we do to help that our country? But I do also have one more, other than that, I have a question for CM. I think he's out, but he mentioned about the gentleman from Lagos who is still in detention simply because he was trying to organize security for the Igbo stores in Lagos. Where are the lawyers like Olisa Abakoba? I'm not saying only Abakoba, but there are other lawyers, including, it doesn't have to be Abakoba, but there are so many other lawyers who could speak on the man's behalf. Why is he still in detention? It's a pity. It pains me personally that if I were in Nigeria and I'm a lawyer, I would give him my time for free. Why can't somebody spend some time to help that gentleman to come out, and so that we can have a stance? That's the only way to begin to rebuild the image of the Igbo. I believe that we need a rebranding of Nigeria, not just the southern Igbo Nigeria, but Nigeria in general. But primarily, we need to rebrand the image of the Igbo. So, Dr. Orji, your book, yes, very nice. digital transformation age. What do you intend to do to help? We're there already, digital transformation. And if we don't do anything, somebody else is going to eat our breakfast, whether it's America or China or somebody. So how do we go from here? Thank you.
Thank you. For completeness, Afam is a personal friend. We discuss all these things 27,000 times, so he knows the answer. He knows the answer I'm going to give him. I've told him, this is my belief, and I'm not saying it is a correct thing. We can't keep building castles in the air. So he's going to sometimes tell me, oh, let's go do this, let's go do that, let's go do that. And I'm telling him so that when I get to Arochukwu, okay, somebody was thinking about, what is called it, BYOI, bring your own infrastructure. I'm going to be building my own road. I'm going to be getting my own water. I'm going to be getting my electricity, everything. So he's going to start telling me, oh, what IBM did. What is? I said, no, you can't look at me as IBM. I don't have the capacity of IBM. So I can go and tell stories about this. Nigeria, in my opinion, is a top-down solution. You and I had a conversation about a prominent person, I don't want to mention his name, who was talking about, oh, we need to have this institute for development, institute for this. BS. Institute for, it doesn't make any sense. Until we come to an egalitarian Nigerian, Afam happens to know my model for Nigeria that I can share. And if you go to my blog, CYO.WordPress, there is a model that we work for Nigeria, but it's not what we are talking about here. So until we can get Nigerians come to the same table and be equal, every other thing we are talking about, digital transformation, this. When there is this ceiling that an Igbo man cannot get to, so I mean, it's just.
Yeah, but why must we allow that ceiling to be an obstacle? We can
again, that ceiling, like I said initially, part of the problem. Look, when we lost the war, we lost everything to some extent. Without trying to get it,
we are not doomed. We are not doomed because of the war. We can still rebrand. We can still do something. We can relive our lives through our youth. The young ones, if we teach them, we cannot just be doomed because of the 1967 war. It is done, finished, finito. Now we must now move forward and think about how to get our youth, mentor them, and then put the war on one side. It's a very good historical value of its own, but let us now find a way to transcend, because nothing good comes easy. We should not continue to think about what Nigeria is doing to us. What can we do for ourselves? How do we go the extra mile? And I'm thinking, and please, I'm not being antagonistic, but I'm trying to imagine how we can all have a think tank that will help to rebrand ourselves, transcend that challenge, and then come to the bigger picture, which is Nigeria. Because if we can rebrand the Southeast or the Igbo stigma, for instance, maybe some other people would imitate. And maybe
we're not rebranding anything, right? We're not rebranding anything. I want to be able to talk. I mean, everybody says, why don't you want me to talk, Rudolph? Why don't you want me to talk? Let me talk.
You can't jump anybody.
I was the first here. I was the first. I gave people a chance to talk. I left, but I'm back. So let me talk for a minute. We're not going to rebrand.
After John,
Rudolph,
come to you. You can't.
Rudolph, let me just respond to that. Then you come to my turn. Let me respond to what they're talking about. It's a very important thing. Please, I'm begging you. Please, hold on 1 second. 2 minutes. I'm done. Sir, Mr. Anibogo, we're not going to rebrand anything. We're good. We're actually the best, right? So to sit here, you heard the anecdote that Dr. Cyril Orji gave. He said he has a best friend. Listen to that story, because that's a nutshell. He has a best friend that is a Yoruba guy. They've been friends forever, right? This Yoruba guy during this election told him, hey, what do you guys expect? You really expect me to be president, an Igbo guy to be president, right? Now, what does he say in response to that? That's his best friend told him that. He didn't discern over the months, over the years. If anybody's going to say something like that, I will know from all that activity. But he waited until that Yoruba guy, his friend, told him something that's stupid. So what does he do? They're still friends. They're not best friends. So what his response to that is astonishing. His friend, his best friend, made that statement to him. So I'm saying, why would we rebrand? What's wrong with us? We're the best. We're not only suffering some of these minorities like this.
That's your singular opinion. So
Yeah. But hold on. OVA, for example, who's here, it's a minority group, right? From small clan somewhere in the south, right? And others, they have the same issue. Somebody like Janaba laughing, right? His people are being demolished about a score a day. Okay, let's say a score a week. Some in the IDP camps. You don't see it on his face. He's here laughing, right? All these minority groups don't sympathize. They empathize with us. They think, hey, look at these Igbos. They got it all made. They don't even think about us. What about us? That's what they're saying. That's what you see. They don't hate us. What is there to hate? What is an Igbo man? What is an Igbo man? An Igbo man is the best human being. He's technologically inclined. He's a Republican. He's a Democrat, right? He's fair. He's an African. He loves he go to every African country. The Igbo man is there doing very well, doing their thing. Go to every tribe, he's there. So if you let me land there. You ask me a question. That's okay. And I can't wait for it to get to my turn because I actually came in for something.
No, we're skipping you next time.
You don't get on again, no. Now your turn be this. You don't get another one. Just use that now.
Now, some of my response, for example, to Dr. Cyril, it's not really about his book. His book needs to be written, right? I like people writing books, giving the opinion. He's a gentleman, right? He's a nice guy. He wants the best thing for Nigeria. That's fine. The responses go to people like this, John Abba here, Mazio Ovie over there, and a lot of tribes, small clans and small tribes in Nigeria, right? Who give impetus to what we are having. But thankfully, things changed from 2015, right? Talking about 1965 or whatever, that is ancient history. Contemporarily, Nigeria, the epoch we're in now starts from 2015 after Buhari. Every other tribe aside from Fulanis have been Igbonized, right? They suffer what we're suffering. There's nothing special about us as far as the treatment. So now we have to galvanize. Let me end by saying what we need to do, you're not going to agree with it because I'm not making it logical, right? We don't have time for me to convince you. We have to go back to war. Because all these guys will be on our side, right? There's nothing wrong with war. We're in a state of war right now. You're not going to have a shortcut. Every country is going through the hidden problem we're going through, right? Now, if there's a war today, let me just say this. Who's going to be on our side? Let's say the Igbos.
Janaba and Mazi Obia will be on your side.
They will not be on our side.
Hell no.
There are people who have sense will be on our side.
All right.
Ovie and John Abba necessarily will not be on our side. Now, I say that in jest, but let me say to you, listen to what I'm saying. This is important. Every other thing is talk. It's action. As nice as Rudolph is, as fair as Rudolph is, how many Fulanis are on this platform? Or ever been on this platform since he began, since inception? Right? Since his show was in Kuwait, have you ever seen a Fulani out here? They don't have time to talk to you. They don't want to go to school. They're waiting for us to turn off the beavers. Right? When they turn off the beavers,
that is wrong.
Wait, sir. I was gonna compliment you that how can an Igbo man have that accent you have over there, right? And I'm going, hey, Igbo come in many.
Thank you. You will never end if we don't stop you. I'm sorry. Janaba, welcome to the
Pansat is the reason they lost the first war.
Let me just say this. Pansat, if on Sunday we don't have P2B next Sunday, maybe we should have you as the guest. Maybe I should open it up and have you as a guest. People can.
I'm not qualified to be a guest. I'm in a war path. I'm not about talking.
You are an elder. You are an elder.
I'm not qualified to be a guest.
That's why
I'm supporting that move. Who's supporting that move? We need Pansat as a guest.
Oh, no, wait, hold on. Let me just say this in conclusion, okay? What I'm saying to you.
I support we have Pansat here.
With all seriousness, right?
No, I'm serious, Pansat.
Yeah, I agree, but listen to what I'm saying, right? I'm pleading to everybody. We talk.
Pansat, there is something else going on underneath that I need you to see.
Right.
That man named Afam Anibog. 34.
Yeah.
A lot of things are going on underneath.
Yeah.
Let's
that's true. And
this.
believe me, my
at the age of 40, as a road is going to come into play. Let's take it easy. We'll be all right.
I am.
Thank you.
Listen, Igbo music, you seem to know a lot of Jaws. 40 hours a road now, coming close home. And by the way, Pansat, how do you know I'm not Fulani? Is it because you see Afam and Ibogu?
I said you're Fulani. Can
we move on?
Cyril, I'm saying to you, sir, right? I'm saying to you, you wrote a book. You said it's not historical, right? It's not even anthropological. It's an allegory of some sort. You use some characters, but we know what you're saying. But you cannot come and make the statements you're making here, right, and give the long answers you're giving, and then expect us to just swallow it. We have to be able to come back at you with respect, with all due respect. I mean, just looking at your smile right there, you're not evil, right? You don't mean you what I'm saying that you were intimidated. Your friend, your best friend told you that you are not a Nigerian. He questioned your patriotism, right? And you took it lying down. Nobody is going to respect you.
You don't know how the conversation progressed, but it is out of the scope of what we are trying to do here. Rudolph?
Did you punch him in the nose?
All right,
No.
all right, Pansat, we are done. John Alba, you're next.
Thank you. I would advise you strongly, don't have Passat. Your thing will go down. They'll even shut it down. You will shut it down. My brother Passat, you don't wear the garment of sadness to approach issue. We have the best way in doing things, and I understand your way. So measuring me out there is okay. I think we are used to you, and we still love you. When Rudolph is coming to Texas, I'd like you to come and play a good guitar. You are very good in it, so we can have fun and talk politics. Going back to Dr. One of the questions from what you said again, I want to ask you, and of course, from the 1967, which is one of those things that have happened, do you think it's as a result? Do you believe, let me frame it this way, do you believe that the Igbos are marginalized within the Nigerian space and beyond? And do you think that the 1967 is still lingering, that for those that the power may be in, you still have to think twice, even if there is free, fair election, that they can use that to hold back and not giving the power to Igbo man?
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think we are all in agreement that the Igbo that we are giving the short end of the stick in Nigeria. So if there is really any sort of pushback or discuss or argument, it is then given that, what do we do? That is actually the way I look at it, because hey, we've had people make eloquent, Passat is not the only one who has been eloquent, and I do appreciate his eloquence, and his passion. But I will only want to caution him that he's not the only one passionate about Igbo things. We are all passionate here. The only difference is maybe how we approach, the way forward. So to give you a direct answer so we can move on and get everybody, yes, the Igbo, we are marginalized. We are not being treated well. But then the question becomes, why does everybody hate us? They leave all these houses, all these Ijaw market stalls, they leave Ladiko, they leave whatever. It is the Igbo. May well be because of that war. Maybe because they feel that if they give us a chance, we will. I don't know the reason. So, but what we as the Igbo will want to think about, again, there is no singular person called the Igbo. It's just the collective will really lack leadership. And I want to blame that from what happened right after the war. I said it at the onset without trying to denigrate anybody in political position in Nigeria today. I think that those who started representing the Igbo from that first or second republic, whenever it was, they may not have been the best, okay? Because those who probably were a little better just got frustrated after the war and went abroad. And that has lingered. And you just cannot go. Look, I'm from the same local government area with Ojo Zokalo. You know, I'm not suggesting that I'm better than him, but do you think I can actually go home and be a real challenge to him? My wife wouldn't even allow me to enter the plane in the first place. So that is the tragedy of Nigeria. Next question.
Before we go to the next person, let's Dominic has something to clarify.
Yeah, I just want to make a disclaimer. I understand that things can, and I'm only saying this because as one of Rudolph's moderators, there are certain things Rudolph does not like. But I would always say it, whether or not Rudolph agrees or not. Please let us respect Dr. Orji. I know sometimes we can be tempted to veer a little bit off course and have our own show on the side. He was here waiting patiently and trying to draw everyone's attention so we can keep asking questions and something certain time, every once in a while, people make very incendiary comments about certain ethnic groups. At the end of the day, everyone is welcome here. This group may be in this platform. For some reason, there may be over representation of certain ethnic groups. It's not an excuse for you to, because certain ethnic groups are not always represented, for you to make incendiary comments. Please keep it civil. Thank you.
All right. I don't know your connection.
It's my time. It's my turn.
Yeah,
is it your turn or is it my turn? We're going circle.
It's going clockwise. It's going anti-clockwise. It's going right.
Ovie was here before me. I can certainly say that. And Madam,
it's actually my turn.
It was Afam, John, Pansat, even though Pansat skipped
it's my turn. No, it's my turn. It's my turn.
You used your turn already.
Pansat, you already spoke. I just wanted to ask Dr. Orji. 20 pounds.
No, please, let's go.
I didn't speak yet.
Go, you are next.
Yes, Pansat, you have opportunity to come and respond to Gumi. You chickened out. Rudolph is giving you platform to come and respond to Gumi's. You said no. You are the reason the Southeast lost the Civil War because you put all your bragado outside. Even an ordinary full animal will still go defeat you the way you are putting all your technical side. And the reason why also people, my tribe will not join you is because people like you will use us as shield because you say we're small. You use our human shield. They're going to finish us first. We'll not go agree. But based on my question is off of CM question earlier on when he made a quote and attributed it to Saturday, even though we are trying to discredit that. But I would say let's look at it critically here. I will argue that first of all to our guest, the first question is who are the class of people, elite, that actually sold this party democracy to us instead of the one we are practicing before? And I will argue that the current political setting, this party democracy, is 100% against the Southeast people. I don't know if it's deliberate, I don't know if it's a mistake, but it's against it. And I'll give you an example. What is the reason that brings about Southeast having a 5 states and some other region having 7 states? That's 2-0 on a start, because in a party democracy, that's very important because it's based on delegates. So from the word go, you're already coming from 0.2 down. I'm talking about the way the political Nigeria is set. So based off of that, I think even though what CM is trying to say cannot be attributed to Sanusi, I see it from that angle. There's a deliberate attempt to actually put that side of the country on the disadvantaged side, just like what is happening to America among the Black American people. Is it deliberate or is just that we don't know? Because all this confusion that even that I disagree with Pansat, I could see where it's coming from because it's actually see what I'm seeing too, even though we have different approach to how to arrive that point. Is it a deliberate attempt to make it like that, to them be coming from a 2-0 in terms of politics? And who are those group of intellectuals that actually sold this party democracy to us, instead of the regional one we are practicing before?
All right, thank you.
So I think the answer to your question is very straightforward and simple. Let me start from that you agree with Pansat. I am not sure that anybody actually disagrees with Pansa's passion and the points he makes. If speaking for myself, what I may disagree with is, maybe his approach or what he thinks is the way forward. Simple. Now, coming with how they structured Nigeria, you really have to go back to the amalgamation. Look at the, and it was a kind of discussed a little bit in the book. See how the North alone is much bigger than the West and the East. So that structural disadvantage has been there since 1914. And since after the war, and especially since Buhari came, effectively took over Nigeria, and in my opinion, Fulanized it, stacked the court. You ask him, so is it go to court? He stacked the, everything, all the security apparatus, everything. So since then, everything is in the name of democracy, but you know that there is no democracy in Nigeria. That's all I can say about it.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Evangeline. Evangeline Orji, Mrs. You're next.
Unmute yourself. Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, good.
Let's make it brief, please.
Right, yes. I'm in the process of writing out for everybody's consumption the summation of all that's been going around regarding why, or the perception about why the Igbos are so vehemently hated and or punished, so to say. Basically, in the chat section I had written, I made a reference to a TikTok post by a young Black American lady. And the adaptation to our discussion here is simply this here, that the Igbos are hated for their presence with drive, their presence with aspiration, their presence for achievement, their presence and resolve for resisting subjugation, their presence for demanding their rights. And so basically, they are being hated for having the knack, I suppose, of almost rising out of the ashes like a phoenix. And this is basic human nature. People hate anybody who is able to survive under all kinds of odds, and that seems to be the plight of the Igbos. And so I don't necessarily think that it is that Igbos need a rebranding, but as Dr. Dominic mentioned, all these things I mentioned that are the strength of the Igbos against all odds, it is being used against them, borrowing, like he mentioned and defined for us earlier, demagoguery, to try to go against them when there's nothing else that they have to go on, simply because they possess all these qualities that I mentioned. They're just being, how do I say, just being punished for what they are as a resilient people. In other words, they want them, but then they're afraid they'll come and take over. And so in the general politics, like in the USA, in the context of the USA here where we live, borrowing from that demagoguery allusion by Dominic, the people in these here United States, the progenitors of so-called template of democracy in all its true forms, they elected a person such as Trump as payback for Obama being in office. And then what does he do? Same thing like Dr. Dominic said. Demagoguery is what got Trump elected. And what does he do? He proceeds to roll back any and all substantive and beneficial legislative accomplishments by Obama, even if it was against they themselves who hate him. So I liken that to the plight of the Igbos here. It's a love-hate relationship with them. They like them for who they are, but they are also hated for the very same things, because the people who, I would say, gang up together to punish them for these qualities are afraid that because of those very same qualities, they'll take over. Simply.
All right, thank you. Okay.
It's my turn, Rudolph.
No, when we go around, if we have time, we'll come back to you. Dr. G, you want to respond?
No, not really. I think I associate myself whatever she said. We are all sort of Igbo, except for the, I know we have a friend here. I mean, we all understand we are marginalized. So the question is, how do we approach it? Rudolph?
All right, thank you.
Dr. Damages, could you clarify, point of clarification, could you clarify if it is 20 pounds or 25 pounds?
It is 20 pounds. Look at my body. So if I said 25, it was a slip of tongue. It is 20 pounds. That's what Awolowo gave to every Igbo family.
All right.
It's 20 pounds.
All right, Dominic.
Just to give, maybe you can make another clarification. Well, was it that 20 pounds was given, or that whoever whatever amount of money you had prior to the war, you were only allowed to inherit 20 pounds?
The letter.
And then I'll
bring whatever you had. Remember that during the war, Biafra created her own currency. Okay, so we had all the currency. So by the time the war ended, for completeness, some of us who were behind the line, who were doing the Afia attack, we had some money because we were trading in Nigerian currency. We had lots of coins. But take that aside, that we were sort of a minority of the Igbo people. So after the war, Awolowo told every Igbo man, bring whatever money you have, go to the bank, they take it from you, they give you 20 pounds.
Okay. Now to go to the main thing I wanted to talk about. I heard what if I mention his name, then he wants to talk, so I'm not going to mention his name. I heard what one of a gentleman who's very outspoken said. So my understanding, my dad went to the war. So I've heard so many stories, lots of stories, and it's at some point it gets tiring. But I always enjoy listening to him during the Christmas time. My understanding is this: there was a coup, there was an Igbo pogrom. Now, whether or not it involved other people who are from the eastern region, because it wasn't only the Igbos in the eastern region, I don't know. Only you can be able to tell me that, because you experienced it. And then the instruction was to come back to the east as a place of protection. Now, the then Nigerian government was not doing anything to protect the killing of the pogrom that was happening, and so the east was a safe space. And so, allegedly, I don't know if it's true, you can confirm this, Ojukwu was like, okay, this is a place of protection. Nothing is being done to protect the Igbos. And so we are left with no other option than to secede. So when he seceded with the already governmental and bureaucratic infrastructure that was already there. So he ended up taking the whole of eastern Nigeria, which included not only Igbos, but everyone else. But obviously, as the war went on, some other ethnic groups, I wouldn't use minority, minority can be a little bit insulting. Some other ethnic groups joined, some others stayed neutral, and some others did not join. And not to make any severe comments, there are other Igbo groups, or what other people would say, Igbo affiliated groups like the Ndoni or the Ikwere, some of whom may say they're not Igbos, who decided, you know what, we're not Igbos. And so when the attack came at the coast, River State, many core Igbos, not to be insulting, left, and then those others, I was told, changed some of the names to not be affiliated with Igbo, so the Nigerian government and institutions would not kill them. And so, in my understanding, that is where the politicization of the Igbo came in. And so, if our brothers, or maybe those who are affiliated with us, like the Ikweres and the Ndonis, could deny their Igbo affiliation, or maybe for some people, their Igbo blood, whether or not they are we actually did it or not. Now, for you to make such a comment as, oh, the minority groups will join us and fight Nigeria because they empathize, because they have some similar suffering, isn't that a little bit uninformed? I won't use the word ignorance. And the last thing I will say is this. There's this young lady who many Nigerians know, Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, who has written so many books, some of which have talked about the Nigerian and Biafran story. She had this TED talk about the dangers of a single story. I've also mentioned it before, where she talks about how people in their niches do not have the stories of others in other niches. And so when they make judgments, or when they think, or when they think through the prism of their own story, and do not make the effort to understand everyone else's story. And this is something that I would encourage everyone to listen to. Right now, she has about 12 million views, and she's actually one of the highest watched TED Talk video. About 14 years, she did this about 14 years ago, the dangers of a single story. Can you comment on this? How the danger of a single story can make people not to be able to understand how to relate across ethnic lines? And do you think this is the issue that is plaguing Nigeria and why it is so fragmented?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, again, Chimamanda, like Achebe, they are such celebrated people that, you know, I'm always careful not to mention my name and their names in the same sentence. You know, they are way out there. The Half of a Yellow Sun is Chimamanda's story about the Nigerian Civil War, way out there. So part of what I like to, if it is a credit I want to give to myself, but people have spoken that of me and I want to latch on to it and believe, is this question of people being unable to put themselves on the other person's side, side. Okay, so I look at it that when I put myself on your side, put myself as an Hausa man, a Yoruba man, how would he view this? I am better informed. I think it is just better than staying in my little enclave, talking only to Igbos, thinking about all they did to us. We are going to go to war. And I'm not saying they didn't do anything to us. Don't get me wrong. But to your point, there is nothing as good as, really, even my high school debating teacher would say, hey, think about your opponent, what he's going to say, and that will make you a better, debater. So not sure if I answered that question. And again, one point I wanted to make, going historically, and I tried to discuss it in this book, after the Aburi Accord, okay? Aburi Accord was when it wasn't safe for Ojukwu to go to any place in Nigeria for a peace, for a peace meeting. Then General Ankara, their brother in Ghana, invited them to their coastal city of Aburi and then hosted them. That was really the last attempt to make Nigeria work. That was in January 1967. And as soon as they came back, Gowon reneged on it. In fact, that time, every market woman can tell you, oh, on Aburi we stand, on Aburi we stand. But fast forward, when Ojukwu said, no, if you cannot implement Aburi, then I don't know where I'm going with you. Then there was this consultative assembly that told Ojukwu, hey, we have to secede. But before Ojukwu could secede on May 30th, about a week or a couple of days before that, then Gowon created 12 states. So everybody knew that one of the major strategic reasons was that was when they carved out East Central State and made Ojukwu governor of East Central State and took away the Rivers States and the Cross River that were all formerly part of Eastern Nigeria. Okay, so by the time the war started, the people in those rivers and Cross River, some of them sort of felt we are no longer Nigerians and whatever. And then again, prior to the war, they believed that the Igbo were really dominating them. So this was their chance.
Point of correction, Dr. Orji. It was Okpabia Seka that was made the administrator of East Central State.
No, you are wrong. No, you are wrong, please. Listen, when the 12 states were initially created, Ojukwu was the governor of Eastern Region. So when Gowon on May 26th or 24th, whatever, it is clearly in my book, when he created 12 states and then created out of the former Eastern Nigeria, created East Central State, created the River State, the Cross River, whatever it was, Ojukwu was demoted from being the military governor of Eastern Nigeria to being the governor of East Central State. It was only after the war started, after Biafra was created, and then after the Nigerians overran Enugu and other places, that Opa Abiaseka was brought in to become the administrator of East Central State. I'm not thinking about this.
I will start corrected if that's the case. I would look back into it and research.
No, I'm not even thinking about it. That's what it is.
Yeah. Just give me 20 seconds to mention something, and this is not to be insulting, and then I will head out. And this is just for me to buttress my politicization of the Igbo identity. When someone, for example, misrepresents your ethnicity and says, "Oh, you are this," and whatever you are misrepresented as is actually being celebrated, that person may not complain. But if it's something that is being denigrated, you may complain, right? Now, I'm not saying people who are Ndoni or Igbo are Igbos, or whether they, I'm not going either way on it. But one thing I looked into when I was in my undergraduate was I looked at literature actually talking about Igbo culture and Ndoni culture, and most of what I could find started in 1970. Some of the literature trying to talk about the culture and everything was in 1970. So I couldn't find anything beyond pre-war. And so it begs the question, not whether or not they're Igbos, but what does it say about how the Igbo man has now is now being represented, or the consciousness that is being created around the Igbo identity that, such people as Igbo and Donis feel the need to distance themselves. Now, whether or not they are actually Igbos or not is not what I'm saying. I'm just trying to buttress the point of from 1970, you now start seeing literature talking about, oh, we are not Igbos. Let us educate.
Could I help you with that? Could I answer that for you?
The question was not asked to you. I
understand, but Dr. Dominic, I'm asking that I'm allowed to answer the question.
So long as it's not incendiary.
It's not going to be incendiary because the answer is obvious. You could tell by observation. There was oil discovered in that part of that country. And that's actually part of the reason why we went to war. The remote causes of the war, not the immediate cause. True. But those people in that region, you could tell one of their leaders there at the time is actually the main reason why we went to war. Because when Ojukwu and Gowon had agreement in Aburi, this particular gentleman went to Gowon and said, hey, look, you shouldn't have done that. These people are going to dominate us. But to make a long story short, he was eventually killed by his people, the people that he was fighting for. Even the Gowon himself, he just passed away. He saw his people being decimated. So it's the oil that these people from that River State area don't want to be with us because they want to get the oil, right? They think we want to be with them because of their oil. We don't want the oil. We're doing far better than they're doing by going to school and selling in all disciplines, right? In every country where you have that oil, it's a cost because it makes a lot of people lazy. So once that oil is rendered useless, and it will be in the next 10 years or so, here where I am, in the next 4 or 5 years, there'll be no automobile operated with gasoline. So I know we have a guess. So to answer your question, which nobody's raised that issue, that oil, it's a resource there. You go to Congo, they have the same problem. Everywhere they discover that oil, that's what caused that war. So I want now to ask that I speak on my turn because I do.
It's not.
Let me just quickly make a comment about the Ogoni people and people who say they are no longer Igbo. You can look at it from two perspectives. So we can say that before the war, the Igbo dominated Eastern Nigeria. Okay, those who want to go to history, we know that Ayu Akpabio was senior to M.I. Okpara. Still, Zik passed Ayu Akpabio and made M.I. Okpara premier. Okay, so then after the war, after the states were created, those people felt some level of autonomy. It doesn't mean that every minority person was against the Igbo. You couldn't get a more loyal person than Philip Effiong, the guy who eventually surrendered. But the summary, my one sentence summary is, who likes to associate with a defeated person? After the Igbo lost, it was easy for everybody to say, I'm not Igbo. Rudolph.
All right, thank you. Let's go to forefathers. We're going down and we round up us.
Thank you, Dr. Orji. Thank you, Rudolph.
All right, Dominic, thank you. For those who do not know, Dominic is a co-host of this show, so he has privileges.
Okay.
All right, forefathers, go ahead.
Rudolph, don't put me in trouble, I beg, please. I'm just a moderator, I beg.
Okay.
Thank you for having me, Dr. Rudolph, and thank you for coming in, the guest, Cyril, and greetings. Greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and to the viewers. Regarding this topic, you know, people like Pansat are the reasons why that war actually happened. People that cannot see beyond their own tribe. One of the stuff Dominic said was that the coup happened, pogrom happened, and war happened. But he missed what happened in between. And my concern is that we don't tell our people the truth of what actually occurred. If the events that occurred in January had led to Aguin Rosie prosecuting and executing all those people responsible for the coups, and the Southeasterners didn't go about mocking the Northerners to the point whereby Aguin Rosie had to pass a decree, maybe the pogrom we saw may not have happened. Maybe the Northerners would have seen the coup as a freak event that occurred and they were not under attack. These same Northerners refused to join Nigeria to become a nation. They delayed our independence by 2 years or so because they were afraid of that specific event. And they confirmed it. Nobody seemed to tell our people what happened. And when some people, you look at the country today, what I see is what is supposed to be. It's like our security. We expect something to happen when he didn't put any work into it. I don't know. I really don't get people. If you look at the Southwest have a territory and they have access to the ocean. The other groups have access to the ocean. Even the Hausas that make up the largest group in the country have not produced a democratic president in Nigeria. They produce Fulanis, but not a democratic president, a Hausa president, someone that can identify themselves as Hausa in this country. And yet, somehow, they are the largest group in the same country. Then you have the Southeast, that is basically inland. They are the major group, but you can't expect them to perform more. It's like you are expecting miracle to happen and you're setting your people up to lose. I don't understand that. How can you, in our culture, they say you have to use your tongue to count the number of teeth in your mouth. When you just aspire as the greatest, when there is a larger group there that doesn't even have the position you have, there is another group there that also is not doing that well. Most Nigerians, look at the South, we are not doing that well. The North is not doing that well. What part of Nigeria is doing that well? The presidency, look at what P2B did. And this is why I really credit what Afam is saying. He's actually talking about creating something new. What do you want? You want to keep going back and complaining and saying you are the victim when you can be strategizing to change the future? Because if you do that right, you are going to cut you are going to be someone like these people like Peter Obi. You can see what Peter Obi accomplished in 8 months. It shows you what is possible. While other people want to tear the whole region up, want to keep reminding people, you know, when you bring the specter of Biafra up, it's not only the Northerners that are affected by it, the Southwest is affected by it, the South, if you keep reminding them of it, you bring the specter up. And I don't understand when people like Panzer just keep doing this, they are damaging their people. People are losing their lives. And some of all these people, they will go say they care about their people. They'll be supporting things that are damaging their people. I don't understand it. What kind of mentality is that? Do you want your people to prosper or not? Then you have to be open to innovative ideas that gets the people into the future so that they can have prosperity while all their neighbors have prosperity too. What Afam is saying is the right thing to do. You have to know yourself. What you see in Nigeria, personally, when I look at Nigeria, I'm not surprised with everything I see. Everything I see is where it's supposed to be. The problems we are having is what we are supposed to have. Just evaluate it with other people's lives, and you find that what I'm saying is accurate. And I believe to get out of it, there is already a sign out there. The signs are there, and people like Pansat are not picking up on it. You see someone like Peter Obi 8 months, he won Nasarawa, he won some states in the northern part of the country. He spread all over the place. People want to hear people that want to talk about progress. They don't want to talk about people that want to talk about Biafra. You bring that specter up, you are just going to remind people of the past. They will say you just want to break the country up. That's how why would anybody entrust the nation to you when you are talking about Biafra all the time? You are basically driving votes away from you. I can, like Obama now, if Obama wanted to become president, if he start talking about racism all the time, do you think they will elect him? They won't elect him. Because they'll think when he gets in there, that's all he's going to be doing. And even if he's not going to do that, I really think that we have to change our mentality. We have to look at the things that have been working. And like Afam said, I will reinforce that because he's from the southeast. We need people like that to be coming forward because they are the ones they have to reshape the future. If that region is going to have a change, there's going to be a change in that region. People like
Rudolph,
that.
could I respond to him? He mentioned me a few times on that.
Yeah, no, not yet, because you can't do it in 1 minute. So
I'll do it in 1 minute, 1 minute or less.
No, hold on. Let's see what our guests will say first before you.
No, I kind of wanted to, Pastor, please, we'll probably cycle back to you. I'm getting under, the usual 2-3 minute football warning. So there are people who haven't had a chance. So
let me
moderator,
just one specific
if
question.
you
Sorry,
want
let me
to
just
get
one
everybody
specific question to the guest.
I will, yeah. So
One
please,
specific
let's
question
make
to the
it.
guest.
I think we all have an idea of where we all belong. If we can just come in, if you make a comment, let it.
Yeah,
let it
I'll just put
if you have a
specific
question, ask it so that we can.
Yeah, a specific question now.
Yeah.
Why is it that they omit the events that occur in between the coup and the civil war? Why do they often omit that when they are telling the story? Because they are not letting the people know the texture of what actually happened. They just omit it, and that is a very, very serious omission to do.
All right, thank you. So Dr. J, he's talking about the reaction to the coup. Where you were in Enugu, what was the reaction when people heard about the coup before the war?
So remember, to be honest to you, people were jumping up, people were ignorant. People didn't know any better. There was a coup. People didn't really understand. I again, remember, I'm kind of I was a small boy, but I don't think people had any particular feelings. It wasn't until people started seeing the effect of the coup, the counter coup, and the killings. So initially, life was good prior to January 15 or 16, 1966. Life was good. I was in government college, Port Harcourt. Everybody was going to school, doing things. Oh, there was a coup. We didn't know any better. So I don't think I can really tell you that this is what people felt. I can tell you what I believe people felt after the counter coup. Now, Igbos were being killed. It's just like, they killed Saduana, they killed Ahmadu Bello. People just, people moved on with their lives. Not until there was a counter coup and the pogrom that started in the north. That people.
Did you know about the decree that Angwin Rosie passed?
Yes. Again, you really, since I'm trying to keep us in point, look, everybody can look back and play Monday morning quarterback. Okay. So Agu Ironsi thought, in my opinion, he didn't consult me, thought he was, again, the same idea. Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe had one united Nigeria, a unitary system. Let's have one Nigeria. Let's not bring in this and this and that. And then, in my opinion, that wasn't how the Hausas saw it. Because the Hausas knew that if we were one Nigeria in that sense, where everything went to the best, they couldn't compete with the South. So they started putting, again, they didn't talk to me. I'm now telling you what.
Sorry, Doctor, I meant the decree to prevent some people from mocking Northerners. Because there was a decree that he passed to prevent the mocking. They were playing music to mock Northerners that perished during that coup.
Okay, you mentioned that. I'm not aware of that. The only decree I'm aware that Aguiyi-Ironsi passed was the unitary system of government. No, it was never really on paper. Look, this question of that the Igbo were mocking the Hausas. These are the things people drummed up to, you know.
I actually have the gazetted copy of that decree that he passed.
Again, no,
I can
like
share
I
the
said,
link.
I'm not
Yeah,
aware
but it's
of that.
Rex Lawson from your place. The musician that they said is mocking them, it's from your South. So
yeah,
why would you?
so
And he knows
anyway,
that.
the point about the history of the war or anything is really part of the reason I wrote this book. Remember that history is always given from the point of view of the victor or whoever is the victor. So Nigeria hasn't really encouraged teaching people much about the war. Rudolph?
All right, thank you. We're rounding up because our guest has been here for over 4 hours now, and we have to be considerate. We haven't even had a break. Jagun, you are next.
Yeah, Rudolph, just before you go there, because I have outside, please. There's something that our guest talked about.
Hold on, Igbo Betsy. Let's get to the people who are here to speak. I really want to make sure.
Not a problem.
Jagun, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Rudolph. Our guest, are you Cyril or Cypril, as people are calling you?
Yeah, I just kind of just left it. I'm Cyril, Cyril.
Indeed, that's what I read. That's what I read, but everybody seems
Cyril,
to be saying
but,
Cypril.
Yeah, no.
Thank you so much for coming on board. Congratulations on your book.
Thank you.
I have two questions, and I have many points of view where Biafra is concerned. My two questions are: firstly, a hypothetical, if I may. If the East, Biafra, had won the war, what would have been the outcome? Would they have actually left, or would they have stayed in Nigeria? What do you think would have been the real outcome of a Biafra win, firstly? Secondly, more pervasively, there is, the way I see the Biafra situation is highly convoluted. And it seems that from the East, there are many narratives that come out in terms of Biafra, the Igbos, and those that are claimed or associated with the Biafra project, as it were. When I glean and look at the internet, what I find is that when the Igbo conjecture is one of victim. We are victims. We will also point the finger of blame at every other area of Nigeria. And it seems to me that there is no blame for the Igbo. I've seen a lot of rhetoric and propaganda from the Igbo people who will be saying things, incendiary things about other ethnicities, blaming them, and really putting forward a narrative that is wholly untrue in my sight. I have not seen any internet videos where the North are calling out Biafra. Maybe they are, but I haven't seen them. I've not seen Yorubas, really targeting the Igbos in such a way as it happens in the opposite direction. And I can bring up 1,000 videos of this. I took a good 6 months looking at what's been said in terms of my own understanding and learning. Why is it, therefore, that a group would feel so entitled to point the finger so vociferously at everybody else and leaving themselves blameless? Can we get the truth out of such a scenario? Those are my questions.
So let me start from number 2 so I can work my way back. I don't know about feeling entitled, but let me try to defend the Igbo in a sense, then I'll tell you my personal view. The Yoruba, they are the victor, and the Hausa, they are the victor. We are the vanquished. If the only thing we can do is just talk, so be it. That would be one naive way of saying that. But I have always been against anybody who tries to project the Igbo as saints, and that the problem is with the others. I really encourage you to read my book. I tried to say it just as I'm saying it here, that after that first coup that started the whole thing, regardless of whether it was planned that way or it wasn't planned, you wake up in the morning, the two top people in this ethnic group, they were killed. In this other ethnic group, nobody was killed. I don't know how it happened, but it didn't look good. So my answer to that part of the question is that, the Igbo, we could be blaming others because we are the victims, we are the people at the short end of the stick in Nigeria today. But that doesn't in any way try to defend anybody who doesn't want to sit back and be a mature person and say, hey, put yourself in the other person's position. That's the way I will look at it. And then your other question was, the first one was, if the Igbo had won, what would have happened? Two things. If the Igbo had won outright, Biafra would have been just a country. Just like even if you go to Europe, you see within a small space like this, they're up to 6-7 countries. There wouldn't have been anything bad about it. But if the Igbo had actually succeeded in not necessarily winning the war, but not losing the war, then may well be they could have gone back, and this is me thinking, I don't know, maybe they could have gone back to something like what they had agreed to in the Aburi Accord, which is essentially a confederation of states, which in my opinion will not work today, because confederation of regions, because you can't go back to Eastern region where the Igbo dominate the rivers and the Calabar people. They will not accept that. You didn't ask me that, but we can talk about that.
That was very much part of it. If I could just quickly put this to you, my view on Nigeria as a whole is that it's a highly constrained country by the homogeny of the Fulani and any partner that they can glean in order to control Nigeria. Well, less than 12% of the nation, the newest comers to the nation, are largely controlling the country. And it's oppressive. I believe that Biafra would be exactly the same thing as Nigeria, whereby the Igbos would have dominated those other regions in exactly the same way as Nigeria is today. And this is why my belief in Biafra is at a minimum. I don't believe in the word Biafra. I don't believe that's an African word at all. I believe it's a Portuguese word. And
it's none of your business. You don't have to believe it.
You see, this is another thing I want to ask. My friend, Pansa,
mind your own business.
Let me land, please. Because this is another thing.
Nobody says you should accept it. Mind your own business.
No. Put yourself aside for a minute. Put yourself aside, my friend. What I'm trying to say is that this attitude of people like Pansat is across board. It's not only Pansat that is like this. Whereby, how is it that somebody can think to themselves that their neighbors cannot speak about them? How is it? Where does that come from? Because for me, it's the most stupid.
Can I tell you?
No, don't. I'm not speaking to you, Pansa. I'm speaking to the man. Don't just shut up, my friend. Please don't get me riled. What I'm trying to say is,
you have to mute him. He's insulting me.
You need insulting. You need insulting. Let me finish my question.
Let's go to
No,
exactly.
Please, I'm trying to get Pansa, please. Can you let him finish his question, please? I just can't operate this. Somebody is trying to come in.
This is. I want to put to you, Cyril, my brother, that there is this thing that doesn't allow communication, and it comes from the Igbos, whereby someone like Pansat, of which there are many, they are not small. They're not small. The example I'm talking about in terms of the narrative of the internet, it is this kind of perspective that comes out that says basically to the rest of Nigeria, shut up, shut up. It's a weakness that is dragging Nigeria back. It's one of these things. I don't believe that enough responsibility is being taken by those who call themselves Igbo or Biafra. I'll leave it there.
Thank you so much. Again, I think we are now, Dr. Damages, we are now at a point where we all really understand, where we are all coming from. I quite appreciate the only segue I will make from your last point is, if I understood you correctly, you said it's only the Igbo. I'm not exactly sure. The blame goes around all of Nigeria. There are so
no,
many
sir. Please,
other
please.
ethnic group who are intolerant. The only thing about the Igbo is that we were defeated. So, I mean, that's just what it is. So, if we can actually leave
I think that's too simple. That's too simple. I'm trying to get into the crux of these things. Why is it that we cannot discuss Biafra if we are not of Igbo extract? Why is it that there is such a level of pansattery that goes on that doesn't allow communication to flow? Why is it that people like Pansat believe that the business of Nigeria and everything in it is not the business of Nigerians? I don't understand. I think responsibility has to be taken.
That's fine. Rudolph?
All right,
let me respond.
No,
right?
Why, Pansa? Can you please hold on, please?
I can't talk. I can't respond to him assaulting me.
Well, you told me that it's none of my business. What I say is none of your business. How about that?
All right, please, guys. Let's go to CEO. You are next.
Foolish.
CEO, unmute yourself.
Oh, thank you so very much, sir. Dr. Damages, you're a wonderful man. Appreciation from
I don't know anymore. I'm losing it.
You're a wonderful man. We are all blessed to have you, sir. God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Cyril Orji. We appreciate you, sir, for all the wisdom and knowledge you're pouring to the young ones. I will get your book personally. I owe that to you, sir. God bless. I hope I can get it from Amazon.
That's correct.
Okay, I will get it this week. Thank you so very much, sir. God bless you for your good work. And to my fellow panelists, I'm not calling names because of respect. I think I get a picture of the show Dr. Damages is trying to build. It's trying to build a show that encompasses the whole Nigerian, not a sectional show. So emotional intelligence is very important in addressing ourselves. Emotional intelligence in the sense that you don't have to show anybody that you are more tribal than the other. We don't need that. Emotional intelligence, look at Dr. Damages. I don't know how he keeps his cool, but looking at that, you can see he is showing a very high level of emotional intelligence in moderation. Dr. Damages, God bless you, sir, for that. I learned from it. As much as I see other panelists, the way they riled up. Very intelligent men, very highly educated men. But guess what? Their level of emotional intelligence is very low. They riled up, they call themselves names. Rather than say, shut up, why don't you just say, be quiet, let me speak. Rather than say, shut up. Because I feel, shut up, you're insulting the person to give you just say, be quiet. Then he will just be quiet. I think it's more polite. So please, our fellow panelists, let's try to be very emotionally intelligent. Thank you. Then as for our doctor, please, my question to you, because I was really amazed when you said that you went back home to start all over, like retirement. You went back home with your wife, your lovely wife, and eventually, in the process of settling down in Nigeria, you got you got fed up by the situation, in fact, frustrated, and returned back to your base. And it gave me a very big cause to worry, because as a young entrepreneur, tech entrepreneur in Stuttgart, I have that dream to go to Nigeria in the next couple of years, set up a cybersecurity tech company, and employ people and make something out of our society. But looking at very well accomplished men like you coming here to enlighten us on the frustrations you went through. As a Nigerian in the diaspora, I don't want to use a tribal sentiment. As a Nigerian in diaspora, is it encouraging? Are you encouraging us with this story? Or because I'm a bit discouraged, but are you encouraging us to keep up that plan of going home to establish and make our country a better place? Because I don't want to say Biafra or tribal. No, I want to say as a Nigerian first. Thank you for your wonderful education, tutelage, and may God continue to bless you. Thank you, sir, from Germany.
Yeah, thank you so very much. I really appreciate this. And if I have come across as sort of discouraging people from going to Nigeria, I'm sorry. But I actually told the story of what happened to me. There are people who've gone back to Nigeria who are very successful. May well be I didn't plan mine well, so I don't really know. I was just kind of narrating my own experiences. But I'm aware of people who've gone back to Nigeria and have made it. But at the same time, if anybody tells you, oh no, it's easy, go, blah, 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 giving you one side of the story, no, that person is not being fair to you. But if you prepare very well, maybe go and take a look, come back and prepare very well. It is our country. It's going to be fine. So I'm sorry if I sounded very negative.
No, not at all. You're being very honest. Thank you so very much for your honesty. Thank you, sir. God bless you.
All right, thank you. So let's go to KJ. KJ, welcome.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages, for always doing your best to get some of the best people around here for us all to listen to. Doctor, thank you very much for your account. Though I didn't start as early as I would have, because Dr. Damage have made us wayo. He puts it in the Sundays when we're in church. And so we're not able to come and ask the tough questions, But I appreciate all you have said. And I don't have anything to add, but just to say thank you. We need to, and a lot of the Igbos like us, we need to keep writing this story, irrespective of whether the people want to hear it or not. There are many ways of writing stories. I am one of those people. I don't know if you know, he's late now, Kalokwi, who used to write for Pesetas. Okay, I read a lot of his book up to the point of meeting with him, and he was the one who gave me the book written by Freddie Forsyth on the Biafran War, because he also took part in it a lot. So I have gleaned from here and there a lot of the stories of the Civil War, and what I've heard you say today, and some of the things talked about the Nigerian history and all that, and Igbos, I quite totally agree with. And just like Chuanie Achebe will say, until the lions learn how to tell their own history, the history will always go to the side of the story of the hunter to be the victor, and of all the time. So what has really happened in the Nigerian situation is that a lot more of us are telling this story hitherto have not been heard before. And so it begins to, some people don't want to agree that this is the truth of what happened. Some of those stories have not been heard before. Some of them have been heard before. Some of these accounts have not been heard also from people that they consider to be authorities in the field, just like people like you. So I want to thank you. I'm not just I don't have anything to add, just to say that we will continue to tell our story, because this is what happened to us. We know the people it happened to. Just like you said, and many years ago before my dad passed, he said, because Igbos lost, so we are looked as a conquered people. And no matter what you are saying, it is not believed, because what do you have to say when you've lost in a fight? So it's either you take what they're giving you, or you live and strategize to fight another day. And I just want to thank you for coming. God bless you, sir.
Thank you so very much. Actually, your point is very, very well taken. And, there are really 4 quick points that motivated me to write this book. Just, it's just the history of the Igbo is becoming extinct. And if we don't tell our story, somebody's going to tell the story for us. And then it's important that we keep the story of this war afresh. It doesn't mean that we are going to be calling for another war, but people need to know about, since unfortunately we don't have an advocate like some people in the Middle East, let's do the little we can. And again, I have children here, I want to leave a legacy for them. And as I said in the beginning, during the war, the Igbo, we were the best. We loved ourselves. We were doing everything. There is this community in Enugu State that saved my life. I want to pay tribute to them. Rudolph?
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. And what I will do now is, if I get the permission of the guest, I will let Pansat and Igbo Basic have one more question, and then that will be it. Because we spent over 4 hours here, and it's not right to keep him this long. So I will go first with Igbo Basics, and then.
Why before me? Why are you going to Igbo?
Oh, you want to go first, but I don't know how much time. How long you're going to trying to see
because I
can make you the last person.
I'm on your side.
You are one more character I really wish.
Okay. That's right.
Go ahead. Go ahead. That's okay.
I'm trying to help Ansat, and he's just
somebody.
Okay.
She's back.
Okay, well, I could sing Ngozika. All right, but let's go to, I already called Igbo Basics.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll take her if she has a question.
Okay.
Just please, my appeal, please.
Yes, my dear brother.
Yes. The question.
This is straight to it. You keep talking about 34 Chuanie Street. And you keep hailing the people from Coal City.
We are the best.
No, you are not. We are from Aba, Enyimba. My question is, with 34 Chuanie Street, did you ever visit Aba? Like that H240 as a road, Aba? Because you've given us that side of it. In line with all that, I heard what you said about Zik lining up with, I'm talking about the book now, with the North as being one of the first big mistakes that was made. Much as I wanted to do a little bit of explanation as to how we traded in the Afia attack on our side with both pounds and coins and stuff like that. That's different. In the Nigerian context, I see the seat of power as the problem always. And from my view, it has always been as if the Western Nigeria and the Eastern Nigeria, and if you like, you can say the Igbo and the Yoruba, have always been looking at the Nigerian seat of power as the beautiful bride. It looks to me like one man and another man, they pursue one woman, they could throw blows at themselves. So do you think that the relationship between the Igbo and the Yoruba, vis-a-vis chasing after the seat of power of Nigeria, is not the real issue here?
All right, thank you. Dr. Orji.
So I don't know what the real issue, if I knew it, I will, but the point is, I go back to the structure of Nigeria. The way the British, structured Nigeria, they deliberately made one part to dominate the others. So in 1959, they had the election in preparation for the October 1 independence of 1960. The way the constitution was then, after the seats were won and lost, of course, the North, NPC, had the greatest number of seats, but not enough to form a government. NCNC in the East had enough, but not enough, same with the Action Group. But any two of them would have aligned and then would have gotten the prime minister in Lagos. But again, without going into details, which I can't even claim that I know why, Zik formed this alliance, Nigeria Progressive Alliance formed it with the, with the NC, with the, with the MPC in the north. So that's how they got Tafawa Balewa as the prime minister. And then that's how Awolowo became the leader of the opposition. So that's just the much I can explain there. So let's leave about Enugu and Aba. We can come to that later.
We'll be gentlemen. We'll be Aba.
Okay, Rudolph.
All right, thank you so much. Pansat, I can go to Mazi Dimba and Ngozika. You have the last word, or I can come to you, but make sure in 2 minutes we move on from you.
Go ahead. Let's hear from Ngozika and Mazi Dimba.
Okay, Ngozika, go ahead.
Ngozi, it's good to see you.
Yeah, Ngozi, unmute yourself if you have a question. Is she?
I think she's frozen, probably.
Yeah, she's frozen.
All right, let's go to Mazi Dimba. Dimba. Maybe it's Dimba. Yeah, Mazi Dimba. I thought Mazi was the same as Dimba. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, you're right. It's Dimba. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes. We can hear you. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. It's first time here on your show, although I've been watching from the side and in the comment sections as well.
Thank you.
It's a lovely place to come, which anytime I'm around, I'm always here to learn history, because this is one damage Nigeria and the British did to us. I got to hear a lot about what our forefathers, our ancestors did, that made them great people, but a lot was thwarted. In the sense, I'll give one example. They told us in school back then that it was Mungo Park that discovered River Niger and River Benue, but people have been drinking and using that river before Mungo Park came there. So it's difficult. It's just like as I'm living in London, I go to Westminster. I'm telling the white man that I'm here to discover London. It sounds stupid. I was really late on the show, so I would want to know the name of Dr. Cyril's book. I would love to get it as well, because he, has explained everything here, but it's kind of dicey to be able to answer all the questions here. So I would love to read that book, and if I have questions, and I can contact him directly. So what I want to ask is this, about Biafra is, we've seen how the power play, is going on, and even the leaders we have at the moment that is representing us, even in the seventh chambers, everybody is there basically for their pockets. So what do you think about Biafra when it comes? How are we going to do the leadership thing? Because it's not enough just to fight and get Biafra. How do we get the leadership right? Because this is the same thing that is happening. They will tell the Igbo man, you need to get allegiance. Someone was here saying you to stop talking about Biafra. It is something that telling Black Americans that they shouldn't talk about slavery, but the whites talk about Jewish genocide. Nobody questions them, but when Black people talk about slavery, it's a big deal. You understand? So you are telling us to forget about Biafran war, which we won't agree with that. So they tell us to forget about the Biafran war, get allegiance with the people in politics, with the North, maybe with the South. Today, okay, let's say our current man in power has gotten that allegiance with the North. He's victorious. How is the common man in the Southwest feeling that victory today? How is the common man in the Southwest enjoying that victory today? So it's not just enough to tell an Igbo man to get to get allies from the north to work with the south to go get the seat. You know, when you get there, what happens next? Because this is, you are telling us to do the same thing and expect different results. So, Doctor, over to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mazi. Go ahead, Dr. Orji.
No, well, you know, I think the question, unless I didn't understand it, the question presupposes that I am preaching for Biafra, the creation of Biafra. Unless did I get you wrong? I have never been an advocate of let's go the Biafra way. To the contrary, I have said that I believe that Nigeria can walk, but I've also said I completely understand that we are being marginalized, so that somebody cannot say, "Oh, this guy doesn't understand what is happening to his people." I do understand, and you know, I wish I had a magic wand. So, I mean, probably what you said goes even to say, look, for those of us in the eastern part of Nigeria, we know that it's really, Nigeria can no longer be as homogeneous in the sense of even the Igbo being homogeneous, the Wawa man and the Onitsha man and the Abia man. We have all these challenges, but those may not be the reasons that I am not necessarily advocating for Biafra. Essentially, I am saying that looking at the way the geopolitical situation in the world today, that what happens in Nigeria is not necessarily being determined in Nigeria. We have to think about what Washington thinks, what London thinks. It's not enough. Maybe like Pansat will say, no, don't think about the British, don't think about this. That's one thing to say all those things. But if we are realistic, we will know that we have to take them into consideration. Rudolph, please. What I am really, you may see me looking down. We have really, so if we can get all the questions together, so I can address all of them once.
Yeah, we have only one, unless who else? Forefathers and Mr. Ugoji, if they have questions. Otherwise, we have Pansat. That's the only person left.
So why don't we just have Pansat? Pansat, please.
Okay.
If you want, I really appreciate, you know, Rudolph has, you know, said I've been here as if I was any special person. No, I mean, we are all, you know, so we are all here. So there is, nobody's doing another person any favor. It's just like, as I said in the beginning, my wife always wants me. She has texted me because she believed that this was going to be something. We have other things to do. And if I come back and tell you guys I slept on the couch, nobody will like that, you know. So,
right.
Pansat, please, with all due
Yes,
respect,
sir.
can you get to the point?
I will, but before I really do address you, I wanted to address Rudolph.
Doctor, can I have the name of your book? Sorry, the name of your book.
Oh, the book is First is Last. So if you Google First is Last and add my name, Cyril, you know, it just comes out. First is Last, Cyril. Because if you put First is Last, I have seen other things come up there. But if you go to Google search box and say First is Last, Cyril, you know, my book will pop up.
Yeah, I tried it with First is Last
amazing.
Nigeria, and it also popped up. So,
all right, Pansat.
Okay. Yeah, okay, yeah. Rudolph, I wanted to say that when CM was here, he cited a speech given by Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, and he did make that speech. And I have, if you need more things, but if you Google it, you're gonna see it right there. It's it was a very prophetic article. It's him. So that is the way he was treated wasn't proper. I thought he was here to. But he's gone now. So that's one. Two, I posted a video on the private section. It's only 2 minutes long. If you want to play for Dr. Cyril Orji, you can, or he could take it with him.
So why don't I take it and take a look at it later, please?
Yeah, because that will be the Ahmadu Bello talking about Igbos, because you just given an anecdote of when Aguirre did this with him, or whoever did something with him, but you get to see his outlook of the Igbos in that video. Now, to forefathers, you said people like me. Now, Ken Saro-Wiwa was the guy that I was referring to. Is from your section. I was also going to say to Dr. Orji that somebody like Kaduna Zog, where is he from actually? Is he Igbo? Is he from the 5 states? Or is he from the South?
He's more from the Midwest, old Midwest, those states or something. So.
Yeah, or even South. So, but we accept everybody who wants to be Igbo is Igbo, right? He's included as an Igbo, but they can't have it both ways. If the people who caused that coup are not really from the Igbo, indigenous Igbos from the 5 states, then it's something that we should point out. We're not denying them, right? But if you're gonna do a historical thing, is to say where is this anthropologically? Where are these actors from, right? So now let me then address what I want to say to you. With all due respect, I want to say that I really do respect you a lot, right? And you haven't done anything wrong. You wrote a book. I said that earlier, and I'm gonna pick up that book. It's not a historical book, though. We agree with that. So I don't think that anybody listening to you or some others here, it's gonna look like we're coming at it like we're victims. No, we did not lose the war. Now, there are tactical winning and there's strategic wins, right? So we're not coming. You may do that, but I'm not gonna do that. There are more Igbos, and I'm gonna say this. Rudolph is gonna get wired up, and they're gonna try to cut me short and all that. There are more Igbos than the other tribes combined. So those people, the Fulanis, are about 3 or 4 or 5 million people. If the Hausas want to be eviscerated and made effete by those people, that's their business. But the Fulani himself knows that he's not a Hausa man, and he treats them accordingly. Okay, so saying like a forefather said, the Hausas who are more, that's his wish. You wish that the Hausas are more than the Igbos, but that is in your fucking head, right? You don't have more Hausas than Igbos. I'm sorry for my language there. All right. So, but what the fact, I'm sorry for using that. I'm sorry. Remove that 4-letter word. But what I'm saying is that that's what you want, but that's not the fact of the matter.
Constant, I muted you. It's not enough to just say you are sorry. What I want to understand how your brain works. How do you just go from talking? What made you? I don't get it. I don't get it. Why do you have to do that? And you know the consequences. You know, use that word. You know you shouldn't. Why?
Well, these kids cost more than a seller. I mean, who are you protecting? All these kids here, all they do is cost all day. But I'm sorry for using it. But they're not.
You don't even get it, because if you are, that's your answer. That these kids, what kids? What are we talking about? We have rules here.
All right. Please, let me finish.
I'll come to your question, please.
Okay, my question, sir.
Go to your question, please.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, by the way. Genuinely, I normally don't cuss, so when I do it, it sounds awful. When anybody does it, they're used to it. They know how to say it, and it goes. But anyway, so I was saying to you that what I would like to ask you is that, do you see from 2015, like when you did your research, do you see a new epoch, a new phenomenon in Nigeria, whereby they were smoked out? The people who are actually causing the trouble in Nigeria were now smoked out. And people like Edo people now can say, you know what, we want Peter Obi because he's a true Nigerian patriot. He wants to do the right thing. We're going to go with him. You have people in Benue, Christians, normally who had lines. They don't have any line now. You have a genuine candidate, Peter Obi, okay? But because of Buhari's reign, they were smoked out with the Roga incident and all kinds of things. So it's no longer going back. Only lazy people go back to the First Republic. We have contemporary issues with Nigeria, with progressives who want a new Nigeria, right? And they're doing the right thing, Democrats, and then those who want to be mired in the past. Do you see a new Nigeria that's different from the background that you wrote your book on? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. So if I can just pop in, and I think I get the picture, so we can use this to round up. There is no doubt that P2B really changed the equation, but we still have to cross that hump so that we don't have just a few people or a cabal that will determine, that the elections are lost and won. But there is no doubt, that things are moving gradually. Do I believe that this gradual movement will eventually get us to the promised land? I really don't know. I used to say that until Nigerians can storm the street in peaceful demonstration, I'm not calling for war, I'm not calling for any violence, but in peaceful demonstration, we can all go and see that at the National Assembly, singing the national anthem. Is peaceful, we are not doing anybody, but maybe sometimes it's not going to work. If they are doing it in Enugu, but they're not doing it in Ibadan, they're not doing it in Kaduna, which is something analogous to sit at home. We are doing it in only one place. The rest of the Nigeria doesn't know what we are doing. If, for example, the sit at home was, we say, hey, all Nigerian youth, please, on Monday, nobody should go to work, nobody should go to school, and everyone does it, then it will be effective. But if you are forcing only just that little group, I don't really see where it is going. But in any event, I want to also say that I really appreciate everybody that has come here, that has come to, I don't have the answers. I'm just, and one thing I wanted to correct, Pansat, you keep saying that I said the book is not a history book. No, there's a lot of history here, but it's kind of written in fiction. If you read my book, you will understand everything about the first election. You'll understand everything about the so-called number of republics Nigeria has had. It is history. But again, as Ms. Ugoji wrote in the blog, I kind of took liberties and then kind of turned things here and there just to get my story through. So I don't know how to thank Dr. Damages. It's been so wonderful. I wasn't a visitor to the show. I wasn't coming before until Pa Ikhide, told him, hey, here is this guy, he wrote this book. And then, he said, yeah, it is our thing. Let's talk it in our forum. So if any of you sees him, just say, I say, thank you so much. Rudolph.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Orji. We appreciate all the time you spent with us, almost 5 hours. We don't normally do this on Sundays. We do 3 or 4 hours before I leave, but thank you so much. And hopefully people can get a copy of the book and read it. And maybe down the road, we can also bring you again to talk from that perspective of people who have read the book, because sometimes it's easy to criticize a book you've not read when you read it, and there are marvelous things in there, especially the history, especially for young people who do not know when people were not there when it happened. So thank you so much for joining us. And also thank you, Afam, and we appreciate you.
Thank you, Dr. Orji. Thank you very much.
Thank
you
so much.
I'll read the book and now hope to have you back.
Rudolph, please, my own thank you. Please, my own thank you. Dr. Orji, I'm so happy you came. Thank you very much.
Dr. Damages, I wanted
by writing the book.
I wanted to appreciate Evangeline Orji.
The book.
I appreciate it.
People like you, what I will also advise you to do, when you go home to your village, assemble the young ones. Tell them most of the stories you know about the war. We did it after the war. No Monnam, I'm only Zinifite, Agua, Anambra State. In Monnam, they did it. Gathered us when we were even in secondary schools. They told us, all the old men, they told us how they ate lizard, everything is very, very good. As an Igbo man, Biafra is your history. You can never, ever wipe it out. The Jews for Holocaust, the Igbos for Biafra. Nothing more, nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Damages, I wanted to appreciate Evangeline Ugoji on her clear answers that she gave to us, referencing the Igbos and how they are liked or not liked. And I also wanted to extend my appreciation for Afam Now we are 34 Tafawa Balewa Street. As
Yes.
That's how far we go. St. Teresa's Boys School, Jos. So I just made a new friend, and we'll keep it up in the background and do what needs to be done.
Thank you.
Just
So
for the
much.
record,
Dr.
I'm
Orji,
from west.
keep up
I'm
the good
from west
work.
of mine. Yeah. I'm
All
from
right.
west of mine. I just know where Tafawa Balewa is.
Madam, we got you ahead.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to say for everybody's benefit and consumption here, I am a student of political science. It's one of my degrees. I studied here in the United States. And that's one of my core interests in this history of Biafra, and thus Dr. Cyril's book. Like he said earlier, he doesn't want to use certain of the terminologies, as has been alluded to in this here forum, that I use. And my answer to that is, when you minimize what's been happening to you and your people, others get to minimize you. You have to stay on it. That's why the Holocaust has come to have the say that it has today with generations of the Jews. And I dare say that we are the original Jews.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. We take a break, and when we come back, we review what happened today. All right, thank you.
I may not be around.
No, you are not. You are not supposed to be around.
Okay, thank you.
We don't want you here.
Okay, I'm gonna drop out.
Yeah.
So much.
All right.
Onye ọma zoro bio, akwa nwa zoro bio, Max ịbịa bunye gokwanụ m n'ofube n'azụ ụlaga n'ịbịa zugo, mmanwụ ụlaga do n'ịbịa zugo, akwa nwa ilochi yo biko rapụ zoro ka ọ nabazi ya. Onye ọma zoro biko, abọmma nwatara ndasari, ịbịa onye nịgwana m ụlagado n'ịbịa zigobe, mma ụlagado n'ịbịa zigo, abọmma nwa ilochila biko rapụ zoro ọ nabazi ya. Mazi welcome up. Odogu no kwere sunenka. Onyo mani gadele mo. Mazi ni mazi kama. Ibu go with melody. Odogu na chala noka, ezi nwanne m n'ịgadele mma, ụlagado n'ibezigbo nne, mma ụlagado n'ibezigbo, amama m ilochilo biko rapụ ụzọ ọ nabazi tee onye ọma zoro sorry, if I were to go on a fool, Holaga, don't be a boy. Molaga, don't be a sugar. I'm a willow chilo, because Rapuzoro, Hanabazi. I don't never be kitchen for. Ama kwa mnika kugodia Waligwe kwelo Ikejo mabele bege Hey, you won! Eku kampune kene Ama gondin so Chukwu negaji esi nwa
ga-eme wee bịa nke gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne Wisdom ga-adị ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu isili mmasị ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na ịchọlụ na ngeme Wisdom onume ekene gị gbamanwe ihe ihe biko lapụ nabasị ya zoro 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 Deduru joy na bugwa Hausa Sokoto Ujembe nwilo Anu solo nwe ma n'ọfịa na
He said it's better, but most I don't give you any other. And the show is still on. Forefathers.
Yeah. Thank you. I think somebody is talking in the background.
Yeah, let's see who
KJ. That's KJ. I've muted him.
Okay, all right.
Mm.
So let's do a little review of what happened and talk about next week.
Personally, I'm a little bit disappointed with the discourse, and I'm not sure anything has moved actually in terms of progress, because we seem to. What if people forget about what is happening with the Jews? You know, my analysis of the Jews, what is happening in the Middle East. What do you think is going on? They are using them against each other. And that's how they're going to use the Biafra issue against Nigeria. Because there are Nigerians out there that are so happy if a European gives them weapons to fight against their fellow brothers. And Africa, there's nothing we are not going to cling on to. Other than claiming being who they are, they will claim that they are from Egypt. They will claim that they are from Israel. They will claim that they are Igbo. There is nothing we are not going to claim other than our own true heritage. An Israeli guy was talking to ambassador was talking to Wike yesterday. He was saying we could kill for this weather that people have here. He said it, and he had to be careful because I felt like when he said he had to, you can tell within himself that he may be giving away something, or a kind of worry that he actually said that he was willing to kill for that because what is going on in Palestine. So what we have is a very valuable thing. But our people give it up for trinkets because they are everybody else. They program themselves to be prime operatives for foreign powers. Because when you do this sort of things where you are always pitching yourself against your fellow countrymen, your fellow human beings that have lived with you for thousands of years, what happens then is exactly what the Europeans did when they came. They saw the Igbos fighting each other. They supported one against the other. Then by the time the fight is done, they took the last one out, which was Arochukwu. They took them out and they took over the southeast. And that's why they are so efficient. They divide people and they conquer them. And if you let them in, we will never know progress. We will never know it. And we have not even started yet. You see what other people have gone through in this world. Look at what is going on in the Middle East right now. And 200,000 these Russian soldiers are dead. You don't see them budging. They are still willing to fight on because they will never cost that their land. They will never disown it because that is they know where they are. I don't understand the heritage God has given us, and we are so quick. I fear that this thing that we are doing is such a natural cause that we will lose this land, and our people will not be here before long. It's such a natural cause because the land that gives you life, you are willing so fast to give it up. and say other people, you are from some other people. So I don't understand.
Sorry, forefathers, can you clarify who are you talking about?
I'm talking about the ones that would like to claim that they are Jews. They are saying they are Hebrew Israelites. They are always saying that they are against their fellow countrymen. Like Pastor will talk about other tribes that have lived with them for thousands of years, like all these minorities. And what kind of thinking is this?
But what is wrong in people hearing their concern? What?
No, that you see now. Don't
it
change
is a free country.
Concern is a different thing. Hold on. What I said just now had nothing to do with concern. You see, this is the low IQ thing that drive. Hold on. I never said anything about concern. I don't understand how you can move from there.
That is their concern. Let them say their concerns.
What is wrong with our men?
The colonialists didn't treat us this way. Why do we treat ourselves this way?
Hold on. Are you clearly hearing me? What is this?
I'm hearing you. Let people say
who said anything about concern right now? I never said it. I said disowning. How is being a Jew a concern? How is disowning your own land a concern?
Another man's country will treat me better than my country will treat me better.
How
is country is that?
Oh, so that is a concern? That's what you call a concern?
Listen to people.
No, I'm listening to them, and I'm saying I'm listening to them. I'm saying that other people that have had difficulties don't go about disowning their destiny. And that's why I said Afan. What Afan stands for? Hold on, you are just arguing for argument's sake right now. You're not letting me talk. See, what Afan was saying was the right thing to say. It's not because history didn't happen.
You can't force people to identify.
Hold on. I'm not forcing anybody. I'm airing my own opinion.
If you're not treated fairly.
Olumide, you're going to get your chance to air your own opinion, okay? Let me talk. If you go about disowning what God has given you beyond, oh my God, any people I know, most people in this world don't have what we have. I don't understand it. We are going to lose this land. And your children may not make it to the next century. I say this because if I'm on the other side, I will be brutal with you people. I tell you this. You don't understand what this life involves. What the sacrifice other people have made. What is wrong with us?
But you are brutal already from what you have been saying here.
I'm not. If you think this is brutal, then
you are brutal. See, the way you talk about the Igbos, you are brutal already.
No, the reason why I say
the
reason why I say that we are not children here. The world is full of bloodshed. Russians lost 18 million people just after the Second World War, and Stalin went on to destroy a lot more to build what they have today. This is the world you are living in the same world with them, and we are running to those countries. These are people that capability, they have it.
See, Russia is not even
and you think you're going to survive on this earth? Hold on now.
Country you should be envious of.
Oh, I shouldn't be envious of them.
You're not talking of Norway. You're not talking of Finland. You're not talking of Iceland. You're not talking of.
You are in America. You are in America that is like Russia.
You don't even want to mention US or UK. You're not talking of countries where.
What are you talking about? Hold on.
Mentioning Russia.
Okay, hold on. The West that you're talking about, do you know how brutal they are too? They are the ones that colonize. Those are the ones that colonize your forefathers and enslave your forefathers. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? This type of low. See, I'm not going to. I can't argue with you on this.
Don't mention countries that have no chance. They have no reputation.
You will have your own chance to talk all the stuff you want to talk. Come on.
Olumide,
not letting me talk. Come on, man.
Olumide, thank you. Why
are you so angry? I'm not saying anything that controversial. What I'm saying here is that if you care for your people, you have to cherish them a bit more than always going with your feelings. Men should have to put up with a lot of pain to get to where they need to get to, because the next generation is not going to thank you. Hold on.
You understand?
See, I'm going to move him out. He's not letting me even talk. Let me have.
Yeah, stop disturbing, man. What's wrong with you? Are you a jumping box? Just go back in your box, man.
Hey,
Olumide, hold on. Olumide.
Okay, you keep quiet. Flip-flop.
Olumide, you know you got.
Oh, wait, what does flip-flop mean? All these terms that you got from the idiotic comment section.
Flip-flop. That's what you are.
What does that mean? What does my brother? Shut up.
Exactly
it's
what
best.
it means. That's what you are.
Oh goodness, he's not going to let us talk.
All right.
Complete idiot.
Yeah, but why remove Olumide now? Why did you remove
Because you're not
Olumide?
letting me talk now.
Why, you cannot do that while I'm here. Rudolph,
but Dr. Damages, you can also remove Genghis for this is the second time of telling somebody shut up. Somehow I'm blaming you, Dr. Damages. We are part of the boss.
Forefathers, Dr. Damage, is there where we can speak to these individuals at the backdrop? Because me coming here and hearing this, shut up, shut up, shut up. Do you guys see? I don't have to be here. On a serious note.
All right.
But to be fair,
Let's do something about it.
Olumide
I'm
wouldn't let me
tired of
finish a
it.
short statement. He wouldn't let me finish it. So, and that's where
He
the whole
shouldn't
thing
let you
degenerated.
finish. You are talking
See,
rubbish,
Pansad,
right?
you've had
You're
your
not making any
say.
sense.
I
Why
disagree
would
with you.
Rudolph?
I disagree.
Why
See,
would Rudolph? Okay, Rudolph, let me respond to him.
all
Could I
these people,
just
they like
respond
to,
to him?
like,
Let me
you're
respond
not
to
going
him
to
what he
respond to me.
said.
You're just going to be insulting me. You're not going to
No,
address
I'm
the
not going to
point.
insult you. Let me respond to you, please.
Then let me finish my submission. Then you can carry on and go respond as much as you want. My take is that if we keep weaponizing ourselves against our own people, we are going to be instruments of our own destruction before long, and we have to start seeing things from a greater perspective, because that's why I like what Ismiri said and what Afam said, because these people what they've understood is that you can't always react based on just only one identity. We have multiple identities in this world. Just like you have your family identity, your clan identity, your tribe identity, you have your national identity too, and you also have your racial identity. Most people in this world operate on a racial level right now. This is why black people almost universally are performing worse all over the world. If you want to confront this challenge, we are the only one of the great races in the world that number over 1 billion that haven't gotten their act together. It's so terrible. If you know how terrible it is, I almost weep every day I study other groups. You guys don't know how backward we are. We are arguing about these things. The whole world is moving on. And we are in a way cursing ourselves, saying, oh, this land is not ours. We want to go to the Hebrew Israelites. We want to go to Egypt. We are going to lose it. That's what I say. And Pansad, if you understand anything, you have to take yourself out of that singular identity, because we all have multiple ones. And the way the world works right now, you need to operate at a higher level. Otherwise, we are done for. I can assure you, if I'm on the other side, I will make sure we are done for. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me, Pansad, just hold on. I wanted to hear from people like Clifford, who probably were listening to us. I wanted to give them a chance to tell us what they had, and they didn't have the opportunity to come in and join the conversation before we go to people who have been here all day. So, Clifford, let me hear from you.
Thank you. My first request is somehow you have to also question forefathers. One, we don't know his identity. So when he's speaking about Igbos, you have to listen to himself after the show. He talked everything bad about the Igbos. But when Pansat are talking, you try to correct Pansat. Why not correct forefathers when he lies about the Igbos? The music he said that the Igbos were enjoying, I don't know how during the 60s, we don't have internet when this music was spread or people enjoying this music, laughing at the Hausas about the AU of CM have corrected him about who produced the song, who sing that song, but he's still hammering the Igbos and this song. So how did he know that the Igbos were enjoying because of how they were laughing at the Hausas because of that music? That is why they start killing the Igbos. So he also spread propaganda here about the Igbos, but you don't caution him or correct him. But when Pansat talk, you try to correct Pansat. So I don't know, from your own side, what are you thinking about the Igbos or the Biafran? Dr. Damages, I'm asking you.
Actually think that I'm lying about
No,
that.
not asking you. I'm not asking you for fat. I'm asking Dr. Damages, not you. It's Dr. Damages I'm asking.
Thank you.
Why he gives. Thank you.
Thank you. So someone has a music on, please. Can you, I don't know who that is. Can you mute yourself if you're playing music? So the idea of what we do here is really to have a marketplace of ideas where people can air their views and people can challenge them in a respectable way. Okay. I'm not here all the time, and I'm counting that this is an open forum. Anybody can come here at any point and join the conversation. So if someone is saying something that you know that this is not accurate, you present the right view. And when I hear someone say something, even something I don't think, like what CM said today about Sanusi, it didn't sound to me like what Sanusi would say. And I said, I don't think this is what Sanusi said. And I will go and check and cross-check. And so that's the goal. The goal is not
but I've cross-checked and I've told you, right?
No, you didn't. Pansat, hold on, Pansat. Sometimes you didn't tell me the source. I know I've Googled that. The source is important. Don't tell me that you saw any website that has it. What is the source? Is it a credible source? I'm in the media. I'm not. It's not about anything.
Can I answer you? Hold on,
yeah.
Rudolph. Hold on. The
so
first
find a credible source and
it is a credible source.
Tell me the source. Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you. Just hold on 1 second. Hold on.
Okay. Let me finish what I'm saying. Then you can weigh in on that. So what I'm saying is that so this is an open forum for everybody to join and have a conversation. And if I'm wrong, people correct me. I'm not saying I'm always right, and I understand. That's it. So I'm not going to say that I would be 24 hours monitor the platform. Anybody that says, and you are there, and if you know that something is wrong, you challenge it. That's what we want to encourage anybody to do. All right. So Pansat, tell me what is the source?
Yeah, before I land on that.
It's not yet your turn to talk, but I know, but the source.
I want to respond to you especially because the concern that Clifford raised is asking you, where you coming from, allowing this people to do this on your platform against the Igbos, right? And I went and I looked at your politics. I looked at where you are doing sketches, you're doing comedy, and research your articles, research your books, and you are not somebody who's apolitical or somebody who couldn't make a judgment call of true or false, or even somebody whose politics is different from progressive Igbos. But you, for whatever reason, when you're here on this show, first time you say, hey, look, this is have your say. People could say whatever they want. And it's disingenuous. And it's doing a lot of harm. You can't be saying, you're putting your thumb on the scale when an Igbo man is speaking. Somebody as educated as Dr. CM is a doctorate. He cites something, you don't have anything to refute what he's saying, and you want a primary source material before you take what he says. But you're going to have these forefathers here. I don't even know if he's educated at all. He does superficial Googling stuff, and he's here talking, and that's okay. Now, believe me, I don't have any problem with that. But you cannot have a doctor, a CM, who is known outside your platform. He tells you that Sanusi said that. You Google it on, for example, Nigerian. It's on Nigerian.
No, that's not a source. I'm not.
I know, but what I'm saying, you're looking for a primary source material on this. Mm-hmm. But in no other case have you gone with that. That article is an in-depth article. It's not a superficial article. It's a very solid article written in the 90s by Sanusi Sanusi, right? It calls it it's prophetic. First of all, it's true. Even if he denies that he didn't say it, what he says that article lays it down for you. But I'll wait for my turn. I believe I'm next. So
no. I will say who is next. I'm talking to people who are yet to speak, who are joining us, and Okija is here.
I thought Forefather just finished speaking. Forefather is not new. He's not new.
No, he's not new. But when we started, he was having a conversation. So I want to go to talk to people who are
okay. Because I've been here long. You're not gonna have me to kick around anymore. After today, I'm not gonna come to your show.
I'm still waiting for you to give me the source. Okay.
All right. You'd say you're not gonna accept Nigerian. So
no, it's not a publisher. They are not publishers, so they don't claim to be published.
Okay, but you don't have anything right now to show it's not true, do you? Just go with the best evidence rule. You don't have anything right now to say that it's not true.
Pansat, if somebody tells me now that Pansat is in love with white people, that he loves you, I will say no, that's not true.
You better believe it.
I will say no, that's not true. I need proof. So
but,
based on what I know about
you went like
Sanusi,
this before. You've transformed to where you determine what is true and what is false.
No,
that wasn't the way you were before. And don't go that route. You do not determine what is true or false. You don't.
Based on what I know about Sanusi, okay, and remember I've been in the media for over 30 years, so I've followed these people. So based on what I know about Sanusi, there's something you tell me that Obasanjo said today, I would say no. I could be wrong, but
okay. Do you want to bet money on this? Let's bet money.
Yeah, go ahead. You have more money than I do. Let's say let's just $5.
No, let's.
That's what I can afford.
$100. $100.
No, not me and you. Let's find somebody else. Find somebody else. But just to tell you that I believe in what I'm saying, I can say $5. You know, but
okay, it's a bet. $5.
Okay. So let's prove it. Now let's go to what's Okija go next. Okija, are you with us? Okija, unmute yourself. Okay, I think he's watching soccer or something. Olumide, are you calm now?
Yeah, I'm okay. I didn't. It's just that sometimes when people talk and they're not being factual, you know, I just want to. I'm just tempted to always interrupt because they're not being factual. You know, they're not saying what is true. You know, just because they want to make a case, an argument for themselves. If you want to make a case, an argument for yourself to support an issue, at least let it be based on truth. You understand? I mean, when you say the Igbos are complaining, there's every reason for them to complain and air their concerns in the country called Nigeria. You understand? The name doesn't reflect any of the ethnic groups in that country. It doesn't reflect all the ethnic nationalities. You understand? We even coined that name, but we're trying to live together as one. You understand? And just because we went to war, there was a civil war. We have gone past that stage. We don't continue to marginalize them, and they're saying they're feeling marginalized. And there's every reason for them to have that concern. Look at the recent election. We're hoping that the country will be won. For me, really, I want my own ethnic group to have their own sovereign state too, Yoruba. I would very much love it because all these complexities are too much. All these baggages of one Nigeria is just too much. Maybe if we have our own country, we'll be able to deal with issues squarely the way we should deal with them and not hide under the umbrella of ethnicity or religion or whatever. You understand? If the president truly wants peace for the nation, call these ethnic nationalities together. What exactly do you folks want? You understand? If it is going to be, if you will take the ability to sit down and fashion a new document, I keep saying it all boils down to these documents that will be fair to everybody, that we will all agree to. Without a document, you can't have a good nation. You can't have a civilized society. We've seen it. We've seen Sweden is there, Norway is there, Switzerland is there. It may not be exactly as they have in the US or the UK, but everybody has come together to fashion a document that is agreeable to them, not something that when one person gets there and a Yoruba man gets there, the other ethnic group feel cheated. Now look at what Gumi is saying. That is what gives room for people like Gumi to utter the nonsense that he's uttering right now. To call, just because Wike is a Southerner, is a Christian, to call him Satan for meeting with the Israeli envoy or diplomat. To say that it's only a Muslim man or a certain ethnic group that qualifies to, because the country it's unbalanced the way it is. It's even with the Yoruba man there now. I mean, it's just so sad the way things are, and we are pretending like this concern. So now look at the Southern Kaduna people. Look at the people in the Middle Belt. We never thought we would get to that stage in our country where these people will be killed daily, and these were the people who even fought to keep the country one. They are aligning with the core north. You understand? To keep the country one. Now, is it until they start raising hands before we start to believe that their concerns are genuine? Until they start raising hands, now they are helpless because the state can't help them. a state is supposed to provide security. That says in the constitution you can't have a state police, you can't have a local government police, you can't, even when you have a certain kind of vigilante, you can't even carry certain level of arms to match the people, the opposing, the bandits or whatever are carrying AK-47, have access to them because certain kind of ethnic group is in power. And we are pretending, and they are using religion to cloak our eyes. They are using religion to kind of manipulate the people. And we are pretending like all this doesn't exist. And somebody is saying that, why do you guys come here to talk about this all the time? Because that is what bothers them. Because the way the country is now is stagnating them. Fine. I mean, that mistake was made. We all agree mistake was made. Okay, an Igbo man led the first civil, the coup, the first coup. They enacted the law, the unitary system. But we've all seen that mistake now. And we are saying, let's come together and do things that will be fair for everybody. You understand? And some people don't want that change because it benefits a particular set of people, and they select a few among all the other ethnic groups and make them rich. Look at this Niger Delta problem now. Whether we like it or not, we are sitting on a keg of gunpowder. Just because now what's his name? Asari Dokubo, Tompolo, and all the rest of them have contract. They gave them contracts to silence them. What about the rest of the population, the Niger Delta people? What happens to them when these ones go? And a new era of Niger Delta militants will spring up and say, we want our own share. But when you make policies that is directed towards everybody from that area to benefit from it, nobody will rise. Is it free education you want to give them? Do you want to give them checks every month for them to benefit from the resources? You understand? You've killed their source of livelihood, farming. What are you doing to support them to make things change? You understand? It's a Yoruba man today. It's going to be this section tomorrow, that section tomorrow.
Can I ask you a simple question? Can you give me a nation that operates the way you are describing right now?
I can tell you that the country I'm in here now. I'm in Canada here. Let me tell you, forefathers. Let me tell you why I'm proud. I'm proud of Canada. You understand? In Canada, if you immigrate from Nigeria and come to Canada, you, your wife, and your children, whether they are 4, any Canadian here or in the background can bear me witness. Without you even being a citizen, the moment you become a permanent resident, that child until the age of 18 years will collect check.
The question I'm asking is that the question I'm asking is that are there no imbalances in Canada where some regions are doing better than others?
See, even in the US, as good as it is, they're saying that in how did the US say that phrase? In pursuit for a better union, Road of Help me.
A more
perfect union. You understand? They are saying that even though things are good, they are still not perfect. That is why they keep making laws. They keep changing laws to reflect the present time.
Is that an acknowledgement that there are imbalances even in Canada?
That is why we say for a more perfect union. There's nothing perfect. But like I said, like I said in time past on the platform, that Nigeria does not meet the benchmark of a civilized society. We don't miss the benchmark of a civilized society. Is a society that cares for its people, that listens to the people, and cares for their welfare. We don't even meet that benchmark.
All right.
In every respect.
Thank you. Let's go. Let's hear from Okija.
It's my turn.
Okay.
It's my turn.
Pansal, we're going to people who are yet to say anything today on this platform. Okija, go ahead.
Okay, I want to thank the guests for coming. I was listening in the background, and but I'm gonna comment about forefathers. One of the reasons why I don't like forefathers is and I'm not mentioning was I don't like forefathers at all. He's a dictator, and if you look at him, you know that it's all over him. And when he handles the show, he's a dictator. Constantly, all the time, he sees something that is so mean, So I mean that I just think one day, forefather said, "If you know what is going on in my mind," and I was there watching it, I said, "God, I don't want to know because you must be a mean person. You must be a mean person because
my God.
Each time we talk about Igbo issue here, okay, or if people raise issue about Biafra, whatever, he will go to refer them to Agiyu Ronsi, and he refer them to people singing song. Okay, let me tell you something, forefathers. Okay, in history of Nigeria, every time there have been coup, people rejoice. When in my life, the one when I don't know well, December 31st, 1983, when Shagari was overthrown, because the government was corrupt. People were so happy. Okay, when a coup attempt against this guy happened, IBB happened. I mean, when IBB took over from Buhari, because Buhari came and he's the other one, with all these things, against Nigerians, military people, molesting Nigerians, treating them, with impunity. The people were angry. So when the people, Babangida came and Abacha came, August 1984, the people were happy. When Oka attempted coup against Babangida, people were happy even though it didn't succeed. It has been like that all over Nigeria. When military, when they come in, people are looking for salvation. The same could be said of 1960 whatever, 66 or whatever. The people, listen, because maybe you don't understand it. In Nigeria then, okay, it was pitted north against the south. The northern government, after the election, the one of the most bitter, the bitterest election in Nigeria, if I can use that word. The north, they manipulated the election, used the Adelabu in the west. The things that happened, all the evil things that happened, Awolowo was dislodged in the west. The people were angry. Even though Zik was aligned with MPC, the people didn't like, the MPC. And who were the figureheads of MPC? Sultan and what's his name? Tafawa Balewa. Okay? So when the coup happened, even if people were singing, do you tell me that it was only if people were singing? Do you think that people were not singing in the West, where that they were so happy that this government that is Roger Wolowo, that they were happy with this government? That Southerners, the embassy is caught up with them. Don't you think that happened?
No.
Even in a middle belt, where they manipulated election in middle belt, in some places they declared state of emergency so there could not be election. And then
Okija, can I just add some context?
And they won, even when some parties boycotted the election.
Okija, can I just add some context to what you are saying?
Hey, I'm speaking, please.
Oh my God, there's a bit of noise coming through.
Forefathers, let Okija finish.
You are the one making the noise.
No. There was noise from.
You are the one making the noise, please.
No, not you. Okay, fine.
Yeah. So when this thing happened, the people were happy that there was a coup against these people. So it's possible that people were happy singing songs. But let me tell you something about the pogrom, about killing Igbos. It didn't start then. Before the independence, they started killing Igbos already. And there was a committee, a task force that was set up by the British government. They said that if things that contributed to this wasn't taken care of, it could happen again. They said that. So you are not telling me that the program started just the 1966 or 1967. They were killing Igbos before then. So in 1967 or 1966, they found another reason to kill Igbos. It had nothing to do with the coup. It had nothing to do with the coup. It had been with the hatred they had against Igbos. So whenever you are still analyzing all these things, use your brain. Don't just use your mouth and say stupid things. Just what you say all the time. Every time you break Igbos, okay. In Nigeria, there were three classes: the military, the politician, and the civilian. Okay, the military, they took over from the civilians. From the politicians. They planned a coup against politicians and they took over. This was a war between the politician and the military. Okay, even if Igbo, some officers, mostly Igbos, organized the coup, it was the military against the military. Why all of a sudden they started killing civilians? What had they got to do with it? And each time you come here to rationalize it, to find a reason to rationalize it, that's your mind is something else. I know you have demons inside of you. All the time. What you converse here, it was that they deserve what came to them.
All right.
See, can I just talk to him, please, so that he can understand where I'm coming from?
I don't understand where you're coming from. You're coming from hell.
Come on, calm down.
My computer is very it's almost frozen, so I can't even mute people quickly as I want it. So let me just say this. It's very important that one of my goals is to constantly bring people here who will enlighten us, tell us things that probably we didn't know, we didn't see, different viewpoints, and we hopefully will open our minds and weigh them. I'm not saying you should buy any of the things anybody is selling. I mean by ideas they're selling, but I hope that over time we will have had different viewpoints from different people, and then we will adjust accordingly. And I know that somebody mentioned, I think it was Dr. Dominic mentioned the danger of a single story. I really will recommend that I teach that. That's the first thing I teach in my class when I talk to students about Africa. They have to listen to Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, The Danger of a Single Story, because I think we all make that mistake. It's not just anybody. Things you don't know it. So we tend to fall for that. That there's a single story about the people, and that's the basis of which most of the evil done in the world today is around that. When you define a people and you use a single story, and that's why you judge them based on that single story. I use the opportunity to mention that Alicia will be at Princeton on Wednesday, October 25th at 4:30 p.m. So if you can come to the event, that would be good. I will be there. And anyway, so back to what we're saying. So we want to have this kind of conversation, want to have people share their viewpoint and listen to other people. More importantly, to listen to people. I think we do more of talking than listening. I really enjoy when I listen to people, irrespective of their opinion. And be open-minded. You might learn something. I learned something from everybody, even people you may not think that they have a viewpoint, because it's important to know why people think the way they think. And maybe as someone who I do commentary, like Pansat was talking about, I do commentary. I will sometimes it's the reaction of people that will give me an idea what to write about, because I want to say, okay, how do I educate this person? If I know this and this person doesn't know this, how do I educate this person? That will become my challenge in my commentary. So that's how I approach these things we talk about. Yeah, I think we should listen to other people more than we want to pass our own view. And when I come to this platform, Pansat also mentioned that, and I want to address it. When I come to this platform, I'm not here to share my opinion. I have platforms where I share my opinion. I do videos, I do so many things. So my goal is not to be here to tell you what I think. My goal is to moderate and help moderate and hear what you think. That's it. It doesn't mean I don't have opinion about all these things, and I don't shy away from that. So, yeah, Maxi, you are next.
I have been here for
I think
quite some time.
not fair. No, I think it would have been good that people understand where I am coming from. And
no, I'll come back to you next.
Wait to Niger.
I'll come
back.
Maxi.
To Niger, wait. Me, I've been here for quite some time. I'm in my farm. If you can see now, I'm in my farm.
Can you tell us where the farm is again? I like the name of the town.
It's in Bolgatanga. The beautiful city of Bolgatanga, in the upper eastern part of Ghana.
Okay.
That's where it is.
Yeah, go
and
ahead.
I'm happy to say, just like people love their cows in Nigeria and can kill for it or fight for it, I don't have the zeal to buy anybody because of my cow. I'm expecting at the end of November, I'll be having an additional 125 cows. And
hold on, you're buying them. Are you buying them, or are you? Where are you getting?
No, they are giving birth. They are giving birth. They're giving birth.
Wow.
They're giving birth. I have the last time I told you, I said 278.
Wow.
So, and there are more of female cows than male cows, and we are adopting. There are some Netherlands, Dutch people that are here trying to coach me on how to modernize it instead of improvise. So that is what I do. Nobody's killed for it. I came in here before when Cyril Orji was giving his submissions, and I was not happy. I wanted to ask him. He is an elder. He is one of the elder, statesmen in Igbo land, in Southeast. I would have loved to tell him, with all due respect, that he failed. His likes failed our people. Most of them went through the school curriculum with, let's say, free scholarship. They went to school through scholarship. There is no Nigerian today that can even boast of having scholarship. Most of them that have been in scholarship in abroad, the federal government of Nigeria has refused to pay them. You saw them, the Niger Delta militants and so on and so forth that were sent to abroad to go and study. Some of them were complaining of food and tuition fees they were not able to pay during Buhari's time. I would have loved to tell him, ask him, the symptoms in the southeast part of Biafra. What is the cause of it, Dr. Rudolph? What is the cause of these symptoms that we are treating today? Instead of us to treat the causative agents that are now causing these symptoms, why are we treating the symptoms instead of looking at the root causes of these problems? There is gross injustices that is going on in Nigeria. Look at the appointment of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. 70% of them is Yoruba. Buhari did it, and nobody spoke. Even when you speak, people will come out and tell you, oh, forget about it. Oh, forget about it. But a precedent has been set from that man. And today it's repeating itself. And Nigerians all over the world are clapping for it, taking it, making it so trivial that it doesn't matter. In those countries, developed countries, that most of you stay today, enjoy work, your children go to school free, you have security, you have development, you have infrastructures. If it were like Nigeria, will you be there today? You will not. You will never be there. Why are people validating criminality, impunity, injustices in Nigeria? I know my own country here, Ghana, too, suffers the same thing. But we have a way of removing them. And I will challenge all of you, Dr. Rudolph. If I will have my way, I will invite you to Ghana when we are going to carry out our election 2024. And you will see what happened and how people vote. It's not Uhuru in Ghana. The place I am now is bush, 160 kilometers away from the municipal assembly. It is bush. But when you look around, you see lights all over the places. How can you develop a country without electricity? Your people are living, running away from Nigeria to these places looking for greener pastures. I would have loved to ask Cyril, because they are the kind of elders in Igbo land that are called people filled with hypocrisy. They lie to themselves. They always like to come and be politically correct. They don't want to be blamed. Whereas their counterparts in the north are supporting their own people, calling, canvassing for amnesty for people that carry automatic assault rifles to buy people all over the places. They canvass for them. But our own elders in Biafra land refuse, rather they put their youths on the slaughter board. I would have loved to ask him, if it was in the north or any other part of Nigeria that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, an appeal court, has ruled that that man must be discharged, and he is still illegally detained in DSS prison, not even in the correctional centers, what will he have done? What
all right.
he done? That is what I wanted to ask you. But it's more our people refuse to understand that the foundation of Nigeria can no longer hold. The better for everybody. Nigeria is on a parallel line. Look, it will get to a stage where the vehicle that is carrying that country is going to be grounded, and people will carry their baggage.
Thank you. Maxi, we're getting problems hearing you. I think not my own end alone. Thank you so much. We have
I had calls. I had calls coming in.
Okay.
I think my family are worried that I stay too long, so they are calling to find out what is happening.
Okay.
And that was the reason.
Okay, thank you so much for your contribution. What I will do is I'll give forefathers 1 minute or two to respond to Okija, and then we go to Pansat, and then we go around.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Regarding the 1966 events, the reason why I think it's important is because of we omit it quite a bit. And when we talk about the songs, I don't know how many songs that were released. If it was only that one that was released, it's not about the maker of the song, it's about how it was used. There are songs people can sing today to mock somebody. It doesn't mean they invented the song. And also, when you say that this is what people do when a coup occurs, it took Agmi Rosie from sometime around January, if I'm not mistaken, when the coup occurred, to around June to pass the law. So it meant the stuff didn't happen just in 1 month or 2 months. It went on for a while. They had to pass a law to stop it, a decree. Do you know what it takes for a head of state to suspend other businesses, to pass a decree to prevent people? That has never happened in the history of Nigeria since then. And it was too late for him to even be saved because of what happened during that time. And I don't believe that is going to happen today again, because we are now more sensitive to each other's pain. But when I hear some people talk as if it's only one-sided, I just feel like we are doing a disservice to the future generation, because if you don't give them enough information, how can they make informed decisions and make better decisions? You have to tell them the whole story. Not just say, okay, and Akija highlighted something I didn't even know, that there was a kind of team that was put together, or a kind of program that was put together to prevent such an incident occurring. Clearly, the events shows that stuff, they didn't work. They blew past it. That Nigerians, it was so hard to contain Nigerians that they blew past it. That a military dictator had to pass a rule to do that. I don't understand what our people do to themselves, because these are people that just...
It's been a minute, and this guy just talking and talking. It's not making any sense. It's been a minute. He gave you a minute, 1 minute.
You know what? Fair point. If you want me to shut up, I'll shut up.
I do want you. I do.
Should I shut up? Damages? Come on. I'm not you. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking about the person I see. The point I'm making is that we just kicked Igbo people out of the country. And we should remember how we got where we got in the first place, because we're busy fighting each other. Now, we saw another tribesman getting this thing killed, and we're laughing at them to the point whereby a military head of state had to pass a decree. It meant we didn't learn any lesson from what happened to us. We didn't. And we are still there till today. We are stuck in the 17th century. We have to move on. If we don't, not that move on, I'm not saying you should forget, because I think people misunderstand that I'm saying you should forget. I'm saying you have to create plans for the future. That's all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, forefathers. Pansat.
And sorry, and all the ones they've been killing Igbo since after 1966. Igbo, they've been singing songs and they've been killing them. You see the song they sang that 1991. The Bauchi, Adamo, everywhere.
I agree with you on that one. There is an element of extremism.
That's why I don't want it to continue.
No, you have to add it. You have to include it, because if you know people are in a certain way.
Because to do with anything.
Hold on. If you go and draw the image of Muhammad, no, it's not necessarily true, Okija. If you go and draw the image of Muhammad right now, it shouldn't mean that they should. Hold on now.
You give out these lies. and some people they take
it's
it.
not a lie, it's a fact.
Stop spreading the lie.
You see,
All right.
If you give me 1 minute, I can also add a bit to what forefather is saying. See, forefather, I went to school in the north. As young as I am, that song was sung to me. I can still sing it to you because they sing it for me and my sister whenever school finishes. They'll be following us behind and singing, hey, hey, they sang it to almost every gate of my house. Fellow students, fellow primary school students like myself. What about the one they talk about? Do you know the meaning of Nyamri? Do you know how it came about? Do you know how it came about? So when you say these things, and you even say this one you're quoting happened in 1960. What about before 1960? When the Southerner sat in an interview with a British reporter and said the Igbos are like cancer. Was it as a result of the war? Was it as a result of being killed? What happened that the Igbos became a cancer to him? Is that a good statement to make for your fellow?
Of course not.
So why then do you always bring this issue that?
No, I bring it up because it has to be accurate. We tell this part of the story all the time. We don't tell the other side. We have to tell both sides of the story. I've seen this video several times.
The Igbos. Could you perhaps explain that to me?
Well, the Igbos are more or less the type of people whose desire is mainly to dominate everybody. If they go to a village, to a town, they want to monopolize everything in that area. If you put them in a labor camp as a laborer, within a year they will try to emerge as headman of that camp, and so on. Well, in the past, our people were not alive to their responsibilities, because you can see from our northernization policy that in 1952, when I came here, there weren't 10 northerners in our civil service here. Then I tried to have it northernized, and now all important posts are being held by northerners.
Is this policy of filling all key posts in the north solely with northerners and not with other Nigerians a temporary or permanent one?
In actual fact, what it is a northerner first. If you can't get a northerner, then we take an expatriate like yourself on contract. If we can't, then we can employ another Nigerian, but on contract too. This is going to be permanent, I should say, for the as I can see.
Can you pause it
rather
for a second? I want to say something there.
To see the number of boys we are now
Can you pause
from
it?
all our learning institutions coming out.
So if you listen to what he was saying the northernization agenda. That was during the regional system, which is okay. You understand? Which is okay. But now the problem we are having is that this regional stuff, they're trying to northernize the entire country. That was what Buhari did during his own time. You understand? Now, Fafara, if you listen very well, and the reason why Nnamdi Kanu had a lot of followers was because this guy was resisting that kind of agenda when they were trying to impose their people, the Fulani herdsmen, and give them land without consulting the owners of the land, and carrying AK-47 and killing people and raping people, and you are telling them not to talk. What kind of a country is that? And you don't want them to pretend like nothing ever happened. Look the other way. And this guy came out to do what a constitutional government should have done to protect its people by setting up a vigilante, and now they put him in what do? They kind of kidnapped him until today. Even the court say this guy did nothing wrong, free him, and they refuse. And you are telling them to keep quiet. It's all about
I just said I never tell anybody to keep quiet. I just said that we have to tell the full story. I've seen the video several times.
Of the day might be, it will feel rather embarrassed, and it might even lead to bloodshed.
Doesn't this damage the idea, sir, of all people in all regions in Nigeria being fellow citizens of one country?
Well, it might, but you are, new to our region, but how many northerners are employed in the east or in the west? The answer is no. And if there may be 10 laborers employed only in the 2 regions.
All right.
No.
Dr. Damages.
Yeah.
Dr. Damages.
Yeah.
Dr. Damages, please. I just want to say, I just want to take two minutes of your time to say this so that I will leave. Forgive me, I beg you.
Okay. Go ahead.
See, I would like to tell our people here, especially the Nigerians, to stop nomenclaturing 1966 coup as an Igbo coup. It wasn't an Igbo coup. I was a military personnel as well. Anything that we do it in the name of the Nigerian government, not tribal. Not tribal. They just devised this nomenclature of 1966 coup as an Igbo coup in order to kill and to subjugate the Igbo people. If you look at the bulk of the people that carried out that 1966 coup, they are no longer in Southeastern region. Go and check it. If you call 1966 coup an Igbo coup, what will you call Obasanjo coup that brought him to power? What will you call Oka coup, a TV coup? What will you call Buhari coup that brought him to power December 31st, 1983? What will you call 1985 coup that brought IBB to power? What will you call Abacha that brought Abacha to power? What will you call them? Will you call them the Northern coup, Fulani coup, or Hausa coup? This is the misinformation you people. No, hold on, my brother. Hold on. To Niger, please. To Niger, please. Please, I beg you.
Okay.
I have never seen in the history, for 18 years I served in the North, I have never seen Igbo people going into the North, carrying AK-47 or killer weapons, taking their lands from them. I've not seen that. Igbo people goes into your place, use their own money, their hard-earned money to rent apartments, rent shops, and do their business and develop your place. Why will you keep on hating these people? What domination? This man that you played here now, this was not before the Civil War. This was before the Civil War. Why this hate against the Igbo people? That is where my mother comes from. And I stand anywhere to defend them. And that is the reason why I concur with Mazen Namdekano, the likes of Sunday Igbo, the Akintoyes, and Simon Ekman, and everybody that wants to get out of that contraption called Nigeria, because it's not helping anybody. Rather, look at what is going on today. Are you better off with what is going on today? Are you better off, my people? You are working to feed your people in Nigeria. $1 today is 1,250 naira. Are you better off today, my people? Thank you.
All right.
Dr. Damages, thank you so much for having me. I have to go now. My apologies. Thank you so much. And may God bless all of you. And may God bless my Biafran people that are here and those that are supporting the Biafran reality. And we are going to get it. Thank you so much and God bless.
All right. Thank you. Let me, KJ, hold on, okay? I promised Pansa that he will speak. He just have to, he promised us that he will speak for 2 minutes and not more.
Okay.
And then we go on.
Okay.
God help.
I'll try. I'll try. What I do, I've been here longer than normally I would stay. It's interesting discussion. And hopefully forefathers is listening. Because in that video that was just played now, by the way, thank you for playing that video. In a nutshell, that is the intelligentsia of the North. I've relegated everything that happened in the 60s all the way back. Because believe it or not, I'm a Pan-Africanist. Nigeria is too small, right? I'm a Pan-Africanist in aspiration. But we may have to step it down first to Biafra and then go Pan-African, because Ghanaians, they're Africans, South Africans, they're Africans, Igbos are Africans. I don't know about the rest. I really don't. It's just the truth. There are some who believe in that the Arabs, especially in the north. But I'm hoping that since, I guess, 2015, even our people in the north, Hausas, are beginning to get it. Anthropologically, there are Fulanis who came into our country and conquered people. They're not indigenous to any part of the country. They're not. Now, if they amalgamate, fine. There's nothing wrong with amalgamation. After all, we're in diaspora here. We're not from here. Home is our place, but nobody's going to take that place from us. I just want you to know it. And it's not going to come by being nice or wishing that they leave us alone or that kind of. No, we're stronger than they are. They make nothing. They have nothing. They have no copyright stuff. So I would end my 10. I want to revisit the discussion about.
Hold on, Passat. Hold on. You see, that's why, not that we don't want to cross-check people when they say certain things. You said they don't make anything. They don't. Who are you referring to? Are you talking about Northern Nigeria? They don't have software. What software do you have?
It's not software. There's something called, when you go and you invent, say, a computer or you invent a car, right? Mm-hmm. You're going to have intellectual property to that. You're going to have a patent, right? A patent, right? Or you win a Nobel Prize, for example, right? You do something that is internationally recognized, or you build something from space. Hold on. A lot of this is by observation. And I know in my case, you want me to proffer.
No, because I can tell you 10, 20 Northerners who are doing exactly what you are saying, who are even building
give
cars,
me one.
who are building cars, who are
give me one patent, one. Well, because you have to go what I said.
Okay.
But before
you know what? Because of what you just said, now I just booked somebody that will come in here on Sunday. Okay. His name is Sadiq. Okay. He has let me see, and that's what I'm doing. I'm actually discussing that with the he invented. Hold on, because there are so many. It's just that when you say that, it means that you don't even care to look, or you don't know what's going on in the country.
I'm saying that there isn't any patent.
It's called Nova. Okay, you can Google it now. This is something that is coming to me now. I'm not even talking about something I paid attention.
What are you talking about? The software?
Yeah,
or something like that. Oh no. That's nothing. I mean, I'm talking about a patent. Hold on for a minute. So writing software, every high school kid. Okay. These kids are very good with that. But what I want to tell you, forefathers, is called As a matter of fact, let me take 30 seconds to play for you in a ballad on a guitar, right? I
like that song, actually. That's Oriental Brothers.
Exactly. So I want to tell you, forefathers, everything is not a joke here. You can laugh all you want. It's not a joke. You saw that video. What did he say? Amadu Bello, the Sadoana. He says this to a European guy, an American or somebody who's interviewing him. He says, look, we're going to try to employ Northerners, but if we don't have Northerners, then we're going to employ expatriates such as yourself. And then if we don't have expatriates, then we can then employ other tribes in Nigeria. Imagine that. You come third. If you're a Dogai, if you're a Yoruba, you don't even come second. You come third. So what a shameful thing for somebody to say. Now, our guests, as much as I like Rudolph bring Igbos here who are intellectuals, if I'm tribal, I'll just listen to what they're saying. I'm not going to give them a hard time, right? But I'm not going to do that because I'm not tribal. This Saduana is who he's holding out at a beacon when he's talking to our Africans who try to make Nigeria, Africa, actually a unit. These people were not looking at tribalism. Somebody like Nnamdi Azikiwe.
I'm sorry, hold on 1 second. Your time is up. You've gone well beyond your time.
Let me say this, right?
4 minutes.
I'm saying that if Azikiwe was short-sighted because we're looking at it from 2020 vision. Azikiwe, who is like Zik of Africa. Okay, you have people from Ghana who are in his class, people from Tanzania who are in his class, right? Zik is not your average guy, right? These guys are African big shots that were fighting these Europeans to wrest from them that independence. So he's thinking big, right? So if it was not successful, why should we hold somebody with a myopic view, with a big mouth? He's an educated man. You saw that he's educated. It was if you always insulting Oyibo, you say, hey, this Oyibos. Look at a white guy telling one of our forefathers, say, hello, but that's not fair, man. You want to build a country. How are you going to exclude people based on their tribe? That it's not going to be a good country if you do that. Shamefully, right? Oyibo is on our side.
You think so?
This one, of course.
Wow.
You gave me a chance, right?
After 60 years of colonizing a country, they are on your side. You couldn't change it.
Listen to me. Listen, if
Okay.
you look at the Lord, right? If you listen to the Lord, who your neighbor doesn't necessarily mean somebody who lives next door to you. If you look at the Good Samaritan, so I see Rudolph showing signs that
I grew up in Nigeria, in the northern part of Nigeria, Sokoto, in the capital of Sokoto State. And I've always loved cars since I was a little kid. And my brothers and dad also loved cars a lot. And I love drawing, so I thought I'd put the two together to really go into car design. And as you know, there's nothing like that in Nigeria. Actually, in the whole of Africa, there's no car design. So I had to go outside Nigeria to study automobile design.
When he arrived in the USA, Jelani Aliyu, like many newcomers to a different country, had some challenges.
The hardest thing, I think, was the weather. Especially, I came in the middle of January. So in the middle of winter, I left Nigeria. It was very, very hot. Nigeria, Sokoto, coming to Michigan, very cold. So that was really the biggest challenge that I had. And the school itself was very, very challenging because a lot of people wanted to get into car design, but there were only a few spots. So you really had to be one of the best to get in there. And the competition between the students was really stiff.
Despite these challenges, Jelani excelled as a student and left a memorable impression among his teachers and fellow students.
I found Jelani exceptionally.
All right, so you can watch the rest of the video. He designed several cars for Michigan car makers. Now he's in Nigeria making what they call solar powered, not solar, electric vehicles in Nigeria. So when you don't know a lot of things and you say statements that that is totally not true, it worries me. So you can take caution and just simply say that I don't know, but
okay, all right.
I'm
okay.
just.
Okay, no problem. I understand what you're saying, and generally,
Pansat is over. Sorry, let some other person talk. You've had your time. I had to stop when you asked me to stop. Only be fair.
Okay, yeah, I agree. But Pansat, just 1 minute, just round up.
Where is he from? The kid Aliyu that you said. When you say the north,
Sokoto State.
Sokoto. Okay, very good. I'll look into it, and I hope so. I don't want to be right in what I'm saying. Right? I want them to have sufficient number of people go to school. I want them to embrace democracy. You cannot turn off that BVAS, right? And do it with impunity. First of all, I'm not gonna let that happen, right? We're waiting for the Supreme Court to come in, and let's see. You cannot turn off that BVAS the way I said it the other day, and then we just move on. It's time to start having consequences. That's what we shouldn't be going back to 60s. Let's look at contemporary issues. You cannot turn off that BVAS with disrespect the way they did it. We shouldn't allow things like that to happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thanks. I will exit the show now. I'll listen in the background. Thank you,
right.
Rudolph. I've been hard on you. I'm sorry to do that. We have respect for you. We love you. That's why we're here. But you're not infallible, especially with the company you keep, like forefathers there, OVA and all that. You're going to have to do something about it. That's just
you have a problem.
Right. Thank you very much.
You don't have issues.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll have to go, but before I go, I want to hear CM because he was here from. So let's go to Mazi Dimpa and then CM. Then I have to. I'm 6 hours more than my time on Sunday. Go ahead,
Anyway,
Dimpa.
okay, thank you. Okay, I thought it's me. Yeah, thank you.
Let's hear
Rudolph.
Mazi Dimpa
Actually,
so that we at least.
Okay. Yeah, because I think I've had enough time. I would love to go to bed soon. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. Dimpa, go ahead.
All right. I've listened a lot. Okay, I've heard a lot today, and I've learned a lot today. But I don't know. Forefathers. He has some points, but I think he's kind of using the same strategy Nigerian government is using when they want to solve problems. They go with blanket statements. To elaborate on that, I'll give an example of, let's say, when doctors, nurses are traveling abroad, what do? They want to draw a bill. Let's stop them from traveling. They use police, DSS, harass them wherever the interview is going on in Abuja, in Lagos. Would that solve the problem? No. Is that the best way to go about it? No. Yeah, even if we want to have international recognition as forefathers is proposing, which I am also in key with that, we need to start solving our in-house issues first. Olumide was talking about things that is happening in Nigeria. You are telling us about imbalances. Even the down barrel of Canada, you can't compare it with Nigeria. If you want to talk about imbalances all around the world, even someone who is in the big mansion in Nigeria do not. So how can you weigh these imbalances? So we should come to the standard of Canada first. Then we can talk about these imbalances you're proposing. Um, there's a lot here. Even at this time, I think I'm kind of the youngest here. I've learned a lot. I'm not saying what you are saying is not right, but come down low. Just like Pansa has said it. We can start from Biafra. Even okay, let's say Biafra doesn't work, but can Nigeria itself answer these questions Biafrans are asking? Can they bring forth? Can someone receive health care? On social media, I think early this month, a lady was stabbed. I think in Abuja. Hospital couldn't attend to her just because of wrong policies.
All right, Dimpa, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Okay,
We
sir. All right.
appreciate you.
All right.
I know
Thank
this is
you.
the first time, but we hope you'll be coming back, and we appreciate your time. CM, go ahead.
um, actually, yeah, thank you, Rudolph. Actually, what I read out to Dr. Orji when he came in, it was just to underscore a point. Normally, when you talk, when you want to, there is nothing about Nigeria that, in fact, the most significant aspect of Nigerian history, there are many milestones, but that civil war should should be number one because that is part of our life journey as a country. Now, normally in war, there are emotions. People will fight on this side and fight on the other side. In 1970, they said the war has ended. Gowon said, no victor, no vanquished. In other words, I didn't lose, you didn't lose. All of us are victors, all of us are vanquished. They brought out a program to integrate. Normally, when you finish a war, like the East was pulverized. You have to go and rebuild them, just like what is happening in Gaza today. I'm not happy about that, but it should be rebuilt if people should live there with all those rubbles. Owerri, Umuahia, Okigwe, Abagana, Onisha. There was no rubbles in Kaduna or Medugri, or even in Lagos, or maybe in Ibadan, Ilori, all those places, Sokoto, Kaduna. There are none. But we had them here. So after that, people said, okay, let us rebuild. Was it done? It wasn't done. People coming out from the war with rag. All you could do to them was to give them £20 to go and rebuild their life. This £20 is not just because you want to give them money. This is for anybody that can show evidence that he has got money in Nigerian bank. £20, not more than that. Okay, that's okay. Then they continued. Whenever there is fighting, whenever there is a war, the first casualty, the institutions that are the first casualties are one, the schools, because there won't be any education going on in that place. Like in Gaza now, you can't tell me people are going to school. No way. The hospitals, because of bomb. The market square. The churches, if there are mosques, all these things. So people cannot gather. Now, all these things were for 3 years, between 1967 to 70, nobody was writing WAEC in Southeast, in the Biafran area. Primary school. So they were taken aback. I agree, these are the consequences of war. I'm not trying to make... But the thing is that as a government that want them back, why not start a Marshall Plan and go and rebuild those schools? Were they done? I want people to read the biography of Edwin Clark. I'm going through it now. All these things, the Igbo said, okay, if you reject me, I can't reject myself. It's a popular saying. They went to task and start doing things on their own. To the credit of our Southwest brothers, houses Ndi Igbo left in Lagos, when they came back, it was given over to them. Olumide, I know you know about this. A prime example is Otumba Subomi Balogu, from Ijebu Igbo or Ijebu Oda, I don't know, but he's Ijebu man. He is the owner of First City Monument Bank, formerly First City Merchant Bank. Number 9, Bombay Crescent, belongs to Alex Ekweme. Bombay Crescent in Apapa belongs to Ekweme. Probably number 8 or number 7 will be that of Subomi Balogu, because they were neighbors. But Ekweme has to live at night, disguised. All these are Chebeden, they ran away. No handover. But Subomi Balogu noted that that house is being used by hoodlums. He drove them away, used his own money, repaired it, and put it for rent. 1970, Ekweme came back, was trying to see how he go. The man called him, said, come. He went as a neighbor to greet them, say, look. Also, Mr. I know you, Alex Ekweme, come in. They sat down after talking. He brought out cash. Say, this is your money. That house is your own. I repaired it. People were living there. Ekweme never handed over to him. Ekweme didn't hand over anything to him. But he did it out of his own, decision. What then happened was, as God will have it, by 1979, Ekweme became vice president. By 1981, they are talking of liberalizing bank. Subomi Balogu, a lawyer, one who was working with one of the banks, either National Bank, wanted to set up his own bank, the first indigenous bank, merchant bank. He remembered the Ekweme, and the Ekweme paid him back. Why I'm saying this is that Nigeria has not treated Ndi Igbo very well. But on individual basis, we were able to excel. Tell me why we should not be talking about Biafra. All of us here, let's say we are 10, 11 years. Let's forget about abandoned property in River State. I mean, people have been, what they abandoned, if I say it now, most of you know. Let's say all of us here, 10 of us, we are from different states in Nigeria. And we are to write common entrance exam to enter into federal government college. Very tough exam. Very tough. Definitely me and Olumide can't score. We can't enter with the same cutoff mark. Me and Ovie can't enter with the same cutoff mark. What are you trying? These are 11 years. The people that are 10 or 11 years. At that age, you are beginning to tell them that, look, we come from this area. Forget about all of us may be sitting in Zaria writing the same exam. But then we say, Jagu, your name sounds like somebody from this is your cutoff. Okija, your name sounds this is. So when we are doing this is what people now said, what is common? That is what Yinko Dumaki, before he died, he said, what is common in common entrance exam? When we do all these things, and when, okay, all those ones are past gone, we Igbos, we are living with it. We don't bother. You complain. Okay, let it be. You come from Sokoto with 7 marks, I will be 139. It's okay. We know the implication. Now look at the election held this year in Lagos. Slowly somebody explain to me why Igbo should be singled out. 4 years ago, the Oba of Lagos said, or 8 years ago, that Igbo must vote for the candidate he choose for them. This is not what Ahmadu Bello is saying. That is what they call the impunity. So these are the things that trigger off all this discussion. If you want something to go, you bury it. Igbo have taken the civil war behind them. But this generation now, they say, look, why? Why are we being punished? You want me to score 139 when I'm 11 years, 10 years? I want to enter federal government college. Somebody will come in with 11 and tell me we are building the same country. 10 years down the line, I'll be 21. If I now waving another flag, you say, look at, I didn't see war. Why are they being punished? Why are they setting a different standard for them than other people? That is what is causing the problem. That's why Ojukwu said, it is not the Igbo that we are that is causing the problem, but the Igbo that people see us to be. Why? Why must you set a different example, a different cutoff for Igbo to follow? That is what is causing it, because I don't want to go into, if I start telling you all these things, but let us say the civil war, everything has gone. We've forgotten. We lost 5 million people. We've forgotten. Our property in Port Harcourt abandoned. Yes, let them take. We've forgotten that. We put it behind us and we are marching forward. Then why are we still being made? This at the age of 10 years. Even if you don't want to do bridge for us, that is structural, no money. I agree. You don't want to do this, no, yes. Why does it cost you not ink? 10 biro like this, it will cost you. To write off that and say, look, henceforth, everybody should score the same. That's what we should do. So when you now start at the age of 10 years, Shoyinka said at the age of 11, a child is still the age of innocence. What does the 11-year-old child know? That you will subject him. The implication of this, let me tell you what it means. If you bring 100 candidates from Imo State to score 139, the chances of 100 getting 139 is very high, is very bleak. Maybe 21 or 28, we get 139 to pass. But if you give the people you said bring 100 candidates, and they have to score 7 or 11, the chances of 99% of them, 99 of them, or 70 or 80 passing that exam is high. So in the end, maybe Imo State will contribute 28, these people will contribute 92. Is that how to build a country?
All right.
That is not easy, because I've taken ourselves out. We're adults. Just think of 11 years, our future. This is what we implement to them. So if you now say that I'm in Nigeria, you didn't build road for me, I didn't get a job, you didn't promote me to general, let's leave that. Let's talk of people that are 10 and 11. How you subject them to different types of discrimination.
CM, I wanted to, because you have used this term about education stuff of different scores in terms of how they admit some people. But I don't know whether you are aware of a weighting system that universities use to admit people, even in the West, where they take into account your background, your age, and different things to admit you. So it's not necessarily a level playing field for everybody. Are you aware of that? Because I think you are involved in academia to an extent.
What you should have enlightened me was why Nigeria is doing it. That's what I want to know. Let's forget about others. Tell me why Nigeria is doing it.
For the same reason why other people are doing it. If they feel that some people are a little bit disadvantaged,
okay.
And
Forefathers,
so they might do that.
Forefathers, let me say
okay,
my final.
okay.
Hold on. Let me say my final thing, and then you guys can go on.
Please, Dr. Damages, before you go, let me just, on our earlier guest, Dr. Cyril Orji, when I argued about Ojukwu not being the governor of East Central State, in theory, from my findings in the background, it turns out to be that Ojukwu was, by Gowon's own view, in theory, for 4 days, between May 27th and May 30th, Gowon had tried to make Ojukwu governor of East Central State. So briefly right after that, of course, that was not going to hold. Okpabiaseka was made the administrator of East Central State. So let that be on record, because Dr. Orji was adamant about it that he won't even blink. So for 4 days, that's what it was.
All right. So thank you so much. Let me just say something about.
Please. No, Rudolph. I want to know the advantage, like Fofara is saying. The child from Imo State, living in Kaduna, born in Kaduna, what advantage has that child as 11-year-old wanting to take entrance exam to maybe to King's College, Lagos, or Federal Government College, Warri? What advantage has that child got because he's from Imo State? The parents are from Imo State. What advantage has that child got than a child from Plateau State or Sokoto State? All of them living in that same Kaduna State, the same environment, playing the same street, and they wanted to write. Just tell me the advantage, because that is where they say the standard. So tell me, if maybe you know more than I do. Tell me, let us know what advantage, so that you can tell the boy, though it doesn't mean, so that your name is Igbo, you are from parents are this, you must call this. So tell me the advantage that child had, that 11-year-old or 10-year-old over his peers when they are playing in the same on Tudunwada area of Kaduna, and they want to take exam. Let me know.
Yeah, like I personally, you see what you said just now makes sense. When they are all in the same environment, why disadvantage one of them against using tribe? Basically, I never subscribed to the idea of using tribe to disadvantage people, especially when they are of the same distance. But this is Nigeria you're living in, where if you are in the same state, you are born there, and when it comes to you grow up in that state, they will treat you like a foreigner because your parents are not from there. This is the madness that we live in, and it needs to stop. I agree with you on that front, but the idea of waiting when you were putting it up, that's why I was asking that you understand that they are waiting in different countries.
You see, they don't have to, they don't. You see, in Nigeria, there is no justification for it except to punish
that is the
those
Nigerian
people you are
system.
giving.
I think it's because they believe the Southerners are more educated than the Northerners. That's the key reason why. But it shouldn't be based on pride.
I can tell you the most intelligent Nigerian of his time was Jubril Aminu. The most intelligent. He won a national essay competition in 1960s. The whole country beat their hands down. Jubril Aminu is from Adamawa State. He's a Fulani, former minister for petroleum, former minister for education, former minister for, whether is senator. So I can tell you, Ibrahim Taye, what is his name? Mamo Otoko, the one that is a mathematician.
PhD, the gap is massive between the South and the North at that time.
You can punish people like that at
All right,
the age of 11. 10 years, what does he know?
Even till now, the gap is still there. What are you talking about? Even now, the gap is still there.
You can't do that.
They've not even caught up till now.
FIFA, FIFA cannot. FIFA, if Sierra Leone, no, let me face it and I go. If Sierra Leone is playing against Brazil in a football match, you can never say because this is Brazil. Therefore, Sierra Leone should be 20-0 ahead. Then before Brazil, before they say start, you don't do that.
Not within a nation that people live together.
You don't do that.
The match.
Can I have a last word and you guys can continue? Let me just weigh in on this, because I have studied what is going on. There's something they call affirmative action in America. And in Nigeria, we have the catchment area and you have the one that you're talking about now, which is where they say these are disadvantaged states. There are two things I want to mention that everybody should bear in mind, and this is how I look at things. The first thing I look at is, okay, so I understand that the feeling at the point it was started, maybe 30 years ago, it's been going on for too long. And then the idea is that the Northerners are not, they are disadvantaged in terms of education, which you saw Banu Bello talking about in the 60s. So the question I ask myself is, having done this for 30 years, the score has not improved. The people have not been basically improving their scores to be able to get to that level. Isn't that a failure of that policy? If the policy is the other way, which is when you say you have to make this score, people will work hard to make that score to pass. Otherwise, over time.
So Rodolph.
Hold on. Let me finish. One more thing. So the other thing I think about is also, if you look at America, for instance, affirmative action has been attacked, and the Supreme Court finally had to abolish it. Who were the people attacking it? The people who felt that they are disadvantaged, the white people, the Indians, who felt that because of this action that is put in place, that some of their people who should have been in colleges are not going in. And they took it to the court, and the court said, okay, we have to abolish this. It's not good. So I'm saying I'm putting these two things out there in the way I'm looking at this, to say that for people who feel that someone like CM, this is a major issue for him, should understand that it's the same way white people in America feel that this affirmative action that allows some black people to get into colleges where, because of that action, that is disadvantage to them. So there's a kind of people flipping it, and people saying that it's something that we want to see stopped. So it's legitimate for people who feel that they are being denied opportunity because of this system.
But Rodolph, see, where people like me kind of have a different view from that is when you lift laws and policies from a different country without thinking of the ramification and applying it to your own society. That is why when we say a civilized society will make and take decisions that directly affect its people. The Swedish, you won't see Sweden copying people law for law. You won't see Norway copying law. They have their own things that work for them. You understand?
But
The affirmative action, listen, the affirmative action was meant to address the minority people. There was the belief that the blacks or the minorities or the colored were being denied admission in favor of the whites, even though they scored good results. That was why they made that law. In Nigeria, who is the minority?
No. He just tweeted. He said, even though they scored good results, that is inaccurate.
No. That's accurate. That's accurate.
No.
It's not in Nigeria.
Affirmative action is not only that.
Now lower the benchmark.
No, they also admit them when they have lower scores too. They also admit them when they have lower scores. That's what I'm trying to
highlight. Rudolph, what you didn't add in your statement is that those people who also went against the affirmative action are some of the black people who are supposed to be beneficiaries. They said, you guys look at us and say we're not able to make that score. So don't tell us we can make the score, even with your affirmative action or not. So you can take your affirmative action away. We still beat you in your average score.
Yeah, but by that reasoning, then Nigeria will tell you that don't tell me about Biafra, pick yourself up by your bootstraps. You see that kind of like that kind of mentality doesn't always helps.
What the Biafra people are saying is that we want to manage.
It's not the same thing now. It's not the same thing.
It's similar because you are saying that you should not, because 1 minute CM.
That's why we are calling for revolution.
Nigeria should understand the situation in the country. Then the next thing you say you don't want affirmative action. But if you don't want affirmative action or you don't want people to recognize you, then you guys you should pick yourself up by your bootstrap.
I don't know how you guys operate like this.
Olumide likes to just talk about people. Hold on, now calm down.
Forefathers, hold on. I don't know how you guys operate like this. I can't. But let me say the final thing. There's something you mentioned that I thought you were going there. Which is that when you come to the black community also, African Americans.
Guys, I will join later. I will join you guys later.
All right. African Americans complain that Africans are taking the spots that are given to black people. So that's another subsect of what is going on. That Africans, when they say, okay, affirmative action, we're going to give room for black people, that they end up being children of Africans. And you can't stop them from getting this position because they are black. So there are so many angles to this. But what I'm saying is looking at it as if we want to care about what other people feel. I understand why white people will feel the way they feel, And I understand why maybe an Igbo person or Yoruba person will feel that somebody is getting to common entrance and getting in, while they will get 150. The cutoff is 160. They won't get in. I understand that. Okay. So the goal is always to put ourselves in other people's position, and then maybe we'll understand it more why this is the way it is. And my main concern is that after doing it for many years, it hasn't improved anything.
God bless you, Rudolph.
That tells you that it's not working.
How do you know, though? We have defense ministers, defense secretaries,
no, what I mean by improve anything,
Obama and all of them.
No, wait. Forefathers, what I mean is that the scores are still the same thing. The cutoff is still 2. It's still 4. And you can't do something for 30 years and that didn't improve. Then you have to change it.
Oh, you mean for Nigeria?
For Nigeria, that's what I mean. So
What is holding Nigeria back is way bigger than that. This is one other aspect that people don't always address.
Right. Let me
Maybe one way to help them is to lower the score to 50.
Let me thank everybody who joined us.
I brought up
before you leave.
Thank you, Rudolph. I brought up that.
Thank you, Dr. Damages.
What I brought up is that if you want to build a country, it doesn't mean anybody we can compete. We don't favor any side. I remember when people talk of love in Nigeria, you don't talk of love. Just say fairness. Treat Ovie the way you treat Olumide, they will love each other. Be fair to any show the way you are to Okija, they will love each other. In Nigeria, you don't need to come and start to say this one will be. You don't do that. The way they play Super Eagles, if you can meet up, you join it. It doesn't mean when you win, everybody wins. So this idea of, they say, this area, that is what brings people will now say, look, if my area is treated like this and you are treated, then we are not one country. I better go on my own and then draft my own way. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work. Or if you want to even do it, why not do it in everywhere? Must you always do it when you are passing an exam? Why not do? Why not say since you want to do it? Say because Southeast are having 5 states. What it means is that for every two local government in the north, you give them 4. You balance up because they are having few numbers. But you won't do it. You will say no. Local government should give the way. I'm coming.
I don't know why we ask our country for something, but you live in a country that is not fair.
No. See, listen, it's not when a country is fair or not. There are set down rules. Every rule you make, there must be a logic to it. So that people will take it, people will answer, okay, so this is what I'm up against. You don't just pick and choose. When you want to do, you do it this way. So after all, this is what it is. Do you know they were asking somebody, why is it that the Southeast got 5 ministers, others are getting 8, some are getting 10? They couldn't answer, the man couldn't answer, it was mumbling. Okay, one minister for each state. I can understand Southwest having 6. There are 6 states. Southeast having 5. There are 5 states. That's okay. But why should Northwest, if they have 7, that's okay. 7 states. Why should Northwest be having 10? Southeast are having 5. Are there 10 states in the Northwest? Are there 8 states in the Southwest?
Oh, you're referring to Tinubu's cabinet.
Listen. So even Buhari did it. So that is the thing that when you now say if you want to do character, if you want to do something, do it and let people understand. That's why people will now say that and say, look, what really are we getting in this Nigeria? When they want to share something, unless what we get out of our own. So that's why the issue of Biafra, and I'm sorry to say it, I'm not sorry, is my history. I prefer to take poison and die than to denounce or forget my history. I can't do that.
No way.
History is the most important
Nobody
subject.
will ever ask you to forget your history.
You are not dying. You are not dying. You are going to be around. Sure. Welcome to the show. All right. I will listen to you off camera and everybody else. Thank you guys, everybody, and I will see you next Saturday. I couldn't get a confirmation on P2B, but it might happen this week. I'll let you know. All right. Take care.
Thank you.
Okay. Sure,
give us your summary of what you've had. I know you are very good at it.
I went out. Gentlemen. I went out. I came back. In fact, I was listening slightly in the car on my way back. I didn't hear anything the guests said. I didn't even see them. I don't know what they look like. I didn't watch any of it. But when I joined, I think it was when Okija, the para for you, Then you had your rebuttal. That was when I joined. So someone said, "Oh, show us in the comment section. You know, go on the panel." I said, "I don't know what to say because what I've met on ground, I don't know where to come into it. I think it's the Biafra issue, you know, the perception that you're obsessed with the song and all of that. So I can't weigh in on it. It's not a topic that I'm very vast in. So I don't discuss it as much as I can. I avoid it completely because I'm not very well versed and I don't want to offend people by being ignorant on the matter, which people are passionate about. So I'll pass.
Well, you're going to pass completely. Nothing on waiting and everything.
Waiting? No. I mean, my general perception about the Biafra course, if that's what you're asking.
No, the waiting about education and where we were discussing the last one you met now.
Oh, that's well. So someone posted something in the comment section.
Leave and go to the next person. The guy.
So someone posted something in the comment section.
Obi hasn't said anything for a long time, to be fair, and Jagun has been very quiet.
Yeah, no,
why you distressing him? You are stressing him.
Someone posted something in the comment section. I think copied from Sahara Reporters. I mean, you can check it. You can scroll up a bit. I think the news. I'm not sure if it's new, but the person from the code was saying something about Sahara Reporters. Nigeria High Court orders uniform cutoff mark for all unity schools. Stop disparity recurring 134 average mark for Southeast as low as 2 for Northern State candidates. So maybe they've unified it. It's like the Naira now, so it's the same market.
They will have to unify. You see all these things. This is one area of Nigerian democracy to an extent that I like to think that they are trying to improve some things. You see that every year they are amending the constitution all the time, but it just shows you that is not at the core of our problem. The lives are harder today than it was last year, even if they just modify the constitution. So the core of our problem is, like I was trying to remind CM that he lives in a country where the last 6 prime ministers, 5 of them attended one university in the UK. The southeast of the UK basically has far more resources than other regions in the country. So the country itself is not very fair. This country we are living in. So when you have to understand that nations have peculiarities. It's just that sometimes when we have grievances, we mistake it for being specifically targeted. All regions are messed up in Nigeria. That's what I see anyway.
I don't know why forefathers keep saying that. Hold on, Sam. Let's go to the Nigerian question. How many schools are produced in Nigerian head of states? It's not Barewa College and the Lagos College. How many other ones are
CSU?
Okay, how many of them?
We know CSU now.
That's what I'm asking you. How many of them have come without these 2 schools? Are we complaining about the school? We're saying that the systems are not working. And you keep saying that it's not the constitution. If it's not the constitution, who is holding us? Because the constitution has made some things you cannot. For instance, even if you look, Lagos State during Tinubu's time they built their own electricity listing. They couldn't even use it to power Lagos State. They had to hand it to the federal grid before they can get them some. So we are saying that.
What is stopping the federal government from powering the country? Ask yourself.
They can't do that. So why don't you give the states the opportunity to power them?
What makes you think that the thing that stops the federal government is not going to stop the states that are smaller?
Why you see this thing? You are just.
No, I'm trying to get you to understand that our problem is deeper than that. No, our problem, just because you make it a state issue doesn't mean it's going to work. The states are quite terrible at even paying their staff. If you are going to go by what states are doing, they don't even pay their staff. No, I'm just Jagun hasn't said anything for a while. Let's allow him to. Let's bring people in. It's only fair now, isn't it? CM, let's just try to be fair because we are not paying anybody to be here. And Jagun hasn't said anything. Ovie hasn't said anything. Ed and Femi, please, Jagun, go ahead.
Thank you. I've got a bit to say, but I do also like to listen to what's going on and see where we are. I mean, I don't know if I was disappointed with today's guest, but at the same time, I think I was also a bit enlightened by him because of many of the comments that he made that to me were pretty fair. And what I abhor is unfairness. And where responsibilities aren't really taken on board, where people aren't really counting for their own misdoings, it's another thing that I abhor. I just don't like it. whilst people want to remember Biafra and their history, so to speak, remember it was all our history. We were all there. We were all involved in that madness. To me, that war, it came to the point where it was possibly unavoidable. But there were points before where it was totally avoidable. But because of, I don't know, I don't want to call it hate, because, you know, people are using that word a lot. Hate. What sometimes you get is a critique or a criticism. It doesn't equate to hate. And this is my headache. I don't know why we can't discuss matters. I understand that these things are very emotive. Don't get me wrong. But we're not allowing ourselves to discuss these things. And it's painful. I can't lie. This is the point. In reading the history the way I've read it, the major error in that Nigeria was between Zeke and Awolowo not making the government, the first real government in Nigeria. That was our error. We're now here fighting each other again. What happens is that instead of us partnering each other, because of our mistrust and ignorance, we partner the one that we're always calling out as the enemy. To me, I'm just listening. I'm thinking, my God, do we hear what we're saying? We're just bleating all of our pain, but making no sense of it. The only sense we will make of it is to run away from the country and talk about stepping down to step forward. If you get Biafra, salute. Me, I don't believe in it. I don't believe it's a Pan-Africanist ideology in any way. I believe it's I don't want to say selfish, but I would say it is running away from the issues of the country. I feel that there are many things that hold Nigeria back. And the fact that Nigeria did not embrace the end of the war, the Biafra region, so to speak, and did not really look to bring that area of Nigeria up to speed, to say that this no victor, no vanquish, to give it any credence, because it has no credence based on the way our country is today. But I still really feel that our emotions are running far further than our intellect, and it sickens me. That's what I want to say.
Okay.
Nobody wants anything. He has
You're
finished.
muted, Forefathers. No, Forefathers is speaking, but it's muted. He doesn't realize that. You're muted, Forefathers. I know you're speaking.
You know, when I was saying something very, very, poignant, and I was completely muted, but it's all good. Thank you for Jagon. I think what Jagon said, I think that his critique was quite a very strong one, and I think he actually spoke quite well, I must say. And but Ovie, you can let us know what you think. I know that some people think that Jagon is a bit too harsh with some of his criticism, but other, like the way he spoke just now was quite clear. Please go ahead, Mazi.
No, I wanted to
Go ahead,
Jago, what you said. Sorry,
You want him to go
what
ahead?
you said. There's a man called yes, please, Jago. What you said. There's a man called Sam Ogbemudia. When the Civil War ended, he was a member of the armed force, sort of a Supreme Military Council. He mooted it to go on. That now that the Civil War has ended, let us gather these Biafran scientists. They should then be the Minister of Science and Technology. Let's move forward. It was shut down. How do I know about this? Edwin Clark, who is the Minister for Information, put it in his memoirs that I'm going through now. He said it was mentioned in the meeting. Said this is what we now do. Let's get all these scientists with all these scientific invention. Let them form the bedrock. They said no, they don't want to hear that name again.
CM, what did you expect? Just after a civil war, it's like after Germans fight America, then Germans say, you know what, let's go and start inventing stuff like nuclear weapons.
No. I believe CM.
You can see why. No, I understand. I believe what he's saying, but I can understand why that is happening just after a civil war. And they know about.
I don't know why.
They know about the Budigwe. They know about the Budigwe. Come on, man. You're not gonna say, okay, let's go ahead and let's just go and start making it again.
Ogbemudia is from Edo State. As a Benin man, he said, this is opportunity for Nigeria to make a technological breakthrough. Let's gather them and then put them in Ministry of Science and Technology, and then we start, because they're not doing it on behalf of Nigeria. Because no more Biafra. We are not talking of Nigeria. So Nigeria will now, from the ashes of war, they spring up. They shout to Bermuda and tell him that, look, they don't want to hear about that thing again. They can go to places.
Yeah,
But
I can't. The
somebody
atmosphere wasn't
look for his
right.
biography. I'm going through it.
No, forefather, don't say this kind of thing. You went to
That is,
war, and the war
that is an opportunity missed. That is opportunity missed.
A concrete advice, and you say that you can. What can you understand?
No, I see. You have to understand that there are people. See, the way my head works is that See, hold on. The way my head works is that.
Tell me what you understand.
The way I understand it is that.
Go, and now
I'm trying to explain to you now.
You have brought them into the one country. Somebody now is giving you a pertinent advice that is so concrete. Let us use this opportunity. Look at all these inventions they were able to put together. Whether they are good or bad, let's bring them together now and put them in a place where we can utilize these things.
No.
What do you understand?
Okay, hold on. What year was this again? Sorry, what year was this, CM?
Does it matter the year? Does it matter the year?
It doesn't matter the year.
No, I'm coming.
Does it matter the year? He gave it.
It doesn't matter the year. Come on. How can you not understand that? It doesn't matter the year. Oh my God! Listen, you can't just finish a war and say go and start building this technology.
You always come from Nigeria to fix Nigeria, and someone contributed.
See, listen.
How can you can't
listen? Whatever they are doing,
the war ended. The war ended.
So after the war ended, you want them to give you ability to go and make more money.
Americans brought German scientists, Italian scientists. Americans brought them together.
Listen. It's not giving them.
No, they brought them to America. They didn't put them in Germany.
Then take them to Kanu. Excuse me. Someone should take them to Kanu.
Excuse me.
They're not that creative, I guess.
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
Excuse me. There's a man called Mo Farah. He's a refugee from Somalia. Today, he gave Britain 2 gold medals during the Olympics. They brought him in. He's a talented sportsman. Gave him British citizenship. He competed for Britain in the Olympics and gave the gold medal. Who remembers in Somalia? So when you now say these Biafran scientists, they are Nigerians now. What you do, whatever they manufacture, made in Nigeria.
See, the equivalent of what you are describing here.
So, I'm coming.
Let me give you a better equivalent.
It's like America
fighting Al-Qaeda. Then after Al-Qaeda, after the war ends, and they say Al-Qaeda, come and
we are not. No.
No, it's a war that has cost more lives.
If the war, listen. There's something you are forgetting. If America fought Al-Qaeda, and in the end, he said, Al-Qaeda, come, you are not part of America. You are not American citizen. What stopped you? When you stop Biafrans, the war ended. So people from Owerri, are you still saying, no. Hold on. Don't interrupt me. See, this is where your bias comes.
I'm trying to reason with you. I'm trying to reason with you so that you can address my point.
You are not. Listen. When you fought Biafra, people from Owerri, Umuahia, Enugu, they are Biafrans, other country. Now, when you say no victor, no vanquished, people from Owerri and Umuahia, are they not Nigerians? Yes, they are. That's why you brought them in. Remember, there's a man called Jerome Udoji, who you made the Federal Public Service Commission chairman. So when you now bring these scientists, are they still answering Biafrans? Are they not Nigerians?
But you said yourself.
So
you said yourself. Hold on, CM. You asked for one thing, and you just said you should never forget the Civil War, and you wanted to pretend as if it never happened.
For us, when Babangida wanted to kill Delegiwa, when Babangida wanted to kill Delegiwa,
you can't eat your cake and have it. You can't say that you will never forget the Civil War. When you are keeping the Civil War in the front of your mind, then they will tell you to go and build the most sophisticated technology so that you can use it against them. What is that?
It's because. Excuse me. What Edwin Clark was saying was, he said when they finished the Civil War, they sat down to post-war meeting. He said we have to bury the ghost of the Civil War. Let us integrate. Remember you said reconstruction, rehabilitation, and reconciliation. You integrate them. When they now come in, somebody from Umuahia is no more Biafran. He's not called a Nigerian. because you are not spending Nigerian currency. So whatever he's doing belongs to. Okay. Now, have you forgotten? In football, they did it. After 1970, Nigeria started playing football. Are they still playing a Biafran team? Nigeria went to All African Games 1973. Nigeria hosted it in Lagos.
Yeah, but you're not going to exactly use football to start a war.
No. I'm telling you, you see the same thing. Why not tell those people? Say, no. We won't do. See.
But that's the difference. There's a difference there. That's my point.
Listen.
You have to think about it from the point of view of security.
Listen. No. What you should have said, forget about security. What you should have said was, Christian Chuku, you are in Biafra. We don't want you to play for Green Eagles because you are Biafra. You leave him out. Only tell Shebodeg, Felix. No, because you brought those people and gave Chuku captain. Gave Christian Chuku captain. And they were all playing as Nigerians, despite the fact that they were from Biafran side. So why not take the... See, Ogbemudia is wiser. Ogbemudia wrote it as a memo. Say, look, now we finish fighting. We fought these people. We see what they can do to do. Now we're all Nigerians. Let us bring the talented ones among them. Put them into science and technology. So that Nigeria can take off.
Hold on, CM then. Are you saying that you are for former Boko Haram joining the military?
No. Hold on. I'm coming. Listen. Listen. People are.
Can somebody else talk?
Listen, let me tell you.
You've been talking all day. Can somebody else talk?
Okija, seriously, I really want to talk to Okija. Please come back. Because I think Okija totally misunderstands me, actually. I really believe so. Yeah.
You guys cannot just arrogate. You cannot just be talking. CM doesn't want anybody else to talk.
Let me and you keep quiet so that they can talk. I think it is Ovie's turn. Clearly, he's a Nigerian hero. As you can see, he's got his Nigerian image behind it. He's one of the few that has actually represented the country. We have to respect. Okay, Ovie, please go ahead.
CM, thank you for actually bringing that book to bear. That's Edwin Clark book. I didn't know it's already hit the market already. I don't know. It's sad the way we talk about issue, especially this particular one. I expect us to either way or focus on where the problem start or solution, so that we can be on one accord, and at the end of the day, we'll get something out of it. But we pretty much on the same side. Let's say during the war, we are on the same side of the war. We are from the south, but the way we dissect this issue is, I don't know. It's like we are fighting against ourselves. Like we are from different region or different countries. The way this conversation is going, that's why I just keep quiet and trying to see where I can actually come in from this angle. But before now, CM actually says something about this, about the school issue between the south and the north and all that. Rudolph also chipping. But I think what we are missing here is, I totally agree that system is done, is overdue. But I think the main reason why that whole system come to bear is the fact that, not necessarily because of cutoff points, getting credit and all that. At the beginning of our history, there are few schools in the north. But as we speak today, at least every state has 2 universities, including those in the north. So we have leveled the equal playing field. If you don't come pass, that should be your problem. But again, I understand, and I think that is the center of our problem. Tunaja is saying that our problem is deeper than all this. I agree. I think the question we should be asking, before independence, what kind of problem do we have? And I think everything is actually detailed a little bit. I don't know CM, if you have got into that place already, where Edwin Clark actually detailed exactly the disagreement that was going on between the north, the south, and all the players, all the major players. Because the guy started his own political career at the age of 17 or 18. He's been around for a long time, so he knows a lot. So the problem that they had then is quite different than the problem that we have after we got independent. And I also want us to understand that the problem we face after independence is different from the problem we are having now. That I believe that problem is ushered in with the kind of politics we choose. That's why I asked the guests earlier on, who are the group of people or generation that actually say, you know what, fuck regional way of doing it. Let's come to unity. Let's come to the middle. Because those people, they have something in mind. And that's why I draw that analogy between the Southeast people and the African American. You don't have to agree with me. If you go and study the history of the United States of America before the Civil War and after the Civil War, what is the gentleman agreement? Forget the Constitution. And that's the question we should be asked. What is the gentleman agreement within our leaders when they decide to say, this is the kind of politics we are playing? Because I believe, and I think there's an interview I watched Edwin Clark trying to actually say, there's a gentleman agreement between the North and the Southwest. And that's why I say I will argue it, that politically speaking, the Southeast are deliberately giving 5 states to start with 2-0 ahead. And I'm waiting for anybody that will come and actually let's have that conversation, because this is politics. This is party politics.
I don't understand. You said they are giving 5 states.
5 states.
Yes.
What is wrong with having 5 states? You want them to have fewer states.
You are on point.
Forefather, all the states were created. Mark that word. Created.
Yes.
You understand? So if you create 5, 6, 2 years, there is a reason why you do it. It has nothing to do with the square, the area, or the population. Right? It has nothing to do with that. There is a reason. And I believe that reason is rooted within the gentleman agreement that they have. Let's forget about the Constitution. So if you're looking at it from that angle, there is no way. I remember the first time I came to this platform, went to this election, I said it. An Igbo man will never be president, maybe in the next 50 years. People say, oh, you hate Igbo. No. It is party politics.
But Hausa man has not been president too, though.
Hold on. I will get to that place. Yeah, and often said it here that we, the general people, we don't get joy. We know it is not on us to determine who becomes the president. That is because of that delegates. Those are the people that choose our president. Because in a party system they play. That's how it is in America. Americans don't have determine who becomes their president. They choose, they give it to them. And that's the reason I said an Igbo man, it will be difficult for an Igbo man to become president if we continue like this in the next 50 years. Because how you want to get major party ticket? How? So
see, like the way anybody gets, though, to be fair, I'm not subscribing to that.
Hold on, Tunaj, I'm coming. And every problem today started from that this new dispensation with it. Everything is rooted in power. When you have power, you can do and undo. CM pointed something now about the ministerial appointments. Yes, the constitution will say every state must produce one. But the constitution also give the president power to actually have additional 4. And that's why power is important. He can decide to say, those 6 people, they are all going to be my siblings. And nothing is going to happen. Because the constitution empower the president like that. So you see why when we choose this system of democracy, power is very important. I don't care who you are. Everything that we are arguing about, when your person gets to power, he will find a way to even all those things. And that's why if you listen to people from the Southeast, when they actually put up their grievances, you can actually see that in between. Even though they will not say it out. It is going to be difficult, if not impossible, for anybody to be president from the East. And even that is going to happen. This same cabal, those same gentlemen agreement between the North and the West, they will be the one to determine that. They will bring somebody that will be their bid. That's how it's done. So it is impossible the way things are now. Because guess what? As I said, it's all about delegate from the primary. How many is going to come from the Southeast? Already they are at the disadvantage. So when people from the North are saying, you have to go and shake hands across the Niger before you become president, that's what they are telling you. I don't care how popular you are coming from this, you are already at disadvantage to become president of Nigeria.
What is your point? You just
fall
this way.
Point. You cannot comprehend what I'm saying. Just keep quiet. I'm not speaking for. I'm not talking to you or anybody that is here. I'm talking to people who are listening. Right? If you until we actually figure out that delegate equation, pay attention to American politics. Next month is they will start their first primaries. Just pay attention. Now, individuals and only those individuals are money bags that they buy them. Hence, you see the millions Tinubu is spending.
See, Ovie,
hold on. If you
I just wanted to add something to what you're saying, that you know that the Southeast, what has been proven by P2B now is that they have a political punch. So all they need now is an extra set of votes from a few other regions. Any candidate from that region can be able to rule the country. It's clear. So,
Nanja, what I am saying is that if you don't have ticket from these two major political parties, you know if you become president, or if you become second. Hold on.
Who stopped Wike? Is it not Southeasterners and South people? If they supported him, Wike would have gotten the ticket.
You see, that's
Niger was Wike supposed to stand for presidency?
He wasn't supposed to. But
supposed to stand?
No, but it's better than Atiku. If you ask me,
was Wike? So there is nobody. There's nobody reasonable enough. There's nobody, garnered the political clout in Southeast to become the president of Nigeria. Is that what you're saying?
We have the numbers to vote for our candidate. It's just that we just didn't do it.
Finish my point. You guys are listen.
Let Ovie.
You are looking at
chatting rubbish. You're chatting.
Let Ovie speak.
Rubbish.
No. Let Ovie continue.
We'll keep on riding on us. What are you talking about, man?
Ovie is.
Who be this guy?
Don't worry. Let Ovie finish.
Wow.
Welcome to the new regime. You don't told now you do.
Let Ovie finish.
The time people just be watching you. You just be spitting all over and all that. You go this way, you go this way. You're not making your point. You're not classifying. We don't know where you're falling. We don't know what you stand for. 1 minute you go that way, 1 minute you go that way, and all that. What do you stand for, bro?
You know, out of the 9 people on the 10 people,
what do you stand for? Answer me. Answer me. Speak to me. We're both
that
in the
question is Ovie is Kwap and so.
Mazi, let me answer him. You asked me to speak to you. You just say I be kaki now.
Ovie, what do you stand for? One day, at one point, you put Mazi in your name, and at other times, you remove Mazi. Listen, I see your comments and all that. Listen, I don't want to be disrespectful to you, but you don't seem to. It seems to me that you like listening to your voice. You're not making any points. Because I don't know what you stand for. KJ,
no.
I can tell you what KJ stands for. I can tell you what Fofana stands for. I can tell you what Diago stands for. You come here, you make some very, very flowery comments and all that. You fall this way, you bash Biafra, you bash the obedience and all that. You go there, and what do you stand for? That's why I'm just asking you, bro.
Are you done?
Yes, I'm done, sir.
Okay. Out of the 10 people on the screen, you are the only confused one. That says a lot. Don't you see it?
Everybody knows the truth.
Among the 10 people.
No, everybody knows who is confused.
Ovie, that's one of my earliest criticisms when I've encountered you. But I think, Tone, what you are going to find is that Ovie, the way he comes across is he tends to say stuff. He just says it. He doesn't necessarily take sides. And it can be very, very disconcerting if you hear him and you feel like he doesn't stand anywhere.
Wait, now make I talk. I feel answer him.
Ovie is Kwap and so on about
the you have to take don't take him too
No, I'm not going to take it. I just will make it finish. When it's finished, are you done? Right? Now let me continue. I think CM, who I'm actually, if I'm not actually answering anybody, I see him because of what he put on the table. And I think you understand me clearly where I'm going with this. Tunanja, we should stop looking at the surface and we bring in a weak. No. There are steps before you get to that place. Those are the most important steps. The most important election is the primary election when it comes to party politics. It's not the general election. The most important election is the primary. And we don't have a say. Right? So if you look at it from the root, just look at the conversation that took place during the primaries. You understand how the scheme will be out. It didn't even get to say, I won't even try. Because you have to look at the science deep in between. It has nothing to do with the general election. Na festival. It's festivity. Make all of us go there and say, yes, we contribute. Yeah, now this is our choice. No, it has no choice. They were choosing and president before you. And at that process, I said, the gentleman agreement between our leaders.
Ovie, sorry for interrupting.
Actually, screw the Southeast off the equation.
I think that's what is frustrating someone like Tone.
And
what you are
you should come now, you go understand.
When I saw what this Tinubu was able to accomplish and what Wiki almost accomplished, then Atiku took it. I don't see that as a massive shenanigan or some kind of super conspiracy. This thing, I see people that are justly for power, and the idea is that some people just lost out, and I think Wiki played a very bad hand.
Tunaja. In this game, there's only one thing: a winner. If you come close, it no count. It no count. It's about the winner.
I agree with that.
If people are in control of the system, they can make these two people to come and draw self if they want it.
See, when you keep putting these people that control this, are you talking about the people that are begging foreigners? That when I'm sitting maybe next to that same foreigner, I will be looking at it like a normal person. See, these people are not as powerful as you make it look like they are too powerful. That's what it really bothers me. They are some kind of cabal somewhere.
It's all about winning. How you win doesn't matter.
I agree with that one, but it's when you paint it like some kind of cabals and just doing all
this.
No, they are not as powerful. They are not our masters. These are babies for Western powers.
Political party are private business.
They are not to me. They are just
excuse me. What Ovie is saying is the gospel truth that every analyst of Nigerian politics should know. I agree with him 1,000,000%. Ovie is saying it. No, some of us may not agree. Ovie is saying that one, whether you are an angel from the southeast, without those people from the north or southwest agreeing to bring you, you're already at a disadvantage. Ovie said it, and it's true.
It's confirming your bias and you're believing it.
No. Listen, we know that. Listen, I'm not talking to me. Allow me.
Your bias. It's comparing your victimhood mentality.
Listen.
They are conspiring against you. Don't believe it.
You are not.
Tunaja, why are you doing this now? You are a moderator. Why are you interrupting them now? You are a moderator.
I'm not a moderator. I'm a commentator.
I will leave and go. I will listen. No. I'm coming. You will add. You will add Ovie.
You don't know that this session is different. What do you see?
It's because Oh dear. See, Ovie, I thank you for saying this. And do you know what should have stopped the apple cart? It is in an attempt to go against this rule that Ovie is saying through P2B that they switch up the Vivas. It is to go against, to really maintain that status quo, to make sure, because P2B is not in PDP, it's not in APC. Let's see what it's going to do. Power has moved to the south. Power has moved to the south, APC. That is the permutation. Atiku being in the north is just to make up the number. They want the south. But power coming down to the south, of course now, the power that be, the people that want Tinubu to be there at all costs, has to make sure that Mahmoud switch up the Vivas. 3 elections on the same day, only one was not uploaded. It's just to make sure that so Obi they wanted to scheme out of PDP or Igbo man. He now went through the backyard through labor, and now look at the massive following. That if we allow this to happen, that rule Ovie is trying to let us know will be broken. And for it not to be broken, we must do everything possible to switch up the Vivas and do it our own way. Ovie, you are right. You said the correct thing. 1,000,000%.
Hold on.
Let's allow who's next?
Let me just say this. Democracy is a game of number. But what they did not tell you is that it's a game of number, but it's a game of numbers of people that are allowed to participate. Hence the primary. right?
Yes.
We're selected.
It's true.
So it's a game of number. It's a game of everybody, but you have to be choosing to participate. So they have to be choose the amount of people that will participate.
Oh my God.
Okay, do you think these people can be stopped?
Okay, yes.
Never. They cannot be stopped.
Forefathers, I want to grab it and run away with it now.
No.
Exactly.
Allow him.
Let me tell you how it can be.
I think we need to time it so that it goes round.
No, we don't need to time it. We just need control.
Love is here now.
There's no control, obviously.
We have to
Let me talk.
We have to get through Professor Love.
It's my turn.
Can I answer the question that Ton asked?
Ejo, Ovie, we agree with you, but please allow more people to speak. Just so that.
Yes. Because we apparently for me, this is where I see Nigeria. We actually we behave like our leaders too. I am confident to say that. Yes, we do.
Agree.
We're trying to correct it, but we do the same thing. There's no fairness, none. Anyway, so there's something I heard, and I think I'm gonna become the fact checker now. I think it's unfair in the light of what we're discussing when a lot of times, I mean, we all got emotions, all got passion, but I think it's only fair to always be be circumspect in the way we accuse the generality of people, including our own. And this is why sometimes, Forefather, I'm not going to lie to you. It's not every time I agree with you. But in retrospect, when I sit down, there's some things you say that are true. And this is what I came with. This is the opt-in time. And I keep saying it, I grew up in the North. I refuse to accept when people, and I'm not going to mention names, when people say things like, oh, the Northerners are saying, I mean, I understand the politics and all that, but you need to understand that the North has a lot of ethnicities that even we do not know about. I don't even know all of this. Most of the 500, you talk about 250, we have 500 tongues and ethnicities. Facts. There's a lot of them from the North. A lot of them are not Fulanis or Hausas. Now, the reason why I bring this thing up as well is I do not want to hear, I hate when I hear this thing about how you think the IQs of Northerners are not, because that's the sense I get when I hear something. It's not true. I went to school with these people. I know. See, exactly. I think a lot of us need some education. Let's not just assume. I was born in the North.
You made my point.
No. CM, please. Let me just. I'm going to leave. There's a reason why I'm saying this. There's something that, in fact, let me mention his name, Pansat. Keep saying. Don't forget that there's a lot of us from the Yoruba tribe that are not in agreement with them. Because when you just lumping people together, sometimes you make excuses for certain people that do not agree with you. There are other ethnicities as well. You seem to validate why they say certain things, and you forget that other people as well have their own issues with Nigeria. I hate what's happening to the Igbos, but it's just the way some people play some things. Now, just to probably try to round up my point, because I'm really annoyed when I hear something. There's a lot of, okay, let's go down some this lane. Late Professor Umaru Shehu is he just passed away, was it recently? That's one of the most renowned physicians in the world. He's from the North. The guy that Mr. Rudolph.
Iya Abubakar, Jubril Aminu, many of them, Ibrahim Tahir. There are many.
The mathematician. He was world renowned.
Yeah, exactly.
Femi, can I stop?
Why? That's why I said they can compete.
Nobody said they will not.
There's a reason why I'm bringing these things up. See, Bayero University Kano Teaching Hospital is one of the best teaching hospitals in Nigeria right now. They've had some of the best world-renowned CMDs back-to-back. 3 professors back-to-back. You would not believe when you see some of the accomplishments of these people. In fact, I remember when I was moving from New York City to Texas, a news broke out. The very first person that had a first class in either pharmacology or pharmacy in Coventry University in UK She's from the north. So the reason why I bring this up is that sometimes we're going to be very careful when we say certain things. A lot of people don't understand that the reason why the north is the way it is educationally is because, apart from the fact that the emirs have a stronghold in addition to the not the ruling class now, their elites. It's an intentional thing. These people are smart. They can compete.
Femi, please hold on. Please, my brother, hold on.
Exactly.
Pansat's opinion does not represent everybody's opinion.
I know. See, listen, Tone. That's why I said when I came in, I wish I could have faced him one-on-one. He's an elder. I understand. That's why I specifically came in to rebut. This is not the first time I'm rebutting what he's saying. I understand it's not a representation, but I get quite a number. It's not everybody. CM makes points that I don't agree with, but it makes a lot of points that are logical that I agree with as well. But it doesn't necessarily spew certain things as though I'm the reason, for example. Why? Because like I said, you don't know how many people from my tribe I have to fight over some illogical things they say. And every tribe has this issue as well. Let's be honest with ourselves. So I'm not necessarily saying that. But at the same time, sometimes we just need to check ourselves. I'm not the reason why, just because I'm Yoruba doesn't mean that I agree with certain things that happened. We also, after all, even the likes of Igbo, I'm in support of him.
Well said. Well said. I think we have to check ourselves.
With passion.
Many of us in the West here accuse other type of racism. The moment we talk about Nigeria, we become tribalist against each other, which is very counterproductive. If you want to build a nation, it's very simple, really. You have to do away with certain negative, toxic aspect of tribalism. Please, Tone, I think it's Tone's turn, isn't it? Before SMO.
Ovie was going to address something very pertinent. Please, can you allow him to speak?
Ovie? You mean Ovie?
Yeah.
You
remember? Go on, please.
Tone, can I use your turn? Tone, can I use your turn?
Oh no, don't do that. If we look around,
something that is very pertinent. Because
if we look around, if we look around, we can clearly see other people haven't spoken. But that doesn't concern anyone. It's so bad.
Yeah, it really concerns me.
Terrible.
I'm looking at SMO.
You have this little lack of respect.
It's a Nigerian factor now. It's a Nigerian factor.
Not disgusting.
Can we calm down? SMO is looking at us like that, like he's just walked into somewhere. What is going on here?
To Nigeria is a Nigerian factor.
What is going on here?
I'm just observing. I'm just observing what's going on.
Tone, after Tone, then SMO can go ahead.
I asked Ovie earlier. I said, how can these people be stopped?
Good question.
Can they be stopped? He said yes. So I want him to tell us, please.
Two things. We can either force them to. Okay, now first of all, you ask me where I stand, right? My goal in life is to see this system called these two-party system are practicing crash. That's my goal. If there's any aim in life as I live, is to crash the system because it's not for us, it's for the elite. Now you say, what is the solution? How can we counter that? There are two ways. One, we have to go with what transpired in America, what the African America did, which is one of the most successful movements or third political party in history. In the 60s, when the African America take everything by the horn, now that we did for you. And that forced the system of America to change a lot of things, give them a lot of right. That now one. Two, plan. Kwame Ture said, if you plan much, you get much done. If you plan little, you get little done. If you don't plan at all, we don't get anything done at all. And as far as I'm concerned, we are not planning.
Kwame Ture.
Shetigba.
Kwame Ture.
Because if you look at the Nigerian system, the most organized set of people among us are the politicians. They fight every day. They disagree every day, but they are united on one purpose: power. Because once you hold on to power, everything follows suit. So we need to keep our differences aside. I understand the Southeast people want to go. I'm with them. I am crying marginalization. The Kanuri man is saying, man, the zero. Yeah. So we need to identify all this. We come together. What is the goal? Is to take power. Just like what Tabawa said, More get power first, then we go know how we go do them. That's what the elites do. Once one person get power, see, guess what? That's how everybody is clamoring about. If you look, the criticism around Tinubu among the elite is like, oh, the government is getting too big. Because he has to satisfy some certain group of interests. Right? So if we get that power, we now see them and say, oh, the South say, okay, they are not in tune with this system. We start our own way to make sure they go. And that's the only way. Let's have a purpose and work towards it. And guess what? It's not going to be 4 years. It's not going to be 8 years. It's not going to be 10 years.
What's happening?
Because these men, hold on, these men who are in charge, they've been in charge.
But do you believe us in the diaspora can actually spark that fire to start burning?
Spark that fire. The only thing we can do now is money. Put our money where things are actually happening. When I mean things are actually happening, if we plan, we are going to have group of organizations everywhere, in schools, in mosques, in church, just like the politician does. We will do it like that. And it's going to,
this is what, if I remember correctly,
see, stop sending money to Nigerians. That $22 billion that you are sending annually, stop sending it. Let them fight for it.
That's the problem. That's the problem right there. You have to, as I say, you have to study the people you are going to war with. What is their weapon? Poverty. The more you enrich or you make vast majority of citizens depend on you, you are in power. So sending money back home is good. But we have
then, which means you are going to spend more. You will spend more.
Money is meant to be spent. That's what money for. My grandmother said money and snake are the same. If you use them, kill them. Money is meant to be spent. How you spend that money is what we are talking about here. You have to send money because guess what? The people who are in Nigeria are suffering. They are not suffering because the elite are doing well. They are suffering because they are conditioned to do like that. So we have to meet them halfway, which is where the money comes from. But we need to coordinate that money. That's where planning comes from, right? We should stop giving money directly to people to eat. Go to that community. What do they need? What factory can we put? What business can we put that we employ people around there? So that if these elites come tomorrow to come beg them with $1,000 bag of rice, they will say no, because to eat is not my problem. Yes, I don't have millions, but I can feed. So that's where we need to actually coordinate the money that we are sending to the right places. We should have people in school who are just preaching. But at the end of the day, as I say, we have one goal, all of us. We don't agree. I don't agree with this. I don't agree. That's okay. Because as I said, an Igbo man politician and Igbo man from Borno State, they don't speak the same language. They don't have the same goal. They don't understand each other. But guess what? How come we work together easily? Because they have a goal. So money, when you say I should not stop money is very important. We need money to move around. We need money to do everything. That's why it's expensive. For the people in power to spend 1 to 2 billion just to get power says a lot. That's why I said, when we are focusing on the person personality, we forget that this man spent 1 or 2 billion. Whatever you are saying about him doesn't care. So we need money to organize. That's what the money for. But it has to be very purposeful. It has to be in sequence, and it will take time. It will take time because we are building soldiers on the ground. Soldiers want to carry gun. Soldiers who are economically, they are doing okay. They can think. Because right now, trust me, if I'm not sure, if you come meet me, if you give me money, I will take that money first before I listen to you. And the guarantee that if I take that money, whatever you tell me, I will do it is there because you've already paid for it.
But
so
organizing. Okay, let me give you an example. But Ovie, look at this little thing we have here. This person will insult this person. Where we're supposed to be brainstorming to move forward as a people. This person will insult you. This person will insult you. And you tell them, listen, bro, just be respectful. And they will think it's a joke.
And again,
it's frustrating. And again, we're all adults here. We desire good Nigeria. If Nigeria is good, now all of us will benefit now.
Yes. So, let's take it out of your head. There's one thing I need us to pay attention to. There are some conversation that we should not need to engage ourselves in. Just like Gumi. Who is Gumi? He's not elected. He's just an honorary cleric who has few followers. Why would they pay attention to what he's saying? It's to convince us because they know two things. Religion and ethnicity is the flow of our blood. So they know where to get us, right? To start fighting against stuff.
We should stop paying attention. If now president talk that, if now elected officials make that statement that Gumi made, man, we should go to war. But he doesn't count. His job is to rattle people that agree with him.
But Ovie El-Rufai said something similar, right?
Huh?
El-Rufai said something similar.
When he was in power, what happened to him? When he was in power, he said something like that. But what happened? The outcry, that outcry was hinged on what he said when he was in power, and they skim him out, right? So that's why who is saying what is very important. Because as far as I'm concerned, screw Gumi, he has lost out of power. Atiku no win. So if now one kid they come in account before either by go negotiate with them, whatever, it's no longer coming or not delayed on day. So you can understand his frustration. You will do the same thing if you are in issue. You might not use the same words. So we should
Ovie, when you send money, when you continue to send money to people on the ground that's supposed to fight against the injustices on the ground, they will eat belefu, they will sleep, they won't do anything.
If they are also
Let
hungry,
them fight.
if they are also hungry, they can.
If they are hungry, then they will come out to stand against the injustices of these people that have kept them on the ground. Nigeria has what it takes to feed the whole African continent. Nigeria has what it takes to feed. They have the intellectual capacity to feed, to change the African continent. The reason why African continent is where it is today is because Nigeria is lacking behind. Because you have the population, you have the resources, you have everything to change things. That is the reason.
Mercy, hold on. You are not listening. They are doing it for a reason, to keep us poor. So what you are saying is not news. It's a fact. The people who are in charge to maximize our resources are using it to enslave us, to impoverish us. So if you leave them there like that, how do you fight when you cannot even think? If you are hungry, if I come meet you with a 100 naira, if you collect that from my hand, I will tell the guy, take this gun, go and kill that person. What choice do you have at that time when you've already collected my money? If you don't take them, I will kill you. So we have to keep sending money, but I advise us to actually coordinate those money to go to the right places. We should be forming institutions. We should be forming organizations among the young people. Because my actually criticism of the answer space is that why are we not seeing symposiums of young people just talking? But if one elite come out and say something, we will begin fight. We will begin go protest. We will begin. No. Why are they provoking us to do that? Why don't we take action and take government aware? And another thing again, why organizing is very important. When sit at home first started in the Saudi, I say, man, that's a good thing. But they should find a way to turn it to a political union, not a political party. Why did I say that? I said, if people who believe in Biafra ideology take over the governance of their immediate environment from local government to the state level, guess what? You have a bargaining power. At that time, I think let's take about the draconian way now. If the whole South is actually believing there and say, you know what, every elected official will not want to see you for Abuja. What do you think the Nigerian state will do? They will start communication. They will start conversation. They are not going to send troops just because you know go work. So there are so many ways we can counter these people. But first, we have to understand them. And again, they have partners. We focus on the politician because they're the people, man in the arena. No. Where is their sponsorship coming from? It's a senator would say spend 2 billion. Where you get that money from? A business person is in charge. Our business elite, where are they? Are they with us, the masses, or they are with the elite? I will answer that question. What is the $8 Dangote and the rest saying about Tinubu qualification? Or even the election in general.
Ovie, it looks like we need to move on because SMO hasn't said anything.
Why am I going towards their side? Whatever they are producing is not foreign, it's local. We can boycott their businesses and patronize our own little way. That's how to get them to talk. Like, I want Dangote to come out and speak to what is happening. Why is he not speaking? We are not asking those questions. So these people are so organized that they carry everybody along. So that's what we need to do. We have differences. What I want is not what CM wants. But our problem comes from the same roots. the men in power. Is what is responsible for me not happy, is what is responsible for CM not getting his freedom. Once we understand that, I swear me and CM will work together. And that, for me, that's what we need to be doing. It's going to be a long journey. As I said, Tinubu could have taken 20 years. The truth is that this current political class, they've been put aside for like two generations because of the military in and out. They were in and out for 40 years. That's why you see people like Tinubu in his 80s being the president, because they've been shot to. The military men don't buzz and go corner for work 40 years. So they come out. So if we
not do them anything. No be we the military not do anything.
If we not
organize here, we not do anything. Most of the infrastructures that are enjoying in Nigeria today were built by the military juntas. It not be we. It be you, your own people. Your civilians, your politicians are more corrupt than the military juntas that led the Nigerian government. We are not.
Mazi, listen not to argue. I'm just telling you the damage that the military in and out did to the people who were in charge now, then Tinubu in their 70s and 80s. They would have had the opportunity 30, 40 years ago, but they were shortchanged. Now they are head bent of recovering everything they believe that they have lost before they go even relinquish the power. So only organizing, just to tell you how they fear organizing reach, make all of us, make like 2,000 people gather just to do party. They will send police concerts around because they know something will trigger for them to actually come together. They don't want to see group of people just sitting down having conversation. It is something that will kill them. So organizing is the way to go. And it's as I said, it's a marathon. But on that marathon, we could achieve small things. Not like we are using Obi as an example.
Yeah. Who is next?
People coming.
Ovie, come on. You have to be considerate of other speakers now. You have to be considerate. So who is that person? AY, you need to hold on. I think he's gone on for quite a long time now. Come on, you guys should be reasonable.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. Who is next on there? Is it Semuha has been waiting? You people just went on so long that Semuha has gone now.
Yes,
let me see.
So let me make my point now. I've been waiting for so long.
I think haven't you said something?
I've not said anything. No, I've not been laughing since.
Okay. Please go ahead then. Please go ahead.
Okay. Now that I've finished laughing, let me come back.
It should be
and I'm going to just speak for a short while. What Ovie said is very key in the Nigerian politics. If you have been a keen follower of Nigerian politics, the first time I heard that, I had an opportunity to listen to that was from Obasanjo, who personally said he went to the north and told them, that is the northern oligarchy, because I hate to say north, those who are in control. He went to tell them that, look, the war is over. Let us restrain or rescind what our decision before that was made against the East. And they didn't agree. That is why Obasanjo became a one-man riot squad, trying to do what he can to salvage the situation. That is why people like us also say that Obasanjo was part of the system. Though now he had repented, but he was part of those who put Nigeria in this trajectory. Now, is it the situation is so sad that you can't have a family, both mother and father and children are all working apart, and you think you can get something that will give you a family structure. You cannot have in Nigeria where certain policies are enacted for certain people, and those people are only the ones who will enjoy this thing, which is supposed to be a federal system. You cannot have a country where the oil in the south are for the federal government, the oil in the north are for the states, the gold in the north are for the states, the ones in the south are for government. It doesn't work that way. You can't build a people's mind, get patriotism from people who are reasonable enough to think for themselves, except you are saying we should not think for ourselves. So government will be doing all the thinking. So this is the bane of Nigerian problem. Certain people are building a nation. Others are not building a nation. They are building themselves. And this thing didn't start because whenever they say this thing, we take it back to the Civil War. It is the Civil War that brought all this thing. No, this thing started long before the Civil War. It was not the Civil War that brought it. there have been a particular, hatred or dislike for certain individuals called the Igbos. For whatever reason it was, it will not be, before now we used to think it was because of the Southerners, killing, but it's not. It's not because the Southerners himself said the Igbos are canker worms. They are like 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 cancer. So it was before all this thing began, and because some of us who married, inter-ethnic groups, we had the opportunity of rubbing minds with the other side, and I have always asked my in-laws, why is it that these things are like this? And some of them are able to say, look, we don't know why, but we can only say that in the beginning, the Igbos were, like they are now, very prosperous. It was, they're always going for whatever they need. They were the ones who were bubbling, they were the ones who were developing, they were the ones who were making things happen. And so maybe because of that, there was this natural hatred for such people, But for them who are from the Nile Delta, they cannot put any other thing to it. Because just like the Dr. Orji said today, and I said here before, you see, if you are saying that the Delta state is not an Igbo man, and they're not Igbos, but then why do you now attribute the coup that was done by Chukwuma Zogu, who happened to be one of my heroes, before now, Why do you attribute his coup to the Igbos and punish the Igbos for what he did, since he's not an Igbo man? So it doesn't make sense. See, if you look at the more you look at the Nigerian situation, the more you unravel the package, the more you see different packages inside that don't seem to add up in any which way. Okay, we have agreed to come together as a nation. Why can't we sit down and map out development? Why can't we sit down and say, okay, this contraction, this constitution we built, some people are saying they don't agree with it. What then they agree with it? Let's discuss it. Is that a crime? It's not a crime. So people are saying, okay,
the constitution is not the problem. How can
we?
we?
No, listen. You see, that's my challenge, forefather. You keep saying this thing.
You are not confronting the real problem. You just keep distracting us.
Hold on. You are in a federation. You forefather, okay, from your own side, you say it's not a problem. My own side will say it's a problem. What's the problem? Why can't we discuss
because
that?
you are not confronting the real problem. The real problem actually needs you to do real things. Not talking about constitution. Israel doesn't even have. My problem is that we have to do some deductive reasoning here. We don't have time for this. You find that. Let me finish what I'm saying now. Let me finish my own point. People are allowed to interject. When I want to interject, nobody wants me to
interject. No, let me speak. When I finish, you can interject. You are the moderator.
What is the point of interjecting? What point of interjecting to get in when you are talking?
Let me finish, forefather. When I finish, you have all the time.
Respond, you mean?
You see, the Igbos in Nigeria are the only single tribe where everybody know what they should be doing, apart from the Igbo people. The Igbos cannot say this is what we want and it will be accepted. No, somebody must say, no, you cannot do that. You must shake your hand across the Niger. Just like Ovie said, if you like, shake your hand from across the Niger from now till tomorrow, till your hand cut. Nobody will give you that position. It won't be given. I had an interview that I spoke with a guy who was the agri-racist ADC, who is another man. And one of the things he said that in that interview, toward the end of the interview, he said the reason why Shagari was overthrown was not because he was doing very bad. He was overthrown because they had seen that if Shagari completes his term, Alex Ekweme will take over, and they didn't want that to happen. He's a military man talking. So what am I saying here?
Probably need to time it because this is going to go on way too long. This program is not going to go too long.
I thought we are done with this.
This is going to go on way too long. People are just going to be monopolizing.
Don't time it.
No, I will time it. Jaco, don't tell me that I have to time it.
I'm only putting it to you. You see, sorry, forefathers. I know I'm here listening.
You know to time it before, but this guy spoke for almost 30 minutes. He's going to go on
and
too long.
It was a general distraction, if I may add. However, I would think because there's a flow going on, if we could just take small manners and allow people to speak and allow us to listen, that's all we need. And then
the others need to be able to speak because when you want to interject, they will not let you to interject. So they want to go on for 15 minutes.
No, again, this is your job. This is your job, forefathers. OVA was making a lot of sense. OVA was making a lot of sense, but you could have curbed it. You could have curbed it in order to bring Shmo in and you should have done that.
Yeah, but you
So
said
that,
they shouldn't time people now. That's why
no,
I
you don't have to time it. You OVA. Forefathers. Believe me, we would listen to you if you moderate correctly. I'm telling you, you
So
need to moderate.
if I stop KJ now, you will say KJ will say, why did you stop
If
me?
you
After
stop
all of them
KJ
went
in
on.
a proper way, it would be done. However, you know, we
There's no
still
proper
allow it.
way.
We still
They
allow
will
it. It's
still
done it.
complain.
No,
There's
no,
no
no.
proper way to stop
I
somebody.
like,
They will still
you see,
complain.
when you do 2 minutes here, bro, we know it truncates.
We don't like to follow rules. This is exactly what Femi said.
No, wait,
Nobody wants to follow rules.
All I'm trying to say.
It's just what it is.
What exactly has KJ said that you want to cut him off now?
I wanted
Well,
to
it's not that he needed to cut him off. It's not that he needed to cut him off. All it is that, please, forefather, please do a job of moderating. Please.
I'm not doing a job of. I'm allowed to ask questions. I'm not doing a job of.
No,
moderating
you're not. Well, how can you not, bro? You know that you're doing. Wait, if I may, please don't crash me. It's not necessary. I'm not going to land long. You see, my brother, it's not fair for you to be here, mastering all of us and not doing a job of. It's not fair, bro. It's not fair.
People have just spoken for about 20 minutes. You are not letting me
your
moderate.
Fault.
You see, now I'm not going to listen to you anymore.
That's unfair.
The last time you said I should let them speak. Then I let them speak.
No. This is what I'm saying. There's a way of doing the job.
There's a way you like.
No. There's a way of, because
allow me to do my job, okay? Because
so you're going to do it?
No, because basically what you are doing is that you are telling me to do the way you like.
I'm not saying that. You know the way.
Do it my way. You keep telling me what to do.
Let me put this to you, please.
Understand.
Let me just put this to you, please.
Okay.
You and Dr. Damages are different people. So don't get me wrong when I'm about to say this. There's a way that Dr. Damages does things that I don't always like, but he does it in a moderation fashion. And this is what's important. Your first job here, as taking over from Dr. Damages, is to moderate. That's your first job. We can always hear your point of view. We can all, if someone like you took 15 to 10
they gave me a job to moderate.
Let me land.
Hey God.
Yes, please. What I'm trying to put to you is not unfair. I'm just saying moderate the 10 people here. Moderate us. Do a job of moderation.
I'm not asking. See, let me tell you something. When I'm here, I'm not asking for anybody for me to moderate anybody. I'm here to share my own opinion and ask critical questions about what people are saying, because I've had very, very terrible discourse within our community, and it's happened today again, where people don't confront the truth. They pretend as if they don't know the truth, but carry on. Someday you people will know what I'm talking about, because there will be reckoning. You will all find out one day.
You don't ram your view or down somebody.
I will to an extent.
You don't talk down on anybody.
Because if you are saying something wrong, if I'm using evidence against you, it's very simple.
You don't talk down. Everybody's listening.
I'm not talking down to anybody. I just wanted to.
Moderation.
Listen. So I can be fair. They are stopping me from doing that. They don't want to follow rules.
Moderation.
Calm down, guys.
Moderation.
Moderation. What you are doing is not fair.
Moderation does not mean having the over there.
Don't be asking for stuff.
It don't be.
So CM.
I understand what Jago is saying. I understand what Father is saying, but let's calm down, please. Yeah.
He's just going to talk and talk. He's still talking in the background. See, let me make this clear. My presence here is not necessarily to moderate like Dr. Damages. Maybe not to even moderate. If you don't want to come, don't come. Seriously. I want to have an intellectual conversation with people. A conversation based on evidence. A conversation based on facts. A conversation that actually moves us forward. Anybody that doesn't want to move forward, that just want to suit their feelings, go and suit your feelings. That is not what this session is for. That is what I'm here for. I'm not here to just say, okay, let's just go on with the way we are. If you want to do that, there's the earlier session, you can do that. As a matter of fact, when Dr. Damages leaves, this thing goes down.
Please.
Okay.
What are you talking
I mean,
about?
at this point, I need to say something. Forefather, you see,
Why should I give it to this in
when,
the show?
when you, when
because
speak,
you said you're not just here to moderate, you want to speak.
yeah, when you speak this way, you make it look as if you have to. You can't tell us
okay,
whether
you
we
can
should
hand
come.
it over to show. You can have it. I personally, I don't have it if you want to do
Jonathan,
that. But
wait
when
for your turn.
when
Father,
I
wait for
put
your
my
turn
own
to
show,
speak if
when
you
I
want to
put my own
speak.
this thing on, people that I expect to come to the platform, if they want to talk, they come and talk. If they don't want to talk, they don't come and talk. It's very simple. That is how this one started. This one is not basically an extension of Dr. Damage's program. It's a kind of program where I just say, okay, from a discussion they've just had, let's discuss based on facts. Let's discuss based on evidence, based on things that's going to move us forward. If you don't like it, if you just don't want to engage in that way, that's fine. And the issue I just had just now was that I was moderating based on time. Jack would say, don't do that. Then the people went for 20 minutes. Then I want to bring it back to time. He said, don't do that too. What am I supposed to do? I can't keep tweaking this all the time because somebody doesn't like the way I moderate.
No, forefather, I'm afraid you misunderstand me. You misunderstand what you're taking too much umbrage. I'm not trying to give you umbrage. All I'm doing is lending some small advice. If you don't want to take it, fair enough. You understand? But if you are not the moderator and you have the biggest voice on this platform, because after everyone has spoken, you want to speak, and for that, it's unfair. You may not understand it to be unfair, because you're there and you want to do it like this. It's my show, and if you don't like it, get away. However, if we can ask show if he would like to do the job of moderating, I would appreciate someone to do that job.
Okay, please, you can ask him. You are very free to ask him. I don't have any problem with that.
Yeah, all right. You said it all.
You're very free to ask him.
Yeah, guys, forefathers, I think it's high time you start using time factor now. Please. If it's going to be 2 minutes, if some people
prepare this show, if show was available to be doing this thing all the time, then he can do this thing. Then the one that prefers show will come to show. The one that will want to engage with me will engage with me. It's that simple. It's not by force.
That time factor that you're talking about also applies to forefather. It does not have to respond to everybody's comment. It does not have to respond and reply to, because we're not actually reporting to him to give us a mark.
I'm asking questions.
And you may not agree with our view. So you're not a teacher, you're not the headmaster.
The truth is that you don't just agree with my view. You don't agree with my view. That's why you don't like it.
Forefathers cannot be like Show, and it cannot be like Dr. Damages. Everybody has got their unique style. Let's just respect that.
So you cannot be commenting after everybody. It's a simple and simple.
I agree with you, except that the issue of contention here is that we are spending too much time talking, and he's not doing a good job of helping us reduce that time by interrupting every time someone speaks. That's why we are saying if he wants to speak, which he said he wants to, let him go ahead and do that. Let Show take over the moderation.
Ed is very hateful. Ed is very, very hateful. He holds grudge. He never lets it go. So, move on.
I don't understand what's hateful. I'm only taking you up on your words.
No, you are very, very hateful. Come on, move on. See, the point I'm making is that, the point is very hateful. The guy, you should forget about that. The point I was making was that when I tried to speak to KJ said I shouldn't interject. I said, fine. If he doesn't want me to interject. Other people interject other people all the time. But somehow I'm not allowed to question what they are saying, because that is why I'm here. And people don't like it. They don't like to be questioned factually on what they are saying and challenged on their ideas. And that is why they hate it. If you don't like it, fine. The people that I engage with, you find that they will have better quality information, because we'll be checking it. If somebody finds anything wrong on me, they'll reveal what I've said wrong. But if nobody's checking each other, everybody will just carry on. How many people knew that some of those things that happened in 1966 happened? Even a professor, a PhD person that came here said he didn't know. Because nobody is digging deep. Nobody's asking serious questions. And I've seen this in our community where people just go on spewing stuff, and we look like people that are doused with petrol and waiting to light it up. And you all are very happy. And I feel that some of us are actually people in the society just waiting to light us up on fire and destroy the whole society. That's what they are doing. They divide us and they don't want to tell us the truth. It's just awful. When I watch our people, you guys don't understand how bad it is. But it's okay. I'm the enemy.
because I just want to ask critical questions.
No, nobody's calling you an enemy. Even
Hey, let me
please, please.
Father,
Personally,
one
right now
minute.
is
Father, one
heated
minute.
on
Father,
my
one
side.
minute.
Can I conclude because I want to sign up?
Who is scared of Forefather on this platform? Hey, now listen, guys. What Forefather is saying is, come here with facts. I know KJ has a lot of theory. KJ, you see, when the guests we had in, I think the past 3 guests or so, I was actually expecting you. They are from Igbo origin. I was actually expecting you to come on this platform and confront them with fact, because most of the stuff you say, they come here and say different things and say what is correct. For example, Professor Chidi Odikalu, frankly, I was actually expecting you to come on this platform and confront them with fact, tell them, no, this is not correct. I know when they are not here, you are able to have your free will, because some of the stuff are not actually correct. Because when we keep going back to civil war, Biafra, this war, first of all, it was unnecessary because of the greed of some people. We kill ourselves in a country, and today people are still discussing, let's go to war. You want to kill another 10 million people? Then we come back and cry every day.
AY, can I ask you a question, please?
It doesn't make sense. So
AY,
let's look for solution. Hold on. Let's look for solution how we can come together as a country. Let's stop dividing the country. The country is in a mess already. It's not helping anyone. I get it. Yes, some people, you can raise your issues, but the truth is, we're not gonna kill ourselves a second time. It don't. Who? All of us. It was a setback for the country. Nobody really gained. Even the so-called Nigerian government, nobody gained. We all fail. And it's still affecting us till today. And people are calling for another war, another crisis. It's not gonna happen. Let's take it easy.
AY, your premise is it's a bit faulty, because it's only one person that has called for war in this platform. No other person has done
So
that.
one person is not enough.
No, but you're seeing people. You're seeing people.
Forefathers, I think it's my turn now. I mean, they've had their share. KJ, can you finish and let me just say my
No. Let me respond to AY because he particularly called my name. Now, AY,
like I said, I will time it if we are going to carry on, so that he can
you didn't time AY when he was speaking, but you want to time me now, Forefather.
Yes, you have been speaking now. You have been speaking. I'm giving you
to
start all over again.
I don't want to waste my time with you. Now,
I'm allowing you to start all over again. So I don't know what you're talking about.
And I don't know. You didn't see me when Odinkalu was there. And is there anything that Odinkalu said that is different from what I've been saying, concerning especially the
a lot
of
of
different groups? I said that many. In fact, if you have been following this channel and been here when I discuss, those people have been here before Odinkalu came here. I've quoted Odinkalu many times before he even came here on the research I've done in the East and the numerous groups that come up with. That is why when the people say it is IPOB, I said no, because there's more facts on ground detailing other people. I'm not, you see, I cannot leave church and come and be here because you are coming here and I have to be. I don't owe any allegiance to that. And the facts I put here, it's either you take it or leave it. I'm not trying to convince you. If my fathers who are late now didn't convince the Nigerian people of the way forward, is it me? No, I'm not trying to convince you. I give you facts. If you want to take it, you take it. You don't want to take it, you leave it. Okay? That's simple. So please don't bring me into this unnecessary argument. I don't like it.
So
I come here with what I know.
here is
I say
my
it. Okay? If you want me to point out, that's the same way that Jonaba was saying. I will bring a Benin person to say exactly the same thing I've been saying here, who is a member of the government. At least Woodruff have given us that opportunity to bring people who will know, who have those informations. I don't come here and begin to speak for what reason? Am I a politician? Am I looking for position? Is it a popularity contest? Am I looking for how to be popular amongst you? But brother, cool down, no. I beg.
KJ.
Wait, KJ, are you finished?
KJ,
are you finished, KJ?
Yeah, he has finished.
Peace
okay.
Are you next?
Crisis.
Yeah, I'm next. Yeah.
Okay.
Mr.
Okay.
Love, you can.
Yeah, Mr. Loverman in the house.
Yeah. Please go ahead.
How many? Okay, so I'm not going to take too long.
3 minutes.
I'm not going to take too long. How many? 3 minutes. Yeah.
3 minutes. Yeah. So it goes round.
Okay, that's fine. Look, where's Ovie? Yeah, Mazi Ovie. man, look, I respect your talk, man. What you said was bang on. I respect that. I mean, what you're saying basically is like going back to the basics. You understand? Foundation. I remember the way the Tea Party was formed in the state. You understand? And look, we have to start doing that. We have to start joining hands together. You know, I mean, to force those people that we don't want there to force them out. You know, we are the people. You understand? And I believe that, you know, when we come together as one, you know, forget about, like I always say that look, forget about Igbo, Yoruba, and Awusas and stuff. We're all one. We're all Africans. You understand? Let's just join hands together. Let's put some money down. You know, maybe we send somebody down there, or maybe we start going one by one, educating people the way forward. You know, someone like Shurek are not doing on his own. You understand? So that's one point. The another thing that I want to bring on as well is about the Igbo being persecuted. You know, when I look at what's happened to the eastern side, I mean, I feel so sad because when you're losing a lot of people, you know, here and there. But now that begs me to ask this question on the panel. I'm going to throw it to the panel now. That why is it that no, okay, before I do that, let me quickly say something about just I'm trying to relate it to the Jews, because I remember there was a time where the Jews were being persecuted as well, but they put their acts together and they more or less controlled the wealth, you know, of the world, and that's where they have today, and that's why you have the Jewish state Israel, you know, just like the Western world, you know, like the way, you know, everything in the Western bit has been transferred into Israel, and that country is booming apart from, you know, the war that's going on. Now, bringing it now back to Nigeria, I want to trade to the old floor. Why is it that my brothers from the East are being persecuted, not only in Nigeria now, not only in Nigeria. So in South Africa, you know, they were being persecuted, you know, where they had to go down there to pick them up. Is it hairpiece or something like that? In Ghana, they're being persecuted. Yeah. In Kenya, they're being persecuted. Now, there was a video that just came around as well. KJ, why are you laughing? So in there's a video that just came out as well. In Pakistan, you understand? They're being persecuted. Please, can someone just share more light that? Why is it that things like that are happening happening in you know, to the Eastern Bloc?
Is that not the whole Nigeria? Is that
no, we'll leave him. Can you answer that question first before you throw it to the panel?
No, that's what I'm trying to see. That's why I'm bringing it forward, that the persecution around the world of the Eastern.
What are your thoughts about your question?
That's what I'm asking.
Is it the Eastern?
I hear your question, but what are your thoughts about what you're asking?
No. Let me ask.
Let's see about that.
No, don't answer CM. It's not for you to answer anything.
I'm not going to go toe to toe.
We have to go turn by turn, please.
No, it's not turn to turn.
I'm asking questions, yeah.
Okay,
so I'm asking questions.
Oh, okay.
Let me answer it.
If you don't know, don't say it. Just please.
It's okay.
CM,
let me tell you, TA.
Yeah.
Yes. Let me answer that question. The question you framed is very, very faulty, ab initio. Igbos are not being persecuted in South Africa. People that are persecuted in South Africa are mainly people that are not South Africans. Kenyans were persecuted. Zambia were persecuted.
Absolutely.
Zimbabweans were persecuted. Nigerians were persecuted.
Absolutely.
One moment. When AP sent the plane to... Oh, one moment. Hold on. When AP sent his plane free of charge, it wasn't Igbo that is carried. It carried every Nigerian.
Yeah.
Because that's why at the House of Reps, he stood there. Was it at the House of Senate? Somebody recommended him for national award. They clapped for him at the House. So it was a lie from the pit of hell for somebody to say Igbos are persecuted in South Africa. I think Abike Dabiri was doing all those rubbish. It's not Igbos because Zimbabweans, Angolans, people were living. It's not only it's not only Nigerians. In Kenya, it was Nigerians. In Malaysia, it's all Nigerians. It's not Igbos that are persecuted. So that's idea of profiling in the Igbo worldwide. The idea was it's a bad press just to justify the persecution you identified in Nigeria, which is true. But that of worldwide is Nigerians. The Kenyans don't know who is Igbo. South Africans are interested in, if you are not from them, if you are not South Africans, are persecuting everybody. Why do South Africa, are Zimbabweans Igbos, are Zambians Igbos, are Kenyans Igbos, even Ghanaians who left South Africa, are they Igbos? So all these things, you just thank God you asked that question. This is bad press. Abike Dabiri has been fueling this. And when a peace is going to carry people in Sudan, let me add this. Maybe you forgot that. In Sudan, when they want to evacuate people, from Sudan, they should have gone to Ethiopia. I mean Egypt. Was it Ethiopia refused? Egypt. They now have to cross over to Egypt. Yes, they went to Egypt. When a peace sent his plane, he wasn't looking for. It was even people that I don't want to mention names, but he was carrying Nigerians from China, from everywhere. When Nigerians are in distress, a peace will go. So it's not only Igbos. So that I want you to erase it from your memory.
No. You know why I asked that question? Yeah. You know why I asked that question? The reason why I asked that question is that because apart from Dr. Damage's show, I kind of opportunity to be watching. I don't know if you guys know this lady. She's in what's it called? She's in Germany, Blessedom. You understand? And she's an Igbo lady, and she's the one that's trained this thing now. That look, why are the Eastern being persecuted all around the world? And he was showing videos. You understand? So it's not that maybe I came up with that, but when I saw those videos, it was basically the eastern part of Nigeria, and they were, speaking, the Igbo dialect. That look, why are we being persecuted around the world? You understand? But you've said it that look, they're Nigerians. Well, I'll take you on board. It's not that maybe I'm trying to stereotype or whatever, because when I saw that video of you can check it. Blessedom is on,
I think and this in don't feel like you are making a mistake. And I've actually had this is exhausting our people. My God, this is exhausting.
So
I think I'm going to leave this place because people are exhausting. And I've had this conversation with CM. And he pretended as if he doesn't know the context you are talking from. This is scary. This is just scary. Our people,
because
you are so dishonest.
You see videos,
you know what?
Sorry, forefather.
You should come and take over. You are too dishonest.
No, let me see.
I am tired of you people. It's unbelievable. Show can come and take over. Show you can come and take over, please.
Forefather.
People are just full of dishonesty.
Please.
They will never tell you the truth. I don't know whether is it.
What are you accusing me? You've seen
whether it's deliberate or not.
Calm down, please.
Something is broken in our people.
Oh, Father.
Something is broken.
Calm down.
We've had long conversations. That's made this.
They asked a question.
A topic.
I gave you instances.
A long one.
I gave you instances. What is see,
unbelievable.
See, listen, forefather. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Whatever. Listen, forefathers. Whatever you say.
So you can come on. You can come on stage. Then I'm just.
I've known you. I've
forefather. Sorry, guys. Sorry.
No. Hold on.
TM. No. You hold on a minute, please.
Let me address him.
Please.
Before he,
No. Don't. Please.
Before he takes
in order to.
It's still my floor, man. Come on.
Before he takes
it's still my floor.
Unbelievable. Oh, just
unbelievable. He's accusing me of lying, man. It's life from the pit of hell.
Then as if he didn't know about it.
I
didn't know about what
I didn't hold any. See, listen.
Yes, okay.
Listen. No. Listen. It is me that has to respond to him. I've never heard. If you have the evidence, because most of these things done here, Most of whatever session we hold here is recorded. You can refer to it. If you know, I challenge you. If you know the session we had this thing, publish it. Don't even show, just publish it anytime. If you know when you say we have the discussion, publish it. Now you're accusing me that I'm pretending. I don't know. If you know when we have it, please, because whatever we say here, everybody can go over and refer. If you know it, bring it. But because you are talking of facts, so remember, you said all you say is that you like people to come here with facts. Bring whatever you say. Two of us, when we just publish it. When we had this discussion, I'm challenging him now. Show KJ, Tone, TA, ED, Jadun, AY, Aham, Ike. 9 of you are my witness. I've thrown a challenge. Let him bring it. Let me know. That is live from the pit of hell. Stay and he hold a situation. So what I've answered you, because I know this video you are talking about, I've seen it. When I looked at all those things, I laughed. Indeed, we are not persecuted worldwide. Nobody even knows. All these things are just make-up stories to paint us black. Our persecution is in Nigeria, which you said, and I agree. And there are evidences for it. So all these ones to Nigeria is saying, I don't really want to debate. I mean, I can't debate him.
Let me quickly finish so you can.
I can't engage him.
Let me quickly finish, guys. Show, I still have some minutes left. Let me quickly finish. It's good to see your face, Show. As I was saying, look, because when you start seeing all this thing that's happening in Nigeria, anything that pops up, you want to check it out. And when I saw this Blessed Dawn video and stuff like that, and this lady, she's what's it called? She's a Nigerian. She's from Igbo side, and she was, dissecting everything and showing all this. And that's why I was worried that look, I don't have too much fact. I don't know too much, and that's why I was asking that question. So please, if it offends anyone, please, it's not for me to say. But now, lastly, this is where I believe, solution going forward. Like I always say that, look, the eastern part of Nigeria, just imagine, you turn that eastern part of Nigeria to Dubai, and a lot of money were coming in. And you use some of this money, the taxes that you take, and you give it to federal government that, look, federal government, this is $5 billion. We want out. Or this is $10 billion. We want out. You understand? They will reason with you. You understand? Because when it comes to economy, you're doing best. So look, I've said this several times. If you turn the eastern part of Nigeria, turn into mini Dubai, a lot of people will flock there and they'll be doing a lot of business there, and that's what the Jews did. And that's why now on the internet, you see advertisement on Tel Aviv. You can come around, you can enjoy yourself and whatever. So, but something happened anyway. I know something happened with the war.
I love that you almost comment.
So is this true? Is Choma correct? You need to address that, man.
Yes, so that's a tough level.
It's not even about the rowdiness. It doesn't bother me most times. I've got a bit of stomach for the rowdiness. For me, it's the time. I'm not the type that would stay up till 6 a.m., 5 a.m. I live in the UK. It's what? Jagun would know. It's 12:30, 25 minutes to 1. It's a Sunday night, so I would run it. I always say it. This is even unusual for me to stay this late.
That is why we need forefather.
That's fine. And I've never, contested that. I would come in and step in.
You should leave the thing. I would moderate this thing correctly, John.
So let me just finish. So right now, I leave the floor for you guys. And I gotta go, Tone.
Wait, something important.
Oh, okay, go on.
You need to speak to this Efoso guy. He's just been out of sorts. You need to watch it because that is part of the thing that we're talking about. To look for a solution. He makes some stupid statements. You need to watch him. Maybe you need to put him on a timeout for some time. Let him calm down and let him understand that this sort of behavior is no longer tolerated here. Thank you. Sorry, Tia.
I'm just going to say, look,
I want to also say something.
KJ, please now. I want to just speak and go. It's my turn.
I want to make a comment and go.
wait, let me finish. So I was good. You want to talk to me?
You're not discussing, and you bring it in a topic we're not discussing, and you scatter the whole thing and cause all this confusion. And at the end of the day, when you say 2-3 things, you walk away. It's not good.
Wait. No. Okay, wait.
There's a letdown. Excuse me, sir. There is already a topic we're discussing. When you come in, follow that trend. Don't introduce your own topic. Because now you have taken it away. How are the Igbos being prosecuted for crying out loud? How?
Well, listen now. Listen. CM, don't do that. Don't do
All
that.
right, gentlemen. Let's
CM, don't do
bring
that.
some order into it. Let's bring some order into it. So, T, round off in 30 seconds, please.
Okay. So, as I was saying here, knowledge is power. You know, if you don't know something, you ask questions. You guys, I mean, Dr. Sirius came here, he was talking about Biafra. You understand? Although Jack might not agree with him, fine. It's his own prerogative. You understand? So if I come here and I want to learn stuff and I don't know stuff, my man might take a chill pill, please. So look, guys, I don't want to go, but I gotta go. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. Thank you. God bless you all. Thank you.
Yeah, God bless you too.
The lover man is gone.
Can I say something sure before I leave?
KJ, please. Yes,
KJ,
you will. I'm just trying to bring Jonaba in. Just 1 second. Yes, KJ, please make it brief. So it's not going to be one of those interjections that will last. Make it brief, like 60 seconds, so we can move on to Ed and the other guys. But go ahead, please.
It's disheartening. I'm probably thinking of also stopping from coming because
there's no point of stopping. We have to keep coming. I will address the forefather issue in a second. But please
they speak unadvisedly and just say whatever comes out of their mouth, and I think it's unbecoming. You know, so if it's not going to be edifying, then there's no need for me to be coming. You know, it's sad, but that's the truth. You know, nobody has monopoly of knowledge. Nobody knows it all. I mean, you know, so if you come here and you already have your own set of ideas that nobody can, you know, tell you something different, then there's no need for you to be here because, you know, despite every other thing, knowledge is not, you know, nobody have it all. So I don't know. I feel so sad that I'm here and all this going on. I mean, if I thought it's going to be this way, I would have signed off since a long time ago. I'm sorry, but that's what I feel. Thank you all.
KJ, thank you. Ed, I'll let you speak, then I will address.
All right,
you know, what's going on. I'll let you speak. I don't want to.
Thank you so much. I think this is somewhat a global platform, albeit it's kind of mostly Nigerian centric. So whatever we say here has a very strong ripple effect in the Nigerian society, especially. I'm not going to accuse TA because it's not here, but I just want to plead with everybody. Let's be very careful the kind of narratives we bring here. It might not be his intention, but what he said is actually within the realms of what people do to dog whistle the Igbo people ethnically. We have to be very careful about that. You know, you just put that little dog whistle. Oh, their problem is not only in Nigeria; they have a problem globally.
Absolutely.
You know, and that's a very wrong way.
It's terrible. It's terrible. I thank you for saying that, because I was going to say the same. The way I saw that question, it was wrote in tribalism. I don't necessarily say it's coming from his heart. I don't necessarily say it's coming from his heart, but it is coming from his lack of attention, you know, and lack of understanding. I mean, what kind of question is that? He just set the whole thing ablaze. You know, Igbos, this is what he said. Igbos are not only having a problem in Nigeria, they're having a problem anywhere they go. And for me, I'm thinking, oh, wait, can you hear yourself? Can you hear yourself? I mean,
sure,
that's what I'm going to say.
I'm out as well. I can't handle. Look at the xenophobic comment that's good. Called Enforcer is making about it. I can't have it anymore.
Hold on.
If you can't control, I'm out.
Hold on, please. Hold on. I mean, I
will address all of it.
I can't ban him.
Yeah.
Why are you afraid of him?
Tom, calm down.
So Tom, please.
We had this issue before that you and I almost, you know, raised voices at each other. Calm down, okay?
Can I finish my point?
Yes, that's why I was coming to, for you to finish without being interrupted.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
So, and I think some allegations were also made against me personally, you know, by forefathers. I mean, he said I'm a hater because I confronted him. I don't think that's something that should have been said, because he's done a lot of confrontation with every other person
and I don't see people calling him a hater. You know, as I said, we're here for an intellectual discourse, and nobody has the monopoly of knowledge. We're all learning. CM here is a PhD holder. Other people here also have some sort of qualifications, and I know who I am, like, on a personal basis. So I'm not here to sell myself. I'm just here because it says have your say. We discuss stuff. And when I'm wrong, I mean, AY would actually attest to this. I was wrong about some facts a few days ago. I came back and said, sorry, I looked it up. I was wrong. So I'm not here to, like, push a narrative, make a point. It's going to be a sign of some sort of inferiority complex, or, for me to want to, like, make myself larger than life here. I'm just who I am. I haven't said that. I appreciate forefathers. I appreciate the fact that, I mean, I've made these comments to him, that he's a very strong man, being able to stay here like long hours. I also appreciate the fact checking, but I think the fact checking should be more it should be more profound, because it seems like the fact checking is on the basis of things that he agrees with, and this is the reason why I say that. It made and I hate to do this because he's not here. I would have really loved to be saying this where
That's
he is.
nice,
I am, but I want to just put this out there because this is a very wrong analogy to make. That when they said the Biafran research people should have been integrated into Nigeria to, like, help our science and our discovery, he said, "Oh, that's like saying you should incorporate Boko Haram, repentant Boko Haram,
Boko Haram.
into." Yeah, and
Who made that statement? Who made that statement?
Yes.
Who said it?
Forefathers did.
Forefathers.
So
Forefathers. Later you go. Hold on. Later you can go and listen to this particular broadcast. Please, later I want everybody to listen to it. You will see when he's
Ed, carry on, please.
why
Yeah,
I
so
was
when-
saying he
CM, hold on. I know this is a very emotional issue, and I've heard people, even the FOSA on the comment section, who's like my brother because we're from the same part of the country. They've accused me of trying to, maybe pander to the Igbos, but there are just some things, especially when you live outside the country. There are just some general philosophies, some general worldviews you have. Like I live in the US, and I see what African Americans go through, and I see the way that the American side deals with issues like this. It gives you, like, a sense that, okay, if a particular group of people are crying about something, try to get to the crux of it. The Boko Haram people that you're comparing, they did not start their movement as a way of defending themselves over a religious or ethnic pogrom. The Igbos were being killed. And now let's not even go to the foundational issues. They were being killed, and that's why they had to fight back, hence the Biafra war. So you can't, that was like comparing apples to oranges. It just didn't make sense. And I felt like it was very insensitive to the sufferings of people. And then we brought the issue of affirmative action. In America, affirmative action is to favor the minority, especially because they have historical experiences that not every other person has gone through. Imagine a white man from Mississippi who is very poor, going through challenges, crying that, oh, why do I have to face? Don't I get my own affirmative action? They don't get it because they are the majority, right? Whereas the black people would get that opportunity. But let's take that and put that context within Nigeria. In Nigeria, no other ethnic group has had to experience a pogrom, a civil war being fought on their ground. Yet that ethnic group is still held to a higher standard on our national examinations. And then you say, oh, well, there's a reason why the people in the north, they are suffering and all of that. They are educationally non-privileged. They are. We agree about that. But have they not had more than enough time to correct that? Out of how many years of our national existence, the North has been in control of power for a long time. That should have given them an opportunity to correct things. I'm an applied economist by training, and I know that when you carry out an intervention, you look at the short-term effect, you look at the mid-term effect, and then you look at the long-term effect, right? We've done this for over 30 years. That's by any standard, that's long term. We've done this affirmative action thing for the past 30 years. And as Rudolph rightly pointed out, the same outcomes are being experienced. Does that not mean that intervention is wrong? You know, and then it's like, for me, it's like, how do I put it? Like it's like undermining the northern people and saying, "Oh, you guys cannot go beyond this." Whereas the reality is that the northern part of Nigeria has produced some of the most brilliant people in the country. So we're even not helping them because, like, you're undermining them by continuing in this policy, and that's the point that most people have made on the platform so far. Ovi also made his own point, which everybody saw as very brilliant. You know, but when you disagree with him, it's like, okay, let me round up. It's like, oh, you, as in, you don't like facts, you just spewing, you know, and then, you know, it's condescending to us because, you know, the people on the panel here, the brilliant people on the panel here, is what makes this panel tick, you know, and if you keep treating them like they're babies, they will just take a hike. I'm sorry. Thank you.
All right. I'm just going to address.
Thank you. Please, sorry. Please, before you address,
let me just address what's happened quickly, so it doesn't seem like, you know, it's just happened and we're pretending like nothing happened. I'm sure Rudolph has forefathers contacts. Rudolph watches this show when most of the time when he's not here, he leaves it on playing in the background somewhere, even driving, whatever. He often listens, so I'm almost certain. He would have seen what's transpired and he would reach out to forefathers and he would settle it. I've not seen him like that before, you know, for him to storm off and all of that. At the end of the day, we're all human. So emotions run high. He just hated everything that's happened. And it's left. I hope to see him back again because he brings something different to the show. A lot of times, a lot of people don't agree with him because he has a very strong opinion on the Biafra history, story, how to move on from it, you know, and this is a very passionate subject. And you can see when I was asked what was my opinion when I came on, I told him, I said, it's a very sensitive topic for a lot of people. I am not very versed on it. I don't comment on it much. If you ask me, if you push me, I would say what I think about it. But oftentimes I let it slide, you know, let the people who are really affected, let them speak about it. But there are other Nigerians from other parts of the country who have very strong opinion and want to air their views, and that's good. But it might lead to things like we've just seen. TA's questions.
Please,
1 second. TA's questions. Yes.
Sorry,
are you planning to leave?
No, yes, I'm planning because what forefather said, I mean, calling me, I mean, something like he said, me
yeah,
and
but
him
you've addressed it. You've spoken about it, CM.
No, I'm coming, but I want to, I want to round up and then go.
How long
it's
do you
not
need?
back. It's not it. No, okay, say 2 minutes. I just get out.
Yeah, I know. So, CM, how long do you need? How long do you need?
Say 2 minutes. Let me
2
just
minutes.
2 minutes.
We'll do it.
Hopefully,
I should 2 minutes. We'll do
I
it.
just so 2 minutes. You see, one thing with me is that you see that what the hallmark of scholarship. I mean, everybody is hearing me. If you can bring originality through, you can reference or you put it in a broader context. That's what you learn as a scholar. If you can bring something original, you can reference people. If I say Professor Onigo Tite, Kingsley John Onigo Tite, is an Urobo man. I'm not Urobo. He said we have more than 300 ethnic groups. He had his PhD from University of London, 1969. The thesis, I read it, was The Political Development of Urobo People. I always read that book. It's a very big thesis. I downloaded it. So what I came here to do was, when I'm reading the biography and I will recommend it, Edwin Clark, the thing is called Brutally Frank. The man said, after the Civil War, Ogbemudia is Benin man. Ogbemudia is not Igbo. Brigadier General Ogbemudia, former governor of Midwest, he called Gowon. He said in the meeting, Awolowo was one of them. He said, now that we've ended, we fought these Biafrans, and look at what they were able to accomplish. We let us now pick them up in the way Americans did to bring the Jews from Germany that developed America, Albert Einstein at Princeton University. He said, let us gather these people now, put them in Ministry of Science and Technology. That thing they were doing in Biafra, that is so that Nigeria will take off industrially. they shouted him down, said that they don't want to hear this thing again. What I'm saying, I was not there. I'm only quoting the biography of Edwin Clark, which is a book anybody can go and bring and read. Ogbemudia is not Igbo. So I'm trying to say it as one of Nigeria's missed opportunity. Now, Ogbemudia is suggesting that Ogbemudia is Bini. Ogbemudia would have said, they are not Bini people. But forefathers, do you know what he compared it? He said, okay, if America fought Al-Qaeda, will America integrate Al-Qaeda? I said no. Because if you fought Biafrans, they are waving a different flag. You are waving a different flag. The moment everybody surrender and come together, it's not a Nigerian flag. And you still looking at them at Biafra. He said, okay, how can you bring a Boko Haram? You fought Boko Haram. That's what he was equating them to.
All right.
So you see, that was exactly. So when you make this type of categorical, something like statement, people will know exactly how biased you are. It's heavily loaded with bias. Ordinarily, I cannot expect that after fighting Biafran war, Ogbemudia made a suggestion. They didn't take it. Fair enough. But how okay, please.
I understand, but I'm just saying, the things you're saying now, you expressed them clearly, and a lot of us heard what you said, and we heard what my father said. Hopefully, there will be truth, and we can get back to discussing how to move Nigeria forward. If it's move it forward as a unit.
And then let me say, sorry, let me say this because I'm leaving. Let me say this for the people that came in now. I challenge forefathers to provide the evidence.
They came in because they were listening.
That two of us. Okay, yes. Okay, yes. So please be my. I will continue asking for this evidence till I die.
Don't worry. See,
I will
everything you're
continue
saying
asking for this evidence.
Paul,
Thank you.
Ify, and Oti were listening. That's why they came in. So
please
worry,
don't leave.
Before, they
Please, CM, my brother, don't leave off now.
AY,
please
I'm going to let you have your submission. I just want to conclude to say what happened, right? This Biafra issue is something we would always discuss. But I made a suggestion a while ago, and it was shot down by a few people to say, how can you tell us what to discuss? My suggestion at the time was, let's have a day where we'll discuss these issues, your understanding of it. There are people who would shy away from that day, maybe not shy away, they're not really interested to speak on it, or maybe not very vast on it. I even mentioned CM. I said CM is somebody who said he's read about, is it 40 books or 20 books? And when I was discussing, I said CM is someone that I would like to hear from. I said, the way we'll do it, I spoke to Rudolph at length about it. I said, the way we'll do it, we won't have a panel where there'll be argument and it'll be chaos, because I know it will be madness. We'll have one person at a time. We'll agree on a Saturday. You get 20 minutes maximum. If it's 5 minutes you can speak 5 minutes. What do you understand? What happened before? What happened during? How do you think we should move on? Speak your piece and go. Now, after we've done that, we'll know ourselves. Now, how many are we that come on the panel? We can now say, going forward, please, if we're not discussing Biafra, don't take us there unnecessarily so that it doesn't derail the conversation. Somebody said, you can't tell us adults what to say. An Igbo person, you can't tell us not to discuss our matter. I said, I'm not saying you can't discuss it, but I'm saying after we've dedicated a day of you telling us your own version of it, it will be unfair next Saturday that we are discussing Nigeria played the football game and you are trying to drag us into Biafra intentionally and knowing what it would cause to the discussion. People said no. A lot of people said they didn't want it. I said, okay, fine. This is what would happen. Because every conversation, people will try to take 2 minutes to discuss it. Let's just have a day and let's talk up. Forefathers would speak on that day because he has strong opinions about it. I would expect KJ to speak. I would expect CM to speak. I would expect someone like Oti to speak about it. What's your version? What do you think happened? But the most important part of it will be, how do we move on from it?
So I'm not your neighbor that have a northern view.
Oh, we would love it. In fact, I was saying that I would like someone like Maska, who is from the north. John Abba from the north.
Oh, sure. You don't want me to speak today, right?
You would speak, brother. You guys are here till 6 a.m. now. This one that please let me finish. So I'm saying if that's something people would want, let's do it. Then we can say, CM, you can't come next week and be telling us about Ugbemudia all over again because we heard it from you last week. But people said no. So, forefathers incident, Rudolph would discuss it. Rudolph would address it maybe better than I have. He has strong opinions about the Biafra matters. I joke about it that, even if forefather was in his 90s and is dead, and they are discussing Biafra issue, he would wake up and give his 2 cents. He likes to educate people based on his own knowledge of it. And that is fine. It's all good and fine. but it would always lead to this sort of argument because it's a very passionate, sensitive subject. I hope that we can move on from it. Not from the Biafra issue, but from this bickering argument. And TA, if you're listening, the question you asked, I want to believe sincerely, I want to believe that you didn't mean what I think you meant. But those questions were very loaded. It was almost like setting us up for what's just happened right now. And it wasn't necessary. It wasn't. Like I said, I want to believe you that you didn't mean any harm. But such questions, I don't know. It wasn't necessary, to be honest. It wasn't necessary. AY, please, you have the floor.
Thank God. Yeah, thank you anyway. First of all, let me just reply to what you just said. Now, you see, the reason I stay away from these platforms this morning, I knew like this time was coming, because if we want to keep going back and discuss the issue of Biafra, Nigeria civil war, we will always have this. Because what you are saying, the man from the north, it has its own version. The man from the east, hold on. The man from the east, different version. The man from the west, different version. The other places, it's all story. I think in my opinion, I think we should look for solution of Nigeria, how to get the country together. Not if we keep hammering on what. It's not funny, man. People lost their people. It's a lot of pain. We need to understand what is going on. There are people watching. They lost their parents. They lost their siblings. It's a lot of pain. It's not easy. It doesn't go away. When you keep, for me, the solution, what do we do to make sure, okay, this thing, it can't be undone. It was just a stupid mistake from people. Like, why you killing yourself? So it's just like today when people discussing Israel and Palestine. If you go back, it's not solving anything. If you really want to solve the problem today, it's create two countries. Let everybody live in peace. But if you're not doing that, you going back, you're causing more pain. It's the same thing. It's not easy. It's not funny, man. I have people here, like even their parents participated. It's still, they heard this story. It's not good. So I would say I don't think we should be I don't just like the discrimination. Oh, these people and people that come here to make blackest statement like what TA said now. You cannot come here and be telling us, oh, why are Igbo having problem in South Africa? Why are they having problem in Kenya? This is not correct. What actually happened is they had problem with Nigerians. So it was not only Igbo. The Yorubas were involved. Other part of the country were involved. So I was actually shocked when he said it. And the other thing, look at Ale Oyema. Ale Oyema, yes, he's from the East. Look at the work he has done for the Nigerian people. He doesn't discriminate against anybody. I was personally pushing, if I know Tinubu or even Buhari, instead of giving Professor Kiamu, Minister of Aviation, give Ale Oyema Minister of Aviation. He has done more. He understands the system. He knows what is going on there. You see his passion when you listen to his interview. The last time when he went to pick up people in Sudan, they even attacked his office. I was actually very pissed. I was telling my friend, I said, if I were Yema, I will make sure next time I'm collecting money from the federal government. So we should not, it's in Nigeria, it's from the East. He's doing a very great job. You will not discriminate against this man, or you. I'm not going. If I have utmost respect for Ale Oyema, what he has done for Nigeria, for you to one charter flight is a lot of money. He's bringing out this money from his pocket. So if we see people that are doing good, we should praise them. But what I don't accept on this platform is, don't come here and say, oh, all Igbo are this, all Yoruba are this, all Hausa are this, all this one are this. It's not funny. You calling for more trouble. If you want to point at somebody, point at one person. Oh, this person committed fraud. It doesn't matter where he's from. This is what is going on. Election time, politicians will come, they will play with us. They know we love division. Oh, yeah, because I'm from before I'm from the north.
Please
because
round off, my brother, so we can move to
they will succeed, they will move on. This is what is happening, but people don't understand how these people are dealing with us. All of them are involved. Do you know who is here? If you tell me your village people are not involved in the corruption in Nigeria, everybody is involved. So we need to, I mean, come together. We need to understand, fight. Because for me, the first point I raised today, war is not funny. Your opponent will not come to your house and spray you perfume for you to be beautiful. It's not going to happen.
All right.
So let's have restraint about stuff. Let's stop dividing the country more. Let's try to. I know it's hard, but even when we are different, we can have the same. Meet some on common ground. Have some common ground. Think of how we can be better people. How can we be better? Today, the issue is the president. What is he doing? Hammer on him. It doesn't matter where he's from. Tomorrow, if the Supreme Court said Peter Obi is you, Atiku is you, same thing. Don't spare them. Don't even say, oh, because they are from my village.
Please round off so we can
the
move
only way we can move forward, Nigeria can be good. Thank you.
All right, thank you, AY. Uncle Like, please, I'll give you a few minutes to weigh in on the discussion so we can move on quickly. CM, I'll skip you.
Good evening, everybody. You can see I'm in my office. I'm still working, and most of us I wasn't been following, but I can see the emotions that were coming from CM and KJ. I just want to say that
please attend to the call.
Well, if forefather said that the Igbos are like Boko Haram, no problem. Doesn't change anything. I mean,
say that, sir. He did not say that. Let's get it correct. He did not
what did he say?
Actually, what he was trying to say was trying to draw a parallel, because somebody was saying the Igbo scientists should be included into Nigerian government. And for me, see, you just finished a war with somebody. You can't just get them in just like that. And that is what some of us do not understand. That's why sometimes some of my Igbo brothers, I don't know how they think.
All right.
I'm Igbo.
Sorry.
Well, that was what he was trying to. Then he drew a parallel and say, just like the Boko Haram are absorbed, and people just took it out of context and started attacking the man.
Let him finish his
submission. He never said that.
You get your chance.
Tone, is this something?
Please, Oti, please. Let's just make it flow. Please finish your submission. It's fine.
Sorry, we only, we are all Nigerians. We have been opportune to stay out of Nigeria to see how countries of the world that are made up of different people, how they live together as one country. The only thing I really do not like what most of us do is trying to pretend or trying to say that something did not happen, And I don't know the parallel forefather was trying to draw Boko Haram with the Igbos. I mean, I wasn't here, but what my brother Tony is trying to tell me now, I don't know how, in whatever parallel you are trying to draw what is going on in Nigeria with Boko Haram, with a nation of more than 40 million people. I really do not understand that, and I'm not interested to know the parallel, because that parallel doesn't make any sense. Because I hear when he was trying to calm everybody down here, I was a small boy when they fought the war. War was from 1961, 63 or 69 to
67.
1967 to 1970, right?
Yes.
And I was born in 1962. So how many years was I? But I know that my family, I know how many people were lost in that war. And I was always a small boy, and I experienced it. So, but we have to move on. But, you know, we should watch what we say. You know, people should be careful what they say. Because most of the time, people say, let's move on. I'm one of the people who love to move on because I'm an Igbo man. I lived in Lagos. I lived in the north. I lived in the east. I've traveled almost the whole African countries, planting church. And I am not living in Europe. I am living in the Caribbean. So I have seen so many things. You know, my experience in my sojourn in Africa, from Mali to Senegal, to Guinea, to Burkina Faso, to Gambia. If you hear choosing church in Nigeria today, those branches you hear in Senegal, in all those countries, I planted those churches. I never come here to tell anybody I'm a pastor. I don't discuss here like a pastor. But I know who I am. So people should be careful what they say. I was the vice president of Nigerian community in Mali for so many years. I was the president of Igbo community in Mali. Nigerian community, I was the vice president, from social welfare officer to vice president. And I've been privileged and opportune to meet a lot of Nigerian head of state and foreign ministers. You know, so people should be careful what they say. I'm just trying to advise forefathers. He has his own belief. He has where he stood. But sometimes you have to pick and choose what you say about people. All of us here, whenever we say here, we laugh. We don't know where forefather comes from. If anybody knows where he comes from, you should tell me. All of us here are always proud to say, John Abba never said he's not from Benue State. Even to my village, I say it here in this platform because I have nothing in my cupboard. I am not hiding nothing. But this is a guy who claimed to be a Nigerian, but nobody knows where he comes from. But when we are talking about Nigerian issue, we carry it upon his head. We don't know if he's a terrorist. We don't know if he's a spy. We don't know if he's working with a group of organizations somewhere.
He's clearly not a terrorist.
I believe that. I withdraw that. He's not. But I don't know where he's from. Why should you, Paul, everybody, we know from where everybody comes from. When you tell me, so, who is not a Nigerian, I'm still having Nigerian passport. Both of you are still having British and American passport, but I still use my Nigerian passport. So I'm a Nigerian. So people should know.
Right, Uncle Ike, if you round off, please.
If you want to move on, you should first of all, if I offend Brother John Abba, before I can move on from Brother John Abba, I have to apologize and ask him to forgive me. It's not just move on. You cannot move on when you are not ready to accept your mistake and your fault. If I offend you, the first thing I have to do is to apologize. And when I apologize, if you accept it with a good heart, we move on. And we cannot reflect back again. You know, so whatever that happened in the past has happened. But what we are talking about here is, as a country, every day we come here, we talk about Nigeria. We don't talk about Igbo. We don't talk about Benue. We don't talk about Yoruba. We don't talk about Hausa. We are talking about Nigeria. Right? So, but whenever issues of tribe comes here, we should be very sensitive and trying to be very careful on the way we talk about it so that we don't get people offended because, you know, we have different understanding about what happened in the past, you know. So I just want to say, please, let love lead, okay? No matter whatever happens, we should always remember to be brothers, okay?
Right,
John, my brother, John Abba, how are you? I love you, my brother, John Abba. God bless you. And I wish everybody the best of the weekend, okay?
Thank you.
Be safe.
Thank you. You too. Just in response, you know, not response, but, you know, as forefathers would often say, there's a Nigerian and he believes that's good enough. So in his absence, I would repeat that. It would always respond to say, I'm a Nigerian, and that should be good enough for everybody. CM, please, without necessarily addressing forefathers, because you've addressed it, I think I won't say you've exhausted, you know, the sort of response you can give. If there's anything else you want to say without necessarily addressing forefathers.
No, sure, please. skip CM, please. Skip CM.
No, if I have anything
CM,
to say, as
just
long
leave
as it's
it.
not going to be directed to
Just let John Abba say something.
I know.
Skip CM about this issue, please. Let John Abba continue.
That's why I'm asking him. Don't worry, Uncle. That's why I'm asking him if there's anything new that you're going to say without the repetition of, Ogbemudia, and if there's anything, so we can go to the senior citizen.
It's okay. I won't disappoint. John Abba, take over. Thank you.
Okay, thank you,
Take
sir.
over,
I
John
appreciate
Abba.
that.
Thank you, my brothers and my sister. Appreciate all of you, and I appreciate the time we all spend here to talk about issues that are close to our hearts. My brother CM is a man that I've learned on this platform to be passionate about his origin, his people, and what he believes. Nevertheless, some of his quote have not been, when it's fact-checked, some are not correct. Like today about the quote from Sanusi. But nevertheless, I respect his view, I respect his stand, I respect his passion for his people. Somebody have to stand for their own people and speak for them. And he chooses to be that voice on this platform, and I believe wherever he goes. And I respect that. And I will always keep that. But let us believe also that everyone here have their right to who they are and what they want to represent, as far as we are all flying the banner or the flag of Nigeria. What I have seen here is that, please, I want to plead with all of us, as issue rises and go up, go down. End of the day, let us know that love conquers hate. And anything that has nothing, my heart today bleeds for people of Benue or anywhere there is injustice, whether between the Israel and the Palestinians, and they can say they are looking for Hamas in Palestine. To see these young children being a victim of hate or hatred that have existed for so many years, and we cannot confront it with honesty, even oftentimes being told what to say or not to say on social media, to me is still oppression. Because if we all are born equal and have the freedom to speak freely to what we think, no man, no woman, no nation should tell us that we cannot say this and control the talking point. But it is what it is. That is the century we are still in 21st century. Let love conquer hate. Let all of us speak, whether it happened to Igbo, Hausa, Idoma, Shekiri, Igala, Babrubra, anywhere. Guatemala, one place, village in Alabama, Montgomery, Alabama, or somewhere in a tiny village called Benki in Bama local government. Let us speak the truth. All of us, one day, will be expired on this earth. But what we say, what we believe, what we do is the history after us. It's bigger than us. And that is the world we are living in. And we are in the digital world, especially when we come to this platform. We should know we are in the court. Everything is on record. If you have Rudolph or any other person, or go to YouTube, you can play it over and over again. Let's turn the mirror on ourselves. I've experienced a lot of injustice, oppression, but I do not allow it to consume my soul. I still give love. I still believe in love. Thank you all.
All right, thank you, John Abba. I think for a minute there you wore your priest hat and you preached a mini sermon, which is highly appreciated. You know, love conquers hate, and I think we should all embrace that in all we do. Paul, welcome to the show. I'm sure Paul, Ify, and Oti were listening. And this is what we have to factor in when we speak. I know sometimes I get a little bit worked up myself and I lose my cool sometimes, but I still try to rein it in. A lot of people are listening to us when we're on the platform. Like John Abba said, let's watch what we say. Of course, there's freedom of expression and all of that, but I'm sure I can bet my last penny, because I don't have a lot of money, but at least one penny I have. These next three people were listening, and when they saw what happened, they just thought, you know what, I'm coming to say something. So, Paul, Ify, and Oti, welcome to the show. Paul, you have the floor.
Sure, thank you. I want to speak for me and Ify at the same time.
Wow.
In terms of this church,
wow.
Pastor we preach, we don't collect offering, don't get anointing. The one we preach, we collect our money, we they believe say I get anointing.
We like that one.
So, I think you spoke my mind completely, 100%. Yeah, I was listening. I was literally taking my shower when the heated everything. I just felt bad. At the time, it just looked like I should just clean up my face and come up. I don't want to believe what you said about TA. TA did what he did deliberately. It shouldn't come from TA. If somebody like me said so, maybe a little bit accepted, but from TA's own place and everything, TA did it deliberate. And Jago did a very good work. What is your own thought about it? What is your opinion about the question that you asked? TA did that deliberately, and I don't think it works well. I don't think it's good. You understand? Like I said all the time, I was born, raised with the Yoruba people. I live with Yoruba people. Like when I say Yoruba people, my father will live, the Bale has the next 2 houses to my father's house in Lagos. So I live with Yoruba people. We enjoy the salaram and everything. Though I feel bad because of my mother church, we didn't really eat those good meats. Maybe I would have.
This I think I have
It
to send
pain
ram to
me.
you.
So I
Talk
forget
about
body
this
pass you by
salaram.
now. By now, sure, I forget body pass you. I lose those good meats. If they still they paid me till today, I'm still not happy with my mom for throwing away those meats. But what am I saying? We live close. Sometimes I tell my Igbo people, sometimes when people stereotype about Yoruba, I say, go and look at Yoruba people. When Yoruba man as a landlord give you house as an Igbo man, you are living in 2 rooms, you mistakenly buy air condition or you mistakenly buy color TV back in the days, or you mistakenly buy car and you are paying your rent, you don't default with your rent. Landlord will call you, say, he give you 6 months, he will take you to go and buy land, or he will increase your house rate. That is the Lagos I grew. As an Igbo man that pay rent, and you are proving that you are succeeding, and you are paying Baba his rent, he will take you to say, let me, if you are scared, let me go and vouch for you so that they won't give you land and take your money from you or money letting. He will help you. You will buy land and build your own house. So this is how I know how nice Yoruba can be to an Igbo person. And I strongly believe that as an Igbo man, we forever pay homage every time that they are doing Salah, they are doing something, say, now this my landlord, make me buy land, build house. So this is how we can be good to one another. I really understand that part. But when politicians or we started bringing this narrative, I don't think it's a good thing. What Tia did there was deliberate, and Jagu spoke the right thing. What is your thought? You said somebody said it. What is your thought when the person said it? Then you want to come in public to come and ask questions? It doesn't work that way. As a man, the good thing about it, good percentage of us here, we are all men. There is this funny adage they put. If a man sees mama nakedness, a grown man, he don't see anything. But if I see my friend Mama nakedness, time to gossip Dorish. You understand? You understand what you did, deliberate, and that is wrong. What he did was wrong. Then let me talk about forefather. With forefather comparing the Biafran and compare Biafran to Boko Haram. I think my brother, they misunderstood forefather. What father said, what forefather was saying is that the Biafran just lost this war. Now the Biafran just lost this war. They are coming back. Do you think if they bring them together as at that time, the pain is still there? If the pain is there some 50 years ago, are you telling me the pain will not be there some 50 years backward? The pain is still there today. The pain is still there. So that's what forefather was telling you. It was saying that it doesn't work like that. And I want to also put it back again to my so-called other race. Now, I don't want to put it to only Igbo people. Let us tell ourselves the truth. When the government tried to recruit the so-called repentant Boko Haram, seize rice from common women in Lagos who hustle to bring rice from Benin and take this rice and give to this Boko Haram, we all felt bad. We felt bad when they say they want to repentant Boko Haram. We don't like it. So if we also don't like it, because why we don't like it? Because we still don't believe that these people are not yet repentant. If we believe that they are repentant, you say, well, okay, give them second chance. But because trust is not that easy to give. My brother here, John Harper, live in the US. KJ here live in the US. If you go to jail in the US, if you live in the US, you come out from jail, you have felony. You've done your time. They will still put you on felony for 7 to 10 years, which means they are still watching you. The system is still watching you. The system will still punish you. You can't get good job and everything until they quash those things from your record. No good company will employ you, which means they are still watching you. So that is what I believe that is the place is coming about from. No, KJ, it might be your opinion. I just want to speak. That is where he's coming up at. Government, people cannot afford to trust somebody that you know you went to war with and you defeat those people. You take a lot of life from those people. Then suddenly you want to bring them in sensitive position in your government. Let's tell ourselves the truth. Trust, as at that time, is the biggest thing we can think of. We see the guy in IT, whatever, that they give to keep all our record in Nigeria. We complain when we suspect that is some form of a terrorist organization. It supports some terror. We are not happy with that. That's just my take. And that's my take. Thank you. And
thank
have
you,
a good evening.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening. So I'll just say something.
Sorry, my brother. Sorry. Please, just 10 seconds. I will want to beg you, so when you guys go to your management meeting, please, you might want to ask forefather not to discuss about tribe, because forefather is not a tribal person, he's a Nigerian person. You understand? So you cannot be a governor and go to meeting as local government chairman. Since he choose not to bring his identity, let him don't talk about identity. Let him just talk about national issues. Don't talk about tribe, because we don't know his tribe. I talk about my tribe every day. So if he choose not to talk about his tribe, let us also respect him. But let him also respect us when we're talking about tribe. Please, mind your business. I don't know what it takes to be a woman, so I can't be one. Woman don't know what it takes to be a man. Sorry, they can't be one. Thank you, and have a
in
good
today's world, in 2023. Okay, I hear you.
Now fake word. Any other one, fake word.
All right. So what I'm going to say quickly on this issue again. Sorry, CM, 1 second. CM, wait now. What I'm going to say again, let me implore the rest of the speakers. As much as you might mean well, I might not see it from the angle of a Biafran. They find it very insulting. Like I said, the intention might be well. What I think a Biafran would appreciate is if you tell them the war's just ended. You were so ingenious that you were creating your own weapons, even without government funding. Now we say the war is over. Somebody now said, oh, these people were able to create stuff on their own. Let us now give them access to government platform to be creating stuff. If you tell them to say, don't you think that would have been risky for the government to do? It would have been stupid for the government because they could have gathered and fought against the government and leave it at that without making comparisons to these terrorist organizations. I think they would probably understand you. The minute you mention Boko Haram, the minute you mention Al-Qaeda, the minute you compare it to a prisoner that just left, they feel a sort of insult that you've compared us to these people. I'm saying it because I see the reaction. So going forward, anybody that would say it, please, for the sake of peace, I think we'll understand what people are trying to say, but don't make that comparison. They are not the same. They are totally different. We get it, but we let's keep that to us. Even if we think, that comparison works, but please, let's not bring that comparison because it doesn't help. It doesn't do anything. It puts fuel to the fire. But if he, please, you're next.
I thought. Hey.
Oh, sorry. If he, CM, how long again is this?
Yes. No, just
not
just
yes. How long?
How
long? If you wait now, let me ask first. How long is it, CM?
Just say 2 minutes. It's a minute or two. A minute or two.
She don't be vexed. She's the only woman here. Let Ify speak, please. Let Ify speak. I'll come to you. We'll beg Oti. I'm not hoping that Oti would agree, but let's Ify speak first.
Whew. Unbelievable.
If you don't put fire out.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable, honestly speaking. I am shocked. When I mean I am shocked, I am shocked. First of all, TA, if you're hearing me, I am so disappointed. When I mean I used to place you here, but unfortunately you are down here now. And if I say I can stamp you, I can put my leg on your head, yes, I can. That is so, I can't believe that somebody like you can say such a thing. I cannot believe it. I remember the day you came here, you were talking about love. I interjected and I said to you, forget about this love thing. We had a word back to back about it. And this is exactly what you did in a public platform. When I carry Nigerian passport, I carry it because I am in Nigeria. I don't carry it as a Biafran, not a Biafran, I'm a Nigerian, just like everybody's saying. So I am so disappointed in you. And honestly, I'm sorry to say this, I don't have no more respect for you. I'm sorry, that is me. In terms of Biafra, I was not born when they fought the war. But hearing the story, I've said it a long time, over and over again. My father went to war. And when he told us this story growing up, you can see my father, for the first time I saw him cry. The second time when he lost his mother. You can just imagine the pain. And he will always tell you, even though all my brothers are here, none of us died, but this person's son died. This person's son died. We used to go and fetch water from Mileze or Miliamai. All of us used to go together. Now I don't have them. This is my best friend. I lost him. Ngozika came to this channel and also spoke about how her grandmother, I think, lost her only son. And that was, the day she told the story, I can feel the pain. So when I come here, I know Paul is going to disagree with me, but Paul, this is the reason why I keep saying, why can't we go our separate ways? It's very difficult to put all of us under one umbrella. It's not because I like Paul, I love Paul, trust me. I wish I'm very close to Arizona. He will be my brother. But when you listen to all these people, people like Forefather, people like TA, and they come to this public platform and spew nonsense from their mouth, it just amazes me. And that's why I keep saying, let everybody go their separate way. This one Nigeria is not going to work, whether you like it or not. You can't tell me that me, as an Igbo girl, can go to Sokoto and contest an election and win it. It's not possible. So you can't tell me one Nigeria. You can't tell me that me can go to Lagos and contest an election. No, it is not possible. And if all these things are not possible, you cannot tell me otherwise. that we can come together as a country and be one Nigeria. It is not possible. I love Uncle John. Every day he comes here and talk about how his people are being killed. Every day, over and over again. That is the pain he has. We sympathize with him. Why can't we recognize? I mean, I think CM said it here some time ago. Why can't the federal government bring out one day and say, you know what? Let us respect these people. Let us talk about Biafra. Let us bring out one day and say, this is a Biafra day. Maybe people will begin to heal. I don't like to talk about Biafra, to be honest with you. I don't like to talk about that. Because from the stories I hear, my father will always say, Aga Biafra or Ogo Biafra. My house to Ojuku's house is a walking distance. My mother's younger brother is married to Ojuku's younger sister.
Wow.
That is how close we are.
What you said in Igbo, sorry, what does that mean? What you said,
Biafra war. Biafra war. It's Biafra war.
Okay.
Yeah. So we have to be very careful what we say. The pain is still there, whether you like it or not. That's why people keep talking about this Biafra. The pain is still there. Until the federal government address this issue of Biafra, there can never, whether you like it or not, this thing will never go away from Nigeria. Respect people. Show respect to people. They lost somebody. It's human being that died. Look at what is going on between Israel and Hamas. People are dying every day. Then tomorrow you tell me that Palestinians will come up and say, just give us one day to, you know, just remember the people that we lost. And you're going to tell them to forget about it? Who does that? Let us be very sensitive, please. Don't come to public platform and open your mouth just because you can speak English and talk any nonsense you want to talk. Don't do that. If you don't want to discuss about Biafra, then don't come on the show. Just stay backward. I mean, I stay backward and listen all day. There are some things I don't like to talk about and I don't want to discuss about it. I'll keep quiet or log off. But when people come here to show their respect or the pain of what they went through, please respect them. They are human beings. These are not animals. Please.
All right.
If you don't want to come to the platform, that's fine. Don't come. There are other platforms where you can go. If one man went to show, if he had made that statement, I'd be like, shh. But for TA to make that statement, I won't say it's unforgivable because I don't know him. But I am so disappointed in him.
All right. Thank you, Ife. Oti, I'll come to you in a second. But CM, what were you going to say quickly, please?
Okay.
We have to respect Oti, so please make it really brief.
Exactly, briefly. What I wanted to say was, what TA suggested. That's what I wanted to react before he left. He said, "Why can't the Igbos? Because they get money, so that they can give federal government $5 billion and tell federal government take this money and let us go." That's an insult.
Are you actually going to address that?
No,
CM, please don't dignify that.
I'm coming. No,
that suggestion.
No, I'm coming because when people accuse me of lying, every day when we finish this, people should go and listen to it. Find that section. How can you tell people? So which means we are slaves. For us to buy our freedom, we have to look for money. Give to federal government, say, now, federal government, take this money, let us go. TA said it here. I'm not making it up. It's here.
I'm sorry, it's not wrong. Rockefeller borrow American government money. It doesn't really matter.
Excuse me. This is the people you are. I'm coming. This is the people you are talking about. We can't do that. Nobody is holding us. Even if we want to go, we can't give a shish. Why must we give? For what? Give to who? Are we slaves? Are we owing federal government?
Borrowing
you
the
contribute
government
money.
Individual borrow the US government.
Listen. He didn't say borrow. He didn't say borrow. He said we should give just to buy our freedom.
Buy? No, I didn't hear that.
That's what he said, and that is one. The next one, please. The next one is this: when people are please. When people attack this, what I said was, Edwin Clark is a jaw. He wrote it in his biography. He was the person saying, as Minister for Information, Federal Minister for Information, Ogbemudia was the member of the council. Ogbemudia is Benin. He said Ogbemudia brought it up and they supported it. But the rest of people shouted them down. Is that Igbo man? He said, no, they don't want to hear that Biafra name again. Ogbemudia was saying, Nigeria can now take off as an industrial giant. Let us use the exploit of Biafra to form our industry. Put them in the Ministry of Science and Technology. These are what was said.
Hold on. You said this
and
before.
Somebody saying that I'm lying. Please, I'm going.
Sorry, CM.
Oti,
sorry,
please.
CM.
Oti, please go ahead.
Okay, yes. I'm not gonna. I don't talk too much. CM, sorry. I have to address you. Try also kind of to calm down. You know, it can be less emotional discussing these things. You know, so I mean, even any subject, Biafra, whatever. I'm an Igbo man as well, but you know, we can be. We don't have to kind of lose control, right? Even you know, even difficult subjects now. Right. I have to, as I said, I'm not gonna. I don't have a lot to say. But first of all, I'll start by thanking Sure, you know, the way he handled the topic of forefathers moderating or not moderating. Well, forefathers, you know, I think well, I don't know. It's yes, you have your style, but I have to say, you've not been doing very well. Okay, I can tell you that. You know, I mean, I don't have to have an argument about it. You know, so and Yagun here does a good job of standing up to you sometimes. So
don't encourage Jagun.
No, I'm not. You know, but I'm just look. You see, because I listen at the background. You know, so these things. So everybody can be against you. Sometimes you listen, pay attention. And, you know, you don't have to attack everybody. KJ here, all this, you know. So I don't know what is it about, you know. So you seem not to know or maybe understand or accept the role you have to play as a moderator. So I mean, you just try. Everybody, we can all make the effort to make this thing really work for everyone. Okay. Otherwise, people walk away. And if you're here by yourself, you can't be talking to yourself, right? So now, okay, let me go back to what I mean. Everybody seems to kind of be very happy with the way Ovie spoke on the subject of, I mean, the situation of Nigeria and going how we go forward. Yes, a good analysis, and I think it was well appreciated. Okay, but again. When he answered the question put to him by Turn about how do we really go forward? What's the solution? You know, he spoke about two things. You know, but I think some people, for some reasons that are quite obvious, latched onto one solution. He talked about, you know, a long time. Yeah, let's kind of start this process and then start building a political movement or consciousness or whatever, and you know. Nobody knows how long this process will take, 15 years or 20 years. Okay, right. Somebody like the Lover Man, TA, you know, kind of, yes, held that solution, this long-term, unending, indefinite solution in the future. And also some people on the comment section. So, yeah, but then the other thing he talked about, the other solution to the Nigerian problem, the impasse, the problem, this difficulty we have now. He mentioned, you know, I would describe it as if like kind of actually confronting the current regime. You know, there was something that calls for reaction now, and you know, in other words, a resistance, not accepting what we've got now, the illegitimate regime in Nigeria. So he kind of, you know, of course, he didn't say exactly, but people avoided that. Okay, accepting, you know, yes, in the future, we're gonna solve this problem in the future by building our own whatever power, you know, power politics. So that shows you that really, okay, somebody like TA, it comes, talks about love, you know, he has an agenda. You could see, you know, he's not honest, you know. So I don't know what he's a pastor or whatever he is, no, but you can see people the way they talk, and then you find out that really not they're presenting you not not their real selves, not their real intentions. So that's this is you can design that. It's not difficult. I mean, this is really. I would say, look, we can all come down and discuss even sensitive topics, just with a bit of more maturity and understanding and sensitivity. Forefathers, you don't seem to give a damn or care. Things like this tribe is something is fundamental. People's tribal, identity or ethnic identity, fundamental, primordial. You cannot erase it or wipe it away. Even in any nation building, you have to respect it. You have to be alive. I mean, be sensitive, and just respecting people. You don't ignore or overlook people's pain or their background, the experience they've, So instead of just having all this kind of big, fantastic ideas of how to build a nation and be like Russia or be like, I don't know, again, we have our own peculiar circumstance, situation. We have to look inwards, take the time, make the effort gradually, but effectively, and then to build our nation. And then there's nothing again. It's not a given. The way Nigeria, the way we are now, Nigeria. Okay, people talk about the constitution, and it seems to think nothing is wrong with it. A lot is wrong with it. So it's so many things, and we can do so many things together. It's not. There's no one silver bullet to this problem. The constitution, the fundamental document, of course, there's something wrong with it. Our leadership, there's a problem with it. The mentalities, our character, all these things is not just one thing, but we have to, as a people, and experiment. There's no look. It can be certain, even a democracy, whatever, any form of government, you have to have that spirit of to experiment. Right. If Nigeria as it is presently considered does not work, we can try something else. We can end up again regional confederation or something like that. But we have to have an open, a spirit of openness. Right. So that is
round off in 30 seconds.
That is for me really is oftentimes we just talk too much and there's some of these things really. A bit of I think humility perhaps that would help us, quite frankly, in any issue we're talking about. I think that's all I have.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Oti. So from that, I got humility, sensitivity, and maturity when we discuss issues. Nothing should be off the table, but we should be sensitive to people's feelings, humble, and all of that. Thank you very much. John Abba, you wanted to contribute something before we go to Jagun.
Thank you. When I talked the first time, I did not talk about the forefathers issue.
He's back now, so you can speak to him directly.
Yeah.
As a senior
Forefather,
citizen.
you are a great Nigerian. Uniqueness come by someone know who he is and refuse to cave because of the voice of others. Doesn't mean you should not be sensitive for others, but live to your own value and be your own conviction. I play the same role, even on this platform or elsewhere I have opportunity. I admire you, your courage, your strong opinion, and I tell you, keep it up. Jargon can smoke cigarette even when it's not supposed to be on the platform. He's my brother. I love him until Jesus comes, even though I've never met him in person. I just do that, I have that comedy side of me, so I really like to do that. But in all and all, we all have passion for the country we believe in. Sure, it's a young man. When I don't have to tell you my age, you can look at the wrinkles in my eyes and look at my chest. And this man is not where I don't mean to disrespect you. You're my younger brother.
I embrace that. I like being young.
You are a young man, and I love you for your generosity and the straight way of you speaking to issues, not on tribal base, but your own conviction. You are a Yoruba guy. my understanding,
yes,
and you support Peter Obi, not because he's a Yoruba man, but you believe in him. I am not. I don't believe in Peter Obi, but I respect that. And it's a maturity. People with thin skin get irritated by everything because they want you to do it in their own way because they can't take it. And it's okay to be thin-skinned, but you cannot be a leader if anything or everything can irritate you, because you have to carry others along, the weak and the strong ones. And I applaud all of you. KJ, my brother, I love you, and I will always do. We may have our own misunderstanding. Paul is my brother. OT, Tune is a soft man. If you want, I will buy ticket for him soon to go to Nigeria and fight the war. I will go to Tune, I mean. but I want you guys to know that we, and especially when I was raising my hand earlier, I wanted to talk on forefathers. But I'm glad you came back. Brother, keep on keeping up. Nobody define you but yourself, and that is who you are. I'm not saying you are 100%. I am not 100%, so I'm not expecting that from anybody. It will be hypocrite for me to say I'm expecting 100% from anybody while I'm not. So, but all on all, let us know that we are in a public domain and people are watching us, and this thing is on record. But then, love for all Nigerians and love for humanity. God bless you all. I'm still here though.
All right, thank you, John.
Oh, Father, I really know you're from Dallas. See the way you just throw straight bullets to Jago.
But Jagan still love me though.
I don't.
Every time.
So quickly, Jagun, just before you speak, it's good to see forefathers back. I was expecting him to come back next weekend at least. I know that he's not a man that would hold grudge and run away from a fight. The day was put on the spot, was it a few weeks ago? I was like, I don't know how you do it. Even tonight, I said it before everything went, through the roof. I said, this man is strong. I don't know how he takes it. He takes the heat really well, and I'm glad he's back. I'm sure we'll have something to say at some point. But I pinned this comment on purpose. So when Jonaba said he thinks I'm a Yoruba man, I said yes. And somebody said, sure, is very tribal, is Igbo. So, Tone, if you look up on the screen, you can see this comment now. I could have gotten offended and blocked the person. Now, somebody said, sorry, I know it's deviating, but it's part of all these things. Someone said, T Majek has been blocked and he needs to find how to come back because people like Show blocked him. Now, this is the person that typed, let me find the comment. So this person is saying, I've blocked them. They've created another account and T Majek should learn that way. On my honor, I've never blocked anybody here. Why would I? Rudolph said it that before any moderator can ban anybody or not block anyone, it needs to be discussed. You can on your own take a decision and block somebody. Maybe YouTube is moderating it. Maybe the person has had a run-in with electricity who said it's banned. At least electricity has confirmed that he banned T Majek. And I guessed it because I know they've had clashes in the past. Now, on how to unban T Majek, if I tell you guys how long, if somebody knows it, please tell me. If you know how long I've spent on StreamYard when there's no show going on, watching YouTube videos, how to unban on StreamYard, looking for how to unban people. Because I've had a conversation with Rudolph. And, I don't want to reveal everything, but Rudolph's plan is to, let me just say it now. His plan is to unban everybody, start on a clean slate. He said he doesn't know who else has been banned, accidentally or intentionally, to unban everyone. Because part of the rules is you're given an opportunity to speak on the platform or in the comment section. But with that comes responsibility. Let me speak on the comment section. I belong to the comment section and I banter people. But there's banter and there's trolling and there's bullying. It's not about being sensitive. It's not about being childish. Some of the comments I see in the comment section, I'm thinking, really? This belongs to, if what I hear of Facebook is true, this belongs to Facebook, not on this platform. Some of the comments are just downright childish, unnecessary, trolling, ganging up and trolling people. I would take matters into my hand if I was being trolled. I'll block those people as a YouTube, as someone watching on YouTube, not as a moderator. I'll just block your comments so I don't see you. But some of the comments, we can elevate it and speak as adults, even when we disagree. But you see outright trolling. Sometimes it's like you're on, what's that, Inch? What's that place that they date? You know, you see some things, I'm like, what's this? So I've never banned anyone because Rudolph hasn't told me to ban anyone. He hasn't given me the powers to do so on my own. So for those who have been banned, the plan is to unban you. I have spent time trying to figure it out on StreamYard. I will log into this platform when there's no show going on. Go to settings, block list. I can't find any name. How do I unban people? If anyone knows how to do it, please tell me. The plan is to unban people. So all these things, some of the things in the comments, they are very childish. People should, you know, try and level it up a bit. You know, you can disagree with people, but please, let's level it up. Forefathers, good to have you. Jagun, is there anything you want to say before we go to Forefathers? Because I'd like to hear from you.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Forefathers, all welcome back, all. If you weren't on the program as a moderator or contributor, there will be a gap on this program. Whatever sparked you, because I didn't fully understand, but whatever sparked you, I would also add that the way you work on this show for God knows how many years now, and receiving pushbacks constantly, it can't be easy. Together with that, the amount of time we spend here, and the how can I put it, the way you have been rather resolute and strong in receiving all kinds of criticisms, the platform, from me, from the comment section. I, like you, I think I'll be able to handle most of it because it runs off my shoulder. But before this program began, there was a call out from many people on the platform, including myself, to have a way of putting a plan together. A call out was made to 5, 6, 7 people for an hour before the show began today. Myself and Paul stayed as the show closed yesterday, and we had a one-on-one 2-hour discussion. I went to bed at 9 o'clock this morning, and I woke up at about 1, in a bit of a daze, I must say. But I was waking up largely on a Sunday evening, which is cool for me. A Sunday is very free for me. To make sure I attended the show, to make sure I attended our pre-show, if you like, which was a private conversation amongst those who want to build a plan. I can tell you that it's only myself and Forefather that turned up. And I believe that we had a serious brainstorm and we put together a semblance of a structure to a plan. Now, all this is work, man, that nobody's being paid for. It's through care, diligence, and love, I believe, for our nation, the course that we're trying to tread, and to make sure that these conversations that we're having aren't just throwaway conversations. Now, when Forefather sparked, if you like, I actually understood it from a completely different scenario. And it was the wear and tear of this program. It's not easy. I think we need to give a lot of respect to Rudolph and his team for being able to put something together that allows us to air our thoughts. If this show was not here, I probably would have given up on Nigeria because, you know, as things have transpired this year with the elections and such, I more or less gave up on Nigeria. It's this show that allows me still to think about Nigeria as a nation. I think a lot of respect has to be given to the team, for Rudolph especially, I believe, and the team for having the mindset to propagate this program. So, Forefather, I'm hoping that whatever is, apart from obvious tiredness that you must be going through, whatever rubbed you the wrong way today, I can actually understand it. Whatever it was, it could just be that small thing that sparked and said, enough is enough. I'm out of here. Tone said something a couple of weeks ago. He was recalling the time that he's been on the show and how many people are no longer here. And I think that's a serious underlining. Both for us on the panel and indeed for the people in the comments who possibly would never have the inspiration, if you like, to come and air their views on this platform, but they are good to criticize. Now, I think today was a very serious day, and it's been leading up to this kind of spark that Forefather had today. It's been leading up to it. Sometimes we lose emotions. Sometimes we become angry at people's comments and what people say. And all these things are allowed. They're allowed because what? We're human beings. At the very end of the day, we're simple human beings. Now, with all this, I would just like to round up that on my side, just very much like John Abba has said, which is the actual friendship, brotherhood, sisterhood that we are sharing on this show. Mio, for everybody on this show, no matter what I say, and no matter how vociferous I may be at times, Mio, I regard everybody on this show as a friend. If I bumped into Show in North London somewhere where he's living a high level life of snobbery, if I bumped into him, I would recognize him immediately and embrace my brother. And any other of we, John Abba constantly invites us to his neck of the woods to be entertained and to have further discussions. These are deep things of our own humanity and our understanding that we are Nigerians fighting in whichever corner we're in. Many times in the comment section, I'm blamed for my British accent. People are taking me as less of a Nigerian than I am. I keep reminding people I'm a Nigerian from beginning to end. Mio, John Abba said nobody's 100%. Mio, I'm 100% or 100% Jagun, that is. And I'm not playing with nobody. I'm coming with my fullness. I'm not leaving anything on the table. So I beckon all of us to have a sense of things said by my brother Oti, maturity, integrity, and some level of sensitivity for the other person's point of view. I would just like to round up by a big thank you, really. A big thank you to Rudolph, Show, Forefathers, Dr. Kiniko, I'm not quite sure of his name, but I know he's a part of the team. We really got to believe in each other, all. We've got to believe in each other. So I'll land it there. Forefathers, welcome back.
All right. Thank you, Jagan. Forefathers, good to have you back. Like I said, I can see you're not smiling, and that's totally understandable. But obviously, I'm not sure if you've got anything to say, because I mean, I'm guessing, or I hope that you were listening while you were gone. A lot of people had a lot of things to say, which I'm advised that, maybe not to respond to individual, whatever. But people have said a lot of things. I can only commend you for the strength you have to come back. Because if that was me that walked away like that, it might take me a few weeks to cool off and all of that. And I think what Jagon said might be true. I don't know if you agree or not. Sometimes I come on around 5, 6 in the morning and I join the show and I'm like, sorry, what are these guys doing? Are you guys crazy? Like, you guys are in the UK and you are the ones there, 6 a.m. Sorry, you've done 16, 17 hours. And sometimes it gets a bit, pricky. I'm like, okay, I think these guys are tired. Maybe if they sleep, they will calm down more. So it might be the wear and tear of the show. It is honestly not easy to run. People might think, oh, whatever, you just stay there and chat to people. Honestly, it's very difficult to run. I don't get paid for it. Forefather doesn't get paid for it. Rudolph runs away on a Sunday after 6 hours. It's difficult to be glued to a seat and not be able to go away. It's difficult. The day Jagun, please turn off your camera. The day I interviewed Rudolph, and maybe it's the pressure, maybe it's whatever. Honestly, it's a difficult task and it gets to you after a while. So, Forefathers, if you have anything to say, you have the floor. You have a lot of fans who want to hear from you.
Fans, that's a very, very scary term to use, fans. But I have to apologize to Dr. Damages.
Good night.
All right,
good night, Oti. First, I think I owe Dr. Damages an apology because it's his platform and my behavior was not exactly up to scratch. And personally, I don't tend to prefer that we talk about me that much because clearly this situation got to me because I just got tired of people. I felt like people were being, from my point of view, a little bit too obstinate. They don't want to confront the truth. And I just got tired. And, it happens now and again. And it may be because I also have things to do tomorrow. I wanted to close the show early too. And so maybe all those played into it. And people that I feel like I've, to an extent, come close to a little bit. And I feel like they are just, because I don't know, UCM was here. I wish he was here so that I can remind him. We were backstage, not front stage. I went as far as talking about the properties that we used to live in Port Harcourt that was seized from Igbo people. Some of the things I explained there. And I said, how is it that Igbo people keep getting targeted in these different areas? Why is it that they don't have any warning system? We discussed in details why no warning system in place, because I'm tired of seeing this type of events occur over and over again. That is what really got to me. I was like, this stuff you say is so sensitive, and you don't even remember that we had such a serious discussion. I just for the life of me couldn't bear it, because one of the reasons why I feel so passionate about it, because I live there. I saw it happen. I was in Port Harcourt, properties that were taken from Igbo people. We lived in them. And I told him, look at what is going on. Things are happening in the north. It happens. Why don't they have a warning system? I remember Ike said something about that they even had some warning system that they use whistles. We're talking about it because I said, yeah, those are the kind of things you have to be doing. If there is something within you are getting targeted for certain reason, you have to have systems in place to check how people are reacting to you around your surrounding. Because as Ikadaga Boro, one of the things he said, he wasn't after Hausa people. He was after Igbo people. I was on a panel where a Cameroonian said one of the reasons why they didn't vote to join Nigeria, the Ambazonians, he targeted the Igbo people. And I told CM all this backstage for hours. We're talking about this. And for me, it's something that is so sensitive. So I felt so bad about it. And I just couldn't bear it. And because everybody tends to do that too. They just block and block and block. I was like, how can it be so bad to help your people so that these things don't happen again? You have to, this is the same kind of mentality I have too, that we've been enslaved before. we've been colonized, we've been exploited. We need to fight these things. Because I'm sick of we're gonna have the next generation coming to this world and they're gonna leave these things. We sold our people across the ocean. They are still there. We sold our people across the ocean, and our leaders walk to that UN every year. They don't talk to them. And we think we are the only one that have pains. You people have not heard some of the things I've heard. I've spoken to so many African Americans, people in the diaspora. Some of the things I've heard. Some of you see grown. You see grown. Unbelievable. You know what? I can't do this. I don't know. I don't have enough emotions to handle this.
I think you should. I think you should rest the case. It's quite. I mean, obviously, it's quite. A very sensitive topic for you.
Let me finish. You see, grown old people complaining that nobody came for them. Our forefathers sold them not that long ago. Some of them even just barely 100 years ago. They sold them on ships. None of us went back for them till today. None of us even bothered to go back for them. And we always act. For me, I feel like all this stuff happened, but we still need to survive in this world. We still need to deal with things. And that's my own perspective. And whenever we're having a discussion, I try to straighten it up so that we have factual discussions so that we can try to move forward. But maybe it's not going to matter, because even one of my understanding is that all this stuff is not going to change until something happens to us. Then our eye will open, and maybe we'll survive it and go on to build, because we'll put our differences aside. What did Ehud Olmert say, the former prime minister of Israel? They said Israel was at the brink of civil war. But one of the things he said was that they are putting their differences aside and uniting immediately to fight a common enemy right now. And this is what we tend to lack. We don't tend to have reasons. We don't see. We have it, but we don't see it. We've been enslaved. We've been colonized. We are poor. We don't have any. We don't control anything. We are trying to fight for territories because of colonial stuff. We are trying to fight for that. We don't control any of those things. Look at what the video that was played about Amadou Bello. That European was showing it deliberately to us like that. I watched a documentary where they said they deliberately kept us apart, even when they were governing us, to make sure we don't come together. They could have put us together. That's what nations do. You bring people together when you are governing the people. If you want to govern them for yourself, like the way you did with the United Kingdom or America and places like that. But they kept us apart, kept us this. How can you be interviewing a fellow Nigerian that you want to put as part of Nigeria and he sounded like that? For them, it is happy time. And they are willing to store that footage so that we all see it. The truth is that, for me, this stuff, like this is why I'm able to come back. What happened to me today is nothing compared to some of the things I see in my head that scares the living daylight out of me, that gives me sleepless nights. I fear for our people seriously. And I really wish our people are a little bit more paranoid. This stuff that is happening to me is nothing. That's why I can come back. That's why if you insult me, I don't care. Because if you have the kind of things I have in my head, you won't be able to sleep. This kind of stuff that is happening to me is not going to. It doesn't bother me too much. In the end, hate me, insult me all you want, as long as we do something to survive this world. That's all I care about. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, forefathers. Thank you, Tone. T, I see you. Just hang on 1 second. No, Tone is next, please. You know, Tone won't interject, he won't fight, but Tone, you just burst out. Can we all just be civil? Can we all just, before Tone starts speaking English to us, let him speak. Tone.
I'm not that terrible. Only that I just can't. Disrespect is something that I can't handle. My upbringing. Anyway, our forefathers, thanks for coming back. I mean, we all understand. It's just a misunderstanding. Like Paul did say earlier, he took the word out of my mouth. You didn't mean it that way. I mean, you're a very unique person. I learned a lot. I mean, like yesterday, I didn't come during the day. I came for the evening shift, which I enjoy immensely. Only that I couldn't keep my eyes open because I had all the rain on me when I was coming back from football yesterday, and I had to sleep on time. And today, I didn't have much to say about Biafra. That's why I didn't join up. But I was listening on the background. So other than that, I mean, what we all like, Mr. Abba said earlier, why we are here every day, every Saturday, every Sunday is because we have a passion for our country. We just want to change our country. We're all brothers, you know. Let all these bickering and all that stuff. Let's start thinking deductively and progressively, you know, to make something happen. Yeah, thank you.
All right, cheers. John Abba, you wanted to say something quickly before TA speaks?
Let Tia go. Tia, I think I need to hear him to let him go.
All right, TA. Yes, you've come back, I believe.
Yeah, because look, I was you see, I've changed to go to bed. I was looking at the, you know, some of the stuff that you guys were talking about, and I said, look, same these guys, you guys don't understand me. So I said, okay, let me come back. First of all, I'm going to tender a sincere apology if I've offended anyone, which wasn't my intention. If you know me very well, you know that number one, I'm not bigot. I believe in one Nigeria, definitely. And in the 4 week test, it says, is it the truth? Is it fair to all concerned? Will it be goodwill and better friendship? Will it be beneficial to all concerned? You know, what I said today, what I heard, like I said before, I heard it from these ladies' website, Blessedom, which the other day, even I came here the other day when I was asking Ngosika, that was the meaning of what's it called again? God bless you. Yeah, Ifulefu, and she managed to, you know, let me know that okay, this is what, because I heard it from there as well, you know, and I'm this kind of person when it comes to languages. Yeah, I want to learn, and when I learn, when I don't understand stuff, I ask questions. You know, this lady, the way she was saying that's why I say you guys should go and watch Blessedom. You know, is over there. Where somebody was on the chat was saying that, oh, Blessedom doesn't like iPod, you know, whatever, you know, but this lady was kind of stating fact, and it was not saying that, look, call it the way it is, and you know, all this whatever, that why is it that it's you people? It's you people. And I was thinking, look, she's Igbo and she's saying all this stuff, you know, that why? And that's why I was asking that question, because I'm not proud to majority of those things that she said. And that's why I asked the question. So asking that question, I didn't ask it maliciously. So if I've offended anyone, please, I tender my sincere apology. I'm not here to come and make people sad or to make people feel less inferior, you know. Please. I hope you guys accept my apology. I'm not that kind of a person if you know me. And I don't want to, you know, say too much. I've come back here to say that, look, sorry guys, if I've offended anyone, you know, about asking that kind of question, which I said I heard from XYZ, you know. So please, thank you guys.
All right. Thank you, T, for coming back and apologizing to anyone you might have offended.
Can I just add something? I think we have to be careful about telling people not to talk about things, because it's happening in the West right now. They are censoring people not to be able to speak about certain topics now. And I'm not going to live in a world where we are not allowed to speak our minds and ask questions honestly, especially when people are honest about what they are asking. They want to understand. So if you tell them to shut up, they should not ask questions, then how can we understand anything? We will be talking past each other all the time.
Forefathers, I will not even go there anymore, to be honest. I will, you know, I've learned my lesson.
I'm not scared of this thing, confrontation. We have bigger problems to worry about.
If I may, real quick.
Yeah, I think just 1 second, Jagun. I think KJ is about to. Let's allow KJ, then we'll come to you, Jagun. KJ, quickly, please.
Okay. And maybe this is also going to be my last contribution for today. You see, Forefather, I appreciate your role here and for how far you've done. But I think sometimes your use of language, you know, should be checked, because look, I was not in one of those who participated in the war, but like I said, I've gone out of my way to speak to people who participated, who wrote about it. And just like our earlier guest was here, I mentioned the person who he knows very well. His name is Carlo Qui. He wrote a lot of the stories, both in fiction and in reality and in history of what happened. So when you come and make such a statement comparing the events of the Igbos with what is going on between Boko Haram or Al Qaeda, I think that's very insulting. Insulting the memories of those who died. And let's put it on record. The Igbos didn't start the war. The Igbos were only fighting to defend their lives. The Igbos until the war ended were only able to move in one direction. One. They only moved out of the east in one direction. And that was where it ended. So when you make such a statement and compare us to that, are we supposed to just lay our heads and allow them to cut our necks off? I think that is totally wrong. That is one. Two, in any which way you look at it, if you had an issue with your wife and then eventually you all decide to go your way, but after some days you decide to come back, does she stop to answer your name? Or you now say you will not give her what is due to her because you just had a problem with her, you separated for a while, and now she's back? No. So even the mere fact that Ogomodia, whom I have a lot of respect for, why? Because despite all his positions he held, he never he never was one of those who participated in impoverishing Nigeria. He died almost like any other person with nothing. So these are some of the people who are pillars of Nigeria who stood in the path of truth. And he gave the government a very good advice. If that advice was held to at that time, we will not be where we are today. Because you have decided in your infinite wisdom as a federal government that you don't want to see the East go. Now the East have surrendered to you, and you made a statement: no victor, no vanquish. In other words, nobody is the winner. We are all winners and we are all losers. Then you come together, and then you have a special policy for that same group of people because you are afraid of them. That was why yesterday I said to TA, there's a greater law that says perfect love cast out fear. That's it. That's John chapter 4. But perfect love cast out fear. In wherever there is fear, then there's no perfect love. So if you say that you actually love the Igbos and you wanted them to be part of you, and somebody say, oh, we discovered that these guys have this technology we can actually be able to glean from and make our economy better and make our country progress. You say, oh no, they are Igbos. They are suspects. We can't trust them. Are you building a nation, or you are still looking at them as people who are not supposed to be part of you? And just like if he said earlier on, if you say you don't want them to be part of you, allow them to go. It's as simple and short. You see, some of us who are Igbos are saying, let the Biafra go because we are tired of the back and forth, back and forth. Nigeria is not developing. We are not developing because every day we're on the same issue. We're on the same issue. Nobody will say that you can't. The Jews, for instance, when they talk about the massacring of the Jews, everybody in the world accepts that. Oh, that was something that was bad. But when we say, oh, can you remember these people that lost their life? Some of them not as a fault of theirs. We say no, we can't do that. It shouldn't be in the history. It should not be taught. You can't say Biafra. If you say Biafra, an enemy of the state, come on. Just like you say you have the right to express yourself in whichever way, we also. And for crying out loud, allow the Igbo person to say this is how I want my life to. Don't tell us what you want us to do as you want it to be done. The Igbos have over 50 million people. Don't you think they can decide for themselves what they want to do, how they want to live their life? And if the Nigerian state is not working, if not giving them the space, and they say, look, we want to go our way, is that a call for war? Okay, we don't want to go our way. Let us sit down and discuss the constitution. You say constitution is not the problem. How do we go forward? How do we go forward? And I'm only speaking because I'm Igbo. I'm not saying because
but can I ask you a question though?
Hold on. I'm not saying because it's fair to the Benin people or to some part of the north. I'm not saying it's fair to them, but they choose to live in that order. Look, in America here, people can decide to work one job. Those who want to drive the Ferrari and the Bugattis can choose to work 5 jobs or 10 or whatever they want. The society is open. So if you choose to work 5 jobs because you want to live a classy life, good for you. If you choose to work 1 job and maintain your life and live longer, also good for you. You choose. But you cannot now say everybody must be what you want them to be because that's what you want. That's what you want to, tailor their lives. I think we should be mindful of that when we say it. I think we should be mindful. And for TA, I mean, I accept the apology because that's all we can do. But telling us that we should buy our freedom, God forbid. In fact, I'd rather
wait. I didn't say you should buy your freedom.
Hold on. You see, maybe you forget. A set of Igbo people are brought to somewhere in Virginia here, okay, for slavery. And they said they would rather die than to be slaves. Okay? They drowned themselves. The whole of them drowned in that same ship that brought them. They jumped into the ocean and drowned. That is how decisive you can be. So you would rather first kill me before you can get me to tell me to use my money to buy my
KJ, I think you're getting me wrong. What I said there when I was talking about, turn the
we should give them money so they can let us go.
No. Listen. What you're getting me wrong. What I'm trying to let you know is that look, Nigeria was giving money to IMF before. Loaning money because we had excess of money. It's not that maybe we're trying to buy freedom from IMF. So what I'm trying to say is that look, when your economy is so rich, number one, a lot of people will flock there. Just like, does Dubai know Igbo? Does it know Hausa? Does it know Yoruba? Dubai is what it is today, a desert. A lot of people are flocking there. Now, Dubai can borrow anybody money if they have an excess. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to say that, look, instead of this division, bring money together. Even Tona said that before here as well.
TA.
Let's not flog this issue. It's not going to end well.
I'm trying to round it up. We're not getting anywhere. But let me tell you something. The reason majority of the Igbo people are saying, let us have Biafra, is this simply this statement they are making. Because we can't seem to be, we're not bats nor birds. You're not allowing us to be real Nigerians because we have our rights are limited, and we're not Biafrans either. Okay, when it gets to certain things, you say, "Oh, go to your land. You people are Biafra. Go back to the east." When it gets to a certain thing, you say, "Oh, we're Nigerians. You do this." How long will it continue? So if we are not trusted enough to be part of the system, then let the people be. As simple and short. I think that is a clear thing. Thank you.
I think you made that clear.
For me, let me just add this. One, they are already part of the system. The leaders from the southeast and south,
you see, you've come to that point again.
Let me say my piece. You said your piece. Let me say my piece now. Let me say my piece.
The south people want to do.
I respected your wish. Now you don't want to respect mine. I respected your wish. You don't want to respect mine.
KJ, let him talk.
So you see, there's a kind of poll these people are trying to cast, say you are not allowed to speak about certain topics in Nigeria anymore, and it's very, very chilling. They should not be allowed to happen, because like in the Niger Delta now, when they went and rehabilitated them, you think the government of Jonathan will just bring them and come and it's just the nature of this thing. I think somebody said something about trust. You have to take some time. Look at it. Okay, look at how we are all talking about this now. Even when many of us have not reconciled ourselves with the history, even when we are not even present when it happened. Even I feel so strongly about it because I saw the property with my own eyes. So, and yet somehow people are not allowed to ask pertinent questions and say, okay, how do we move forward with this thing? And my question is, what I always say is that discuss it honestly. We are stuck in Nigeria. We are not going anywhere. Let me tell you something. If you try to break this country up, other African countries are going to fight to put us together. You think they want refugees? You are going to fail. In any move you move to try to break Nigeria up, you will fail.
because the forces keeping Nigeria together is so strong, you will not believe it. So we are stuck in it together. We have to make it work like other nations. Germany that you see today was named by the Romans. They are stuck with it. The Romans put them together like that. They are stuck with the nation. That's how it works. With most nations come together like that and they make it work for themselves. Americans, they fought each other. They are superpowers. We fought each other. There's no reason why we cannot do better. And whenever we're having this conversation, the pain will always remain there. It may never go away for our generation, or maybe never. But we still have to be able to function. That is what I keep saying. Because if we keep talking about it, and what I fear is that many of our men just say, Constitution, let's break up. Let's do this. That is the one thing they want to do first. Than freeing your own people. The land you want to take over, you don't control it. You don't control anything. This people will march into our country and march us out if they want to. What are we going to fight them with? How are we going to stand against them?
My reason for always pushing back is that you keep saying the same thing. You are the one who don't even want people to tell you what you should term yourself as, whether you're Igbo or not Igbo. But you keep doing the same thing to other people. You keep
I didn't tell you not to say who
you
are not.
You keep saying what you think the Igbo why it should be done to them. You keep saying, don't the Igbos have a right to say this is what we want?
No, I have said it before. You have a right to say that, but you still have to be able to function.
So why then do you, at the end of the day, conclude that it is what you have said that we should be now doing? It is what you have said. Because
so you don't want to save your people? You don't want to, you just want to complain, is that it?
I don't want to go back and forth. All I've just said simply
I'm trying to say that we need to do something if you don't want to solve the problems, because we can complain all we want. I feel injustice too. I can say injustice forever and ever and ever. But is that going to stop people to not come and colonize us and take our land and take our wealth? We need to stop the money, all the stuff that they are stealing from us. We need to stop all the humiliation. Our young people are overseas, running overseas like crazy. I just learned recently that is even more valuable than resources, natural resources. The people that we are losing from Nigeria. How can we keep living like this? I don't know, man. I'm not saying you should not be who you are. Talk about that, but move forward to solve problems too. Thank you.
Right, thank you.
I don't try to the show. Please, I'm not trying to interject. I always don't want to interject. But then sometimes I know it's not my turn to talk local P. It's another jargon in another faction somewhere. But
is it because of the white beard?
Yeah, the beard. They look alike.
Yeah, and sorry, I forgot to commend Jargon for actually, we had a productive conversation today. He actually put a lot of work in, and he actually came on, and he actually did most of the work actually. And during the conversation we were having, two of us, it was like a big meeting, but it's all good.
Yeah,
thank you.
There's an Igbo lady that watches this show from Abuja. She's a lawyer. Her father have read most book written by Dr. Cyril, the guy that our guest today. And in between the time that I was in and out, she called me and she said that she's a lawyer, and she said, is it not the election is over and everything is into the in the hand of the Supreme Court? And by the way, why can't we talk about any other thing that we argue on the exchange rate, the hardship of Nigeria, and make a suggestion that probably the watchdog of those administration may hear and take our advice than these centuries and things that we don't have a control over. I told her that sometimes we don't want to ignore people's opinion, not necessarily that we want to dwell in it. When this issue of Igbos and Biafras and all of that come on, I'm from a minority, as you all know. I'm from Benue. I used to tell people that in Benue State, Idoma man have never been a governor. KJ can tell because he know about that. But one of the problem I've discovered within the Idoma community, I've been their local chairman here for 7 years plus, is that their problem is lie on them. And I can also use it as a case study to others. They never have a united front. There will always be a betrayer among them. And you can never accomplish any goal. Because even the Bible, if you want to be biblical about anything, so many of us believe that a man's enemy is in his own household, which means you can't go so far. In the modern world, you can say your informant is in your house, which means he will tell of every of your move. So I see this that somehow the guest today, I just want to redirect us a little bit, says that he sees, that is his own opinion. Many may agree, many may disagree. He sees that Samuel Ekpa is a plant to distract or to cause commotion in the East. And some may say, no, he's speaking for the people. All depends on your own view and your interest. Well, bigger than that, where we are in 21st century, many of us here, especially forefather, is about black race, whether it's in Nigeria or elsewhere. We're going to be wiped out if we don't understand there are bigger enemy and we are fighting ourselves. That is my own understanding of where forefather comes from. And I'm not against those that strongly believe in their cultures and value. I believe in my culture and value, but I want to walk across that and become a human being, not just because I exist as a black person, but to be able to love another human being that doesn't even have my skin color. And wherever I have opportunities to speak the truth, I shouldn't look at your eyes and say it. One of the things that our forefathers have mentioned is that even here on last Saturday, when we were talking, Rudolph said it on this platform that they received email that we should not talk about the Hamas and the Israel issue, the UN watchdog. It's not, we are not free the way we think. Because if in my own little world, you deprive me of freedom of speech, and you say the Second Amendment in America, you are being dishonest. And what I ask myself, I say, okay, what I have so much to lose, but nothing better than my life. If I die today,